Holy shit. Våningen steiger ikke.
We better go down there, is it?
Yeah.
next.
Okay.
That's a long shot for you, Dave, isn't it, eh? Bale's got sleep.
Hello, hello, hello. It's working. Woohoo!
Right, back on the drone for a bit. I'm going to cut
you
through
basically
to
now
Dale since they come
We'll
through.
just keep everything as it is, and
Coming
we'll
through
just
to
use
you
these
now,
to
Dale.
mute,
Mhm.
Live on
so that thing
Dale.
doesn't move.
Cool.
And just put these articulate. So if you just keep
Ready
running
to go
out,
Yep.
get a level.
Cool. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway. You join us here. Cool.
On the drone.
Finally got it going.
Okay, I'm going to cut back to
Am I now live?
Dave.
Yeah. Okay.
Dave, we're live on Dave.
Well then, hello everyone, good morning and welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway. You join us, well you've kindly been treated to this race so far, and I've been watching over the shoulder here in the van. We've just about got the audio situation sorted, so sadly you are now stuck with me for the rest of the day, but we've got it sorted, we're here, we're on and we're off. What a day for racing it is here at Clay Pigeon. A beautiful day here in the sunny countryside here down south here in the UK, and as we say, already a good distance through this first race of the day. Split grid for this one, the mighty Bambinos and our Coma Bambinos out there at the moment, and this is already on to the final lap then. Battle for the race win here in the mighty Bambinos. And we've got Oliver Reynolds and Max West going at it here across this final lap. These two have been battling very, very nicely throughout this race. Ray Birdie getting stuck in as well, but it looks as though it's a two-way battle here into the final corner. Reynolds and West nose to tail as we go into that final turn, but it'll have to be a nice run out the corner here for West to steal away this first race win of the day. It's not quite going to be good enough, and it will be Reynolds across the line who sees the checkered flag first and wins the first race of the day. Well done to the number 77 there. Oliver Reynolds getting maximum points on the board there from race number 1. Max West and Ray Birdie then joining him in the top 3. Reggie Love and Jonah Curtis round out the top 5, and Harry Foley in 6th place. There was 7th, 8th and 9th coming across your screens very quickly. Those three were very close together. 3/10 separating those three, with Thomas Wilford being the victor of that battle of 3 in 7th place. Theo Abraham in 8th, Cruz Rogers in 9th, and then our 3 Bambino Comas in that one. Jax Wilmington taking the victory, followed by Archie Rice and Eddie Zimbler. Sadly, I think Maya Rossiter actually did finish the race, just a lap down in that one. So 13 drivers taken to the start, and all of them making it to the checkered flag as well, which is always what we want to see. Right then, first sprint heat of the day, and we'll move straight on to the next one. It's the British Junior Pro Kart Championship up next. Right then, off we go. British Junior Pro Kart Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Lorenzo Martin starts this one on pole position with Ashton Horsball starting alongside him. Ashton has been mightily impressive throughout this season, starting this one on the front row of the grid. Louis Coma and Peter Webster on row 2, and Matthew Plant and Harry Pennington on row number 3. Row 4 has Nicole Allardyce and Sebastian Thompson, and it's Joseph East and Thomas Stevens who round out the top 10. They're followed by Mia Duffel and Jensen Smith, Finley Worthy, and Isaac Hobbs, then Carter Lundy, Tyler Goodser, Jamie Robotham, Emma Falconer and Callan Falconer rounding out the order. 19 drivers on the grid for this one then in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship, and of course as always we will see the seniors out later on as well. Massive grid for them as always, and treating us to some very exciting action. I mean, these karts, of course Honda powered karts, these ones, not the fastest, but they create amazing racing, and especially around a circuit like this where you've really got to use that slipstream in a lot of places. It's also very much a circuit where you've got to carry that speed through the corners as well, so you might want to scrub off a little bit more on corner entry because you'll gain that and a load more on the exit. But then again, when you're in a huge battle pack, if you take off that little bit more speed on entry, you open yourself up to a move. If someone makes that move, you're going to lose all of what you were going to gain on the exit. So in race conditions, there's a lot of weighing up of quite how much you do take off. Whether you prioritise that overall pace in terms of a hot lap, or whether you prioritise your position in terms of the battle. I think you would agree that if you're in the lead, you're probably going to be more focused on keeping said lead. If you're further behind, you're trying to work together a bit more, keep on the tail of the leaders, and set up a move for later on in the race. But this is only the first of many races for these drivers today, so again, there might be a little bit more subdued. I say that, it is the British Junior Pro Kart Championship. Subdued is certainly a word to use. But as I say, first of many races today. You'd think drivers want to make it through to those races, keep that kart in good order, keep themselves in good order, and get ready for racing later on. So let's see how this one goes then. Union Jack falls, and we are off and racing here at Play Pigeon once more. A couple of the drivers hopping in their karts to try and get a bit of a better start, and already some aggressive driving there down through the first couple of corners. Nice racing there between our top two as Lorenzo Martin forced his way back through there. Horseball trying to get the move done around the outside into T1, but it's not going to work. Martin holds on, and again, yet another attack down there at the hairpin. A couple of drivers in the background coming together, though. One driver sadly getting shuffled out wide there and losing a heap of positions. We'll see who that is that drops down the order at the end of this lap. Well, there we go to the end of the first lap of racing. As we said, there was another attack down at the hairpin between your top two, and they're side by side again. Over the line we go. It's still Martin in the lead. Horseball tucks back in, but not for much longer. Up the inside he goes. Down at Billy's blind. Nice move there from Ashton Horseball, and he gets it done. Second time of asking, didn't quite work out on the first lap. Didn't quite have that run that he needed. But this time, my goodness, has he done it well. Through to the lead he goes, and already the top five trying to break away. Bit of contact and off and raw. Round goes a driver from 5th or 6th place now. I think that might have been Peter Webster potentially. It was Peter Webster battling with Joseph East. I think Nicole Allardyce was close in and amongst that area of the order as well. But one driver off-piste there to the left-hand side of the corner. Not where you want to be on a right-hander. And sadly, driver there from the Scottish Academy out of the race. Who is it dropping down the order? It might be Sebastian. No, it's not. It's Nicole Allardyce, sorry. It is Nicole Allardyce. Jamie Rowbotham dropping down as well. So a couple of drivers there with off-track excursions on lap number 2. But I do think it was Rowbotham and Allardyce there off down near the hairpin. A real shame that driver still stuck there in the wall. I think that looks to be race over then, because they drop a lap down now, which effectively means race over in these short, sharp heat races like this. Even if they do get it back out the wall, there's no chance they're going to gain that time back, and what a shame. Well, these are the things that can happen, as we say, in these short, sharp heat races. But like we mentioned as well, it's going to scupper things for the whole rest of the day there for drivers finding issues here in heat number 1. So that's again why there was an assumption there might be a bit more. Again, I was going to say relax. That's not the right word to use. Maybe not quite such aggressiveness. And to be fair, it's been a great race so far. Just a couple of drivers falling by the wayside, sadly. Looks as though whoever it was that was stuck in the barrier down there has now been able to escape and rejoin the action. Whether they've come back out onto the track or whether they've gone back to the pits, I think it was Nicole Allardyce who was down in the wall down there, because she's dropped a lap down. Rowbotham is still in the race, but has dropped to the back of the pack. Still on the lead lap, though, so clearly that was a separate issue for Rowbotham, as Allardyce the one falling a lap down, thus must have been the one in the wall. Right then, on to lap number 5 we go now, and Lorenzo Martin takes the fastest lap of the race. These two starting to build a very slight gap now back to Louis Coomer. Louis Comer, sorry, I know I called you Coomer all last stream and someone corrected me in the live chat, so I'll get that right today, Louis. Louis Comer is in 3rd place with Peter Webster, Sebastian Thompson in 5th. Bit of a gap then back to Matthew Plant and Mia Duffel, who are squabbling. Actually, that's that whole next pack back, isn't it, from 6th, of Matthew Plant, Mia Duffel, Joseph East, Thomas Stevens, Harry Pennington, Carter Lundy, Tyler Goodsir. Loads of drivers involved in that battle, and here it is on your screens now as they head down to the last couple of corners. So top 5 have broken away then. Top 4 are all still relatively close together. I think Sebastian Thompson has fallen into a bit of no man's land there in 5th place, but these two having a great battle. And I think they've switched around. They have. Mia Duffel has gone through then on lap number 5. So Duffel up into 6th place then, relegates the UK plate. Your UK champion from round number 1 earlier in the UK Kart Series season. Relegates him down to P6, but Matt is not going to be waiting around for long, is he? Back up the inside, down through into the hairpin. Nicely done on the brakes there for Matthew, and he's back through into 6th place. So Duffel's right with him still. Joseph East there in the green and sort of yellow cart in the middle of this squabble of 5. And then Joseph East, Harry Pennington, Thomas Stevens it is, then finalising that little group. Leaders head on through, down onto lap number 7 we go now, and it's just less than 4 minutes left to go. And you can see Louis Comer and Peter Webster not battling here for 3rd place. Slowly but surely, Martin and Horseball have extended the lead, and I've only just spotted Martin's got that lead back. So Lorenzo's made the move on the previous lap as we were enjoying that battle from 6th place backwards. The leaders have switched around. Not the first time in this race, though, that these two have switched around, is it? So we might just see another one, but still with 3.5 minutes left to go. Onto a new lap it is. And this circuit as well, we're going to see a lot more laps than we usually see at a few other circuits. Of course, we've been to Rowra earlier in the season, Wilton Mill, different places like that. Not the longest laps in the world, but here at Clay Pigeon is a very short lap. Another fastest lap, this time from Louis Comer of a 39.1. And in the air there for the 22 as they make the move. So that's Harry Pennington through now and Matthew Plant up into 6th place. So they will all be shuffling in that group and wide on the exit there. Over the sausage curb on the exit. Kick up some dust, but I think they've stayed as they were. There with Joseph East battling well with Mia Duffel there behind them as well. But as we were saying, Martin and Horseball switching around. And Louis Comer getting the fastest lap. Comer and Webster working together well, but is that gap actually closing up at all? It was just less than 7/10. It's now almost a second. So no, Horseball now gets the fastest lap again. 38.8 now for Ashton, the first driver into 38.8. Martin into a 38.9. Two chasers of Comer and Webster still in the 39s. Just like the rest of the order, all 39s and 40s still. Two leaders in the 38. They continue to extend that gap, and I think after this one, after lap number 9 of this race, they will now be a second ahead, I do believe. Just over 2 minutes left to go, and Lorenzo Martin and Ashton Horseball are making sure it's just those two who are battling for the race win at the end. And to be honest, Lorenzo Martin might not even need the help here from Ashton Horseball, as he now is trying to break away himself. Got about a kart length there as they went under the gantry to start lap number 10. It's still Horseball with that overall fastest lap, but Lorenzo Martin was 1.5 tenths quicker on the last lap. Very impressive from Lorenzo Martin. Of course, he is creating a gap in the air all of his own. No assistance for anyone ahead of him. And his pace is still absolutely electric here round Clay Pigeon. 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock now, so opportunity starting to dwindle here. But still, Comer and Webster, the only thought of those two behind is sit together, work together. We can't let these two get away, and they're hoping that Horseball might think about a move sooner rather than later. Looking for the up and under, trying it out of Binny's blind, and he's got it. Nicely done there from Ashton Horseball. Read that beautifully, and there you go. That little bit of battling, and look at that. The group of 2 by 2 has now become a group of 4 with one little move. There wasn't even a lot of time wasted there between Martin and Horseball. It was a pretty succinct move there for Ashton Horseball, and still, they lost enough time for these two to close back up. Not quite close enough to get stuck in, but much closer than they were. 50 seconds now left to go on the clock. This will be on the penultimate lap of the race. Only just 10 seconds in it between final lap and penultimate lap, but it will be penultimate lap, and Ashton Horseball leads us onto it. Only Horseball and Martin have led so far in this race. Of course, they did start on the front row, courtesy of their impressive qualifying from earlier. Mistake for Martin. He loses speed out of the S's, and through they go. Both of them up the inside into the hairpin. Comer to second, Webster to third. Martin will try and fight back round the outside as they head into the middle part of the circuit. Through the horseshoe they go, but he's not going to be able to. What a shame for Lorenzo Martin. After what was looking like potentially driving away in the lead only a couple of laps ago, he slipped down to 4th place here. As no, we're going to have 2 more laps here, guys. We are 5 seconds on the clock. So still 2 more laps to go. Well, that will be great news for Lorenzo Martin, won't it? After that small mistake, I think it might have just been a bit of a smack of the curb or something that got him slightly offline there. Lost that exit speed. Clearly had to lift for some reason or another. And both Comer and Webster said, well, thank you very much. He didn't try and aggressively cover the inside line, which is good to see. Respectful racing. He tries it up through the horseshoe. He started the inside line. There might be contact. There isn't somehow. Super close between those two. As Martin tried to thread the needle back up the inside, there was a nice move into the horseshoe, but it didn't quite work. On to the final lap we go then, and look how much Horseball has scampered off in the lead now. He only needed that little invitation, didn't he? Very impressive. As soon as he gapped clear, it was really as soon as Lorenzo Martin made that mistake, Horseball never looked back, and Comer and Webster simply did not have the pace, sadly for them, to keep up to date with Horseball in the lead. Very impressive race from Ashton and Lorenzo. Just a shame there for that mistake from Lorenzo, dropping into 4th place. I think he would have been hoping for a top 2 from this one. 4, still some good points for the championship charge for Lorenzo. To the line we go then. Horseball's going to win this first heat today. Well done to Ashton Horseball. First driver to see the checkered flag and is victorious here in heat number 1. Louis Coma, sorry Louis, I'm going to do that a few times today, Louis, I might sincerely. Louis Coma, Peter Webster, Lorenzo Martin, your top 4 there, all well clear of the rest of the field. And good to see the handshakes and fist bumps between the drivers, the respect and camaraderie between the field as they head back into the pit lane. And as we say then, maximum points for Mr. Ashton Horseball on the first. That wasn't quite so respectful hand gestures, I don't think, between those two, sadly. But so Horseball wins then, first heat of the day in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship. Louis Coma, Peter Webster, your top 3, followed by Lorenzo Martin. And then Sebastian Thompson, you're driving a bit of no man's land there. Drivers behind closed into about 2 seconds by the checkered flag, but he was a further 6 back from the top 4. So a bit of no man's land for Sebastian Thompson. And speaking of the group behind, Thomas Stevens got to the sharp end of that by the checkered flag. He was followed by Matthew Plant. Harry Pennington was in 8th place, followed by Mia Duffel and Finley Worthy, the top 10. Joseph E. sadly dropping down to P11. He was followed by Tyler Goodser, Carter Lundy, Emma Falconer, Callan Falconer, Jamie Robotham had that issue on lap number 1. Nicole Allardyce, who as well was in the wall in lap number 1, finished in P17 a lap down. And then sadly, looks as though we lost Jensen Smith and Isaac Hobbs as well. I missed that one, as that was early on in the race. I think that was lap number 1 as well, so sadly missed that one. But anyway, enough nattering from me. We're about ready for our next race of the day. Right then, Honda Cadets out onto the circuit then. Dino Rowlands is on pole position for this one, with Archie Loveridge alongside him on the front row. Those two having a great battle last time out at Wilton Mill. I'm very much looking forward to this one. Half a second between them though in qualifying, I've just spotted. That's a crazy gap for Dino Rowlands. Half a second in qualifying, that's crazy. But then Loveridge is 1.2 seconds quicker than Ollie Knox in 3rd place. Massive gaps. It can't have been wet for qualifying, that's insane. Those gaps are crazy around here at Clay Pigeon. And it's 3.2 back to Alistair Saunders. Don't know if I trust that. Anyway, Knox and Saunders 2nd row. Bradley Sutton and Archie Rutter on row 3, with Zach Service and Francesca Critch on row number 4. Row 5 is Oscar Wills and Callum Bradford. Then it's Chase Wilmington and Leo Bellendron, followed by Alfie Mullett, Connor Sturdy, Joey Coma. Another Coma. I will be sure to get that right, Joey. Hopefully. Unless you're Kuma, then that's really going to throw things. Throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Right then, 15 carts on the grid for this one here in Honda Cadet. The GX200 engines taking to the track for the first time in anger today. And as we say, Rowlands and Loveridge, what a battle it was between those two back at Wilton Mill. Looks like we're good to go. Thumbs up from the back of the grid, Union flag drops, and we're off and racing. Loveridge and Rowlands then from the front row, and immediately Loveridge cuts across. Lovely start from Archie Loveridge. And there will be a little bit of leaning on each other, a little bit of loading down to the first couple of corners, but no drivers off and wide, which is good to see. You've got to be aggressive in defending that inside line, particularly in the likes of the Honda Cadet, down and through Billy's blind on the first lap here at Clay Pigeon. And you saw that from the drivers, but respectful enough that there was no contact and off-piste. Any moments for any drivers. Up and under, that was nice there for 4th place. Cheeky move back into P4. That was very nice there, down through the horseshoe. Just double check who that was. So they come through to end this lap. I think it might have been Ollie Knox getting his way back through. Oh no, Knox is in 3rd. No, I take that back. It is Knox in 3rd place. Who was it? It was Bradley Sutton on the 53. It was. Lovely move from Bradley Sutton. And he's going to try again. Down at T1. Goes side by side into the S. That's a bold move from Bradley Sutton, and he's got it. Shucks the other driver off piste. That's Ollie Knox, was trying to hang it round and trying to keep his foot planted there through the S's. He did manage to keep it on circuit, to be fair, and I think that's allowed him to keep 4th. It has, as they continue side by side for 5th behind. Lovely move there, as Alistair Saunders keeps himself ahead of Archie Rutter. For now, anyway, for now. You know how Honda Cadet races like to kick off, and look at this, top 3 scampering off now. Bradley Sutton with a lovely start to this race. He's straight onto the leading group, and he's straight into the fastest lap as well. What a start to this race from Bradley Sutton. This has been brilliant so far from Bradley. What can he do here from 3rd place? 6.5 minutes still left to go on the clock. Down through into the hairpin we go once again. No moves this time. Top 3 settling into it. Will we see what we saw in the British Junior your Pro Kart Championship. There was working together in that, but there was also chopping and changing. So it was kind of a half and half, that one. The moves that they did make, they made sure that they didn't lose themselves much time. They carried on building out a bit of a gap. Now these three have scampered off already, and they're battling behind, you can see. Saunders was that down the inside, they're 3 wide on the exit. Knox, Saunders and Rutter going at it as they head into the S's once more. They have sorted themselves out, and I think it might be Alistair Saunders who's back to the sharp end. It's Knox who's just behind. Knox has dropped to 5th place. Saunders, I think, is into 4th, with Rutter and Wills going with them as well. Zach Service getting stuck in as well on the WC plate. Good to see Zach out, I believe, for the first time here at UK Kart Series. It might have been at a round I wasn't commentating out, but certainly the ones where my silly voice has been on your live stream, it's the first time, so hello, Zach. Same for Francesca Cridge and Alfie Mullet as well. Also, hello to all of you, and best of luck. When we look back to our race leaders, and still, Dino Rowland making sure Archie Loveridge has no space to breathe. Look at the battle going on behind as well from 4th place backwards. That's still absolutely exciting as ever. As I can see Ollie Knox is back into 4th, so that's changed around again. It's Rutter who got through to 4th initially. He's back down into the group now as well with Saunders, Service and Wills. But these three still as they were. Loveridge, Rowland and Sutton still going at it. Of course, Sutton had that lovely start, caught up to the leading group quickly, but as they're settling into ultimate pace now in this race, just falling a couple of tenths off of our leaders. Loveridge and Rowland's a bit faster. Scrap that, Bradley. I will eat my words. Bradley Sutton goes fastest yet again. So we're struggling on the last 2 laps to find the same pace of the leaders, but he's back on it now. 40.138 for Bradley Sutton, and this could be his opportunity. Straight onto the back of these 2 leaders. Now here will be the interesting one, because we've seen these 2 battle already, of course, Loveridge and Rowland, and across the first few heats of the day, super chill, working together nicely, gapping the group, and then seeing who got it on the last lap, basically. So I think really, if Bradley sits and waits here, he's going to 100% guarantee he gets 3rd place if he just waits. I think he needs to start getting involved here for this leading battle, because as we say, Loveridge and Rowland are very used to working together at the sharp end. Sutton has been there and thereabouts all season, but to be in the breakaway with these 2, I think it's one of the first times, if not the first time. And thus I can understand the sitting back and waiting. But actually, I think that might be the wrong strat in this race, particularly in heat number 1. We shall wait and see how it plays out, though, for Bradley. Still 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock as we head down. Beautiful drone shots, as always, here from the guys behind the scenes at Stretton Events. Always lovely, lovely shots of the racing action. And from here at Clay Pigeon as well, given it such a short circuit, you can pretty much see the whole track in that drone shot. It looks great. And especially when the sun is shining as beautifully as it is today. But take a thought for us here behind the scenes. We're in a van with no air conditioning and no fan, so we're sweating. We're sweating. Oh, thank you, Alan. That's so kind of you to hand me my own fan, I promise you. That's very kind. Well, no, anyway, I'm sure the drivers out there on circuit are a lot warmer than us in here, so fair play to them in their full fireproof overalls and helmets and everything. It's going to be a sweaty work out there today. So if you're watching and you're here today, make sure you're keeping yourself hydrated and, of course, the usual things. Just look after yourself. It's a very warm day here today at Clay Pigeon. I think, I didn't last check my my weather app, but I think it was something like 27 it was going to be today at some point. So rather warm, yes, to 27 degrees. It's going to be rather toasty. But speaking of, it was nothing compared to the heat wave we previously had, which I wasn't in the country for, thank goodness. But it's going to be pretty warm for next week as well. So actually, comparatively, relatively cool today. So I can tell you from the back of my fan, it doesn't feel like that. Right then, on to a new lap we go. 2.5 minutes still left in this race. 9 laps on the race. We are now on 2. And it is still Bradley Sutton with that fastest lap. Loveridge, Rowlands and Sutton, as they have been for the whole race. Following line of stern, and you see there, Rowlands had a good enough exit there out of the hairpin to go for a move, but he didn't. He didn't. It's too early in the race still, Dino thinks. Good to see as well. I hope that the Rowlands family are vlogging again today, because I thoroughly enjoyed my involvement in their Wilton Mill vlog of all my shouty shenanigans about Dino. So if I am, hello YouTube, hello to the YouTube channel. Big shout out, subscribe to the Dino Rowlands YouTube channel. Big up. On we go. Dino still stuck in here. Still weighing up his options here with Archie as they head down to the hairpin once again. And of course, he's in that challenging position because, as we saw at Wilton Mill, often was the case, it was just the 2 of them. And thus, Dino could sort of weigh it up and go for it when he likes. But he's now got to think about Bradley behind as well, because if he goes for a move that doesn't quite work out, Bradley's going to be straight on the scene and thus trying to make up a move himself. So Dino's in a bit of a tough spot there in second place at the moment. As he checks over the shoulder, and he very much knows the position that he's in right now. off onto a new lap we go. 10 laps of the race now completed. Then on to lap number 11 we go. Behind still very feisty as well. It's now Alistair Saunders at the head of that battle as they switch around. That was the WC plate of Zach Service making a cheeky move into the S's. He gets through now on Archie Rutter. Rutter slipping back as well. Awesome battling here in the Honda Cadets. It's, honestly, the Honda Cadets at UK Kart Series are like we've gone back in time to the 160s. If you were back, I mean, I've not been around karting for that long, but back when I started commentary and it was the 160s, you always knew when the Honda Cadets came out the racing was going to be insane. And we've kind of lost that moving to the 200s. The racing is very different, but the racing in the UK Kart Series Honda Cadets is the most similar that I've ever seen. Really close, packed racing here in the Hondas. There's a lot more thought, I think, that has to go into Honda Cadet racing than used to. You could sort of just send a move and it would just be constant chopping and changing, moving around again, as we might now start to see the lead here as Dino Rowlands is looking for it. Sutton up the inside. Oh, almost a bit of contact between those two. That was fortunate for Dino Rowlands. But like we say, we were waiting for it to get to near the end of the race. And here you go, timer hits 0, on to the final lap we go, and it's only on that penultimate lap that we finally started to see Archie Loveridge defending in this race. Down into Billy's line we go, and Dino Rowlands will set up the up and under. He's got it, lovely from Dino Rowlands. Beautifully set up under brakes, and Sutton's going to try and stick the nose in as well. Just about able to avoid contact, but that might just be what Dino Rowlands needed there. A little hold up through the S's for Loveridge will mean he is not in a position to immediately re-overtake. And that was beautiful from Rowlands, and you could tell he thought about that one as well. He knew Sutton was right behind him. If he could sort of move where he could then sort of invite Bradley to get involved as well, that would give him the lead permanently, and it has. Round the final corner comes Dino Rowlands. He's going to win the first heat of the day. First spoils of this weekend here at Clay Pigeon go to Dino Rowlands. Loveridge in second place, Sutton in third. Great to see that one from Bradley Sutton. Very impressive race there from Bradley. He was great back at Wilton Mill, consistently getting better, getting higher up the order with every race. Well, he's come out the blocks flying, hasn't he, here at Clay Pigeon. Sutton on to the top 3, first race of the day. But like we say then, first spoils of the racing action this weekend in Honda Cadets goes to Rowlands. The Rowlands versus Loveridge battle. Can Sutton get more stuck in next time out? We shall wait and see. But as we say, doesn't quite have the confidence up near the sharp end that the likes of Rowlands and Loveridge do. So I'm sure Bradley will settle into it more in the next races and get even more stuck in. Behind him, Alistair Saunders and Zach Service rounded out your top 5. They were followed by Archie Rutter, Ollie Knox, Oscar Wills, Chase Wilmington, Callum Bradford, that was your top 10, and they were followed by Francesco Cridge, Connor Sturdy, Alfie Muller, Leo Belengin, and Joey Comer. 29 seconds there between the whole field, and it was only 5 seconds between the top 8. Very, very close there. Great racing up and down the order. Exciting stuff then from our Honda Cadets, as we're so used to seeing here in the UK Kart Series. Well, their heat number 1 is in fact done and dusted. Only a few more heats to go until the lunch break though. Up next, the British Pro Kart Championship for their heat 1. Right then, we've already had the juniors. Let's see how the seniors enjoy action here at Clay Pigeon. Aaron Alexander takes pole position in this one. Who would have thunk it? Aaron has been amazing to watch this year, genuinely amazing. Let's see how he goes for pole position. Ian Bagger, your champion from British Junior Pro Karts in 2025, lines up on the front row for the first time this season. Fair play to you, Ian. What a qualifying from you. Alfie King and Daniel Katasinski are on row 2. You can see Katasinski so high up as well. Daru Rout and Paul Scaife are on row 3. They're followed by Clayton Ravenscroft and Carl Ruddock. Then it's Bradley Rowe and Alfie Wilkes. They round out the top 10. They're followed by Ronnie Bowen and Alfie Wiltshire. Then it's James Stradwell and Conor McCarthy, Max Mannion and Aaron Lord. Then Ronnie Rowe, Oscar Buckby, Johnny Monday and Nick Lord round out the top 20. They're followed by Archie Cotton, Bo Harbour, Peter Sharp, Steve Nichols, Ethan Taylor, Adam Saunders, Gavin Pike, Charlie Brooks and Jack Dunbobbin. 30 drivers total on the grid for today. Always a bumper grid with the British Pro Kart Championship, and understandably so if you've watched any of the racing from this year. It has been brilliant. Sadly not the tsunami conditions of Shellington a few months ago. That was a pretty crazy race when they were all out on slicks and it went to very wet conditions, but much drier here at Clay Pigeon. Off we go. Heat number 1 begins. A great start from Aaron Alexander. Look at that bagger chopping straight across. Had already lost second place and was like, I'm not losing any more. To the inside I go. 48. Almost with an instant there as there's more contact behind. Two drivers off and round as we head down into the S's. You can see that was happening. There was already contact happening down through Billy's blind. There was a chain reaction down there into the S's, as there you go, there is confirmation of that contact down at Billy's blind. The 13 and the 85 are off. That's Andrea Baharu Mastita. And I can't quite spot the other driver. We'll find out who that is as they drop down the order. I realise I didn't see Andrea's name on the grid, so I'm not sure if the grid was entirely correct there, because I've got 33, whereas I only had 30 on the grid, so I don't know what's happening there. Anyway, lap down, sadly, for a couple of these drivers who were stuck down at the first couple of corners. Look at the lead that Aaron Alexander has already got at the sharp end of the order here. That is ridiculous from Aaron Alexander. What a start to the race. That's cheeky up the inside into third place, though, down at the horseshoe. Aggressively up the inside there as they continue battling through to the exit. That is Paul Scape, Daniel Katazinski, the routes in there as well with Alfie Wiltshire. Very, very close between all of these drivers. Great start to this race already, but let's look at the gap. What is this? Ridiculous. Over a second for Aaron Alexander. Alfie King is in second place, and he himself is at 1.4 seconds ahead of Paul Scape in third place. And Escape and Katazinski then squabbling over P3 fantastically well. Drivers continuing on round then. Still lots of interesting battles in, well, to be honest, throughout the order. I was about to say up near the sharp end, but of course our top two have scampered off very nicely early on in this one. But looking further down the order, it's basically like which battle do you want, really? The entirety of the rest of the order, all in one train, pretty much. So, right, across the line we go. So that's one of our drivers who had issues earlier on in the race coming through. So that would have been Jay Shepherd coming through onto another lap. It is Andrea Baharu Mastita who is still stuck down there through Billy's blind, that is. So sadly, Andrea very much out of the race. They won't be rejoining, and they're already now 4 laps down. No, Aaron Alexander, 1.6 seconds clear of Alfie King now. Alfie King a further 1.7 seconds clear of Daniel Katazinski. But impressive from Katazinski. He's made that move then on Paul Scape a lap or so ago. He's managed to stay in front. 3/10 clear now. As Aaron Alexander looks to put a lap now on our back marker. There goes first, there goes second, and then we've got basically third place back now then. So Katazinski, Scape, Grout, Wiltshire, Wilts, Bagger, Drabwell, Ravenscroft, top 10, all getting properly stuck in. There is the 22 of Alfie Wilts, with the number 5 of James Drabwell coming through. So Ian Bagger must have moved around there as well, because he should have been in between those two, but he certainly wasn't when we saw them there on screen. And they're continuing to battle down into the hairpin once again. There's the 259 of Ravenscroft there. Was intent to start the lap, but he's now ahead of Alfie Wilts as well. Sadly, Wilts has gone backwards here on lap number 6. He started this lap in 7th place. Where's he going to be when we come to the end of it, though? It's definitely all reshuffled around. Down to 10th goes Alfie, so 3 places lost. And there's a cheeky move up the inside there on the 55, as there's been a contact on the exit as well. Ravenscroft chucks his way through right to the middle of that squabble. As the UK plate at Bradley Road, not far off this as well. Of course, your Victor earlier on at round number 1. Hence, he's been able to adorn his kart with that nice UK plate. But not quite working out in this one at the moment, down in the midst of team positions. Ravenscroft now straight onto the back of James Drabwell. So this is again, they've each gained a position earlier on in this lap. There is Alfie King. I do believe Aaron Alexander's teammate there in 2nd place, so good showing for the team so far, as that was a bit too cheeky there from the 48. Scape trying to get back through on Katazinski, bit of contact down through Billy's blind, and that's going to invite Daru Rout back into this battle. They've built an ever so slight gap back to Rout in 5th place. Well, that's closed with that bit of trading paints down to the first couple of corners. So Rout's back with them. Bagger's the one holding up the next group as this is all getting a bit chaotic through the horseshoe. We're almost 3 wide there, as that is the UK player Bradley Roach trying to get stuck in. He'll find himself on the outside though at the exit of the horseshoe. Through the right-hander and into top bend we go. Still 2.5 minutes left to go in this race. As there goes Ravenscroft. Through he goes, down at Billy's blind. Nice move from Ravenscroft. Up the inside of James Stradwell. And into 7th place he goes. Oh, thank goodness I asked Alan to open the doors in this van. There's finally a bit of through flow of air. Whoa. Honestly, try commentating in a sauna, it's not very fun. I can't complain, it's literally the best job in the world. I absolutely love it. Sadly, you guys have got to listen to me shout about absolute rubbish for a whole day, so after a new lap we go then. 2 minutes still left to go in the race. It's now 3.5 seconds, the gap that Alexander has at the sharp end ahead of King. Here comes the 10, trying to thread that needle, ain't going to work, no 48, had enough of a run there to hold it around the outside, so Scape keeps 4th place for now. Drew trying to find his way through. We've got the back marker involved in there as well, which is making things a little bit more challenging to keep up to date with. As they're side by side once more, we'll go for the up and under, that's nice. Nicely done there to get past the 27 of Katasinski. So through goes Scape into 3rd place. That's our first change to 3rd in a good few laps. Escape finds his way past, so falls back into 3rd. Daniel's back down to 4th. The Roove is right with them as well, as he's now got Iron Bagger, Clayton's Ravenscroft and James Stradwell for company as well. Oh, trying up the inside there, so that's Daru Rout trying to find a way back through on Ravenscroft. The Ravenscroft not happy with that one. He'll lose a place because of that as well. So contact there as Rout finds his way back through on Ravenscroft. And James Stradwell says, yeah, cheers, I love that place, thank you very much. So sadly, Ravenscroft's efforts to get to 6th see him drop into 8th place. I think he'll be hoping for a penalty after the race for that one. But we'll leave that one up to much smarter people than I. Onto a new lap goes Aaron Alexander then with 50 seconds on the clock. So it will be 3 more laps of this race here in heat number 1 of the British Pro Kart Championship. Points it through, so that's our back marker there on the 85. That is Jay Shepherd, who was involved in that squabble with Andrea Baharu-Mastita down at T1 on lap number 1. So still with some good pace, but making sure that they get out of the way of the leaders as succinctly and simply as possible. Ravenscroft is back through as well, I've just spotted behind. So I believe, is that on Drabwell? It is on Drabwell. So back through on Drabwell he goes into 7th place. So they're still looking to find a way back through on the route. Rout is Ravenscroft. 10 seconds on the clock as Aaron Alexander crosses the line. So onto the penultimate lap of the race we go now, and he has almost a 5-second lead at the sharp end. What did I say before the race start? Aaron Alexander has been sublime so far this season. I rarely see someone so dominant in such a competitive championship such as this. Aaron has been amazing, and yet again he started today like he needs to go on. Pole position, followed by a Heat 1 victory. Well, I won't call it too soon, Aaron. Don't want to commentate as Kirsty this early on. Oh my goodness, what a start to the day that would be. Squabble still continuing on. Your first there. There is second now, Alfie King. That's way over 5 seconds behind now, isn't it? It is 5.2 now for Aaron Alexander as we head on to the last lap of the race. But in that battle behind, Scape, Bagger, Katasinski, Rout, Ravenscroft, Drabwell, then a bit of a gap. Then Aaron Lord leads the next one from 9th place backwards, followed by Alfie Wiltshire, Alfie Wilkes, Bradley Rowe, Oscar Butley, Ronnie Bond, Nick Lord, Bo Harbour. So many drivers. Then dropping back. I think it's down to about 19th place there from 9th. So some great battles here in the British Pro Kart Championship, and we watch and wait for our race leader. Aaron Alexander comes around the final corner, and Aaron Alexander will be victorious in heat number 1. He crosses the line. Now Aaron Alexander wins P1 for number 1. What a start to the day. Alfie King finishes second. Who's going to be third? Across the line they go. It is Iron Bagger. Gets it back on the final lap. And your champion in the Junior British Pro Kart Championship in 2025 gets a podium finish. Of course, it's not really an official podium. You only get those in the final later on. But either way, it's a top 3 finish for Iron Bagger. Very well done to Iron. Lovely racing from him there. But Aaron Alexander and Alfie King, I do think they are teammates. What a showing from them. Aaron Alexander, race victor, 5.5 seconds clear of Alfie King in P2, and King a further 3 seconds ahead of Iron Bagger. Great racing there, but I do think Alfie King, if he hadn't broken away that early on, would have been in that squabble from Iron Bagger backwards. Pace alone will see what happens there for Alpha King later on in the day. Paul Scaife involved in that big squabble from third place. Because he was 4th, Kaczynski was 5th, Ravenscroft was 6th, Daruva was 7th, and Drabwell was in 8th. Then the next battle behind, Aaron Lord did stay ahead in 9th place. Actually gapped the rest of that group by about a second and a half, really. Ahead then of Alfie Wiltshire, who rounded up the top 10. He was followed by Bradley Rowe, Alfie Wiggs, Ronnie Bowen, Oscar Buckley, Mick Lord, Bo Harbour, John Monday, Ethan Taylor, Steve Nichols, Carl Roddick, Charlie Brooks, Conor McCarthy, Peter Sharp, Ronnie Rowe, Max Mannion, Jack Dunbobbin, Archie Cotton, Gavin Pike, Rodney Taylor, Kenny McAllister, Adam Saunders, Jay Shepherd and Andrea Baharu Mastita. Good number of drivers in that race, and it was a very exciting one. A classic British Pro Kart Championship race, I would say. And yet again, Aaron Alexander taking the spoils right there. They're done and dusted. We head straight on to our next heat. It is our Formula Blues out for their first heat of the day. Right then, next heat of the day. Only 2 more heats until we go to the lunch break here today, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of an earlier lunch break than usual. So we're doing all the first round of heats, lunch break, and then we've got all the second round of heats, all the third round of heats, and all the finals. So I'm going to be dead by the end of that, but it's going to be great fun for all of you watching at home. Right then, Danny Elson is on the is on pole for this one, with Max Günther alongside him. Actually, these grids were wrong last time at Wilton, so take this grid with a pinch of salt. It might not be correct. Nigel Vickery and Tom Parker, I'm told, are in the second row. Jeff Ellis, Mike Bell, Phil Waters, James Dawkins, Mark Ellis, Ron Schoen, and Hannah Endicott. We should have 11 drivers total in this one. Whether that's the order or not, I don't know. We'll wait and see. Off to a race start we go then for our Formula Blues. And it's Mike Bell side by side with Nigel Vickery as we head down into the first couple of corners for the first time. 22 and James Dawkins forcing his way through. Up to second place he goes, and it will be down to 4th for Nigel Vickery, as I think it was Phil Waters who also shuffled his way through. Great stuff there from the 2 chasing drivers as we're side by side for the lead once more. Up into the horseshoe we go. One driver shuffled out right over that exit curb. Drivers try and sort themselves out here in this Retro Karting Championship. Great to have the Formula Blues back with us yet again. Of course, they joined us at Wilton Mill, and they're back again here at Clay Pigeon. On to lap number 2 we go then. It has changed for the lead. James Dawkins is into the lead then. And Mike Bell held on to most of that first lap, but it was down through into the horseshoe. The Dawkins got it done. Bell down to second. Max Günther is into third, with Tom Parker up into 4th. So Dawkins, Günther and Parker both gaining 2 on that first lap. Same for Jeff Ellis down in 8th now. And Danny Elson, your only junior Formula Blue, has made 1 position up into 10th. So sadly for Danny, being the junior, has to start at the back for every single race. We'll see what Danny can do through these ones, whether he can find some exciting pace and scamper his way through the order. Well, on to lap number 3 we go then. Still Dawkins who leads ahead of Bell. Günther and Parker are very close together though. As Tom Parker looking to launch an attack here for 3rd place as contact. Well, we said he was launching that attack, and he has. So that was Parker through on Günther. That was Günther trying to make the up and under down at Binning's Blind. So clearly Parker had gone for it up the inside. Günther was trying to get the hook back to get the up and under, but really nicely done from Tom there. Closed the door, didn't allow it. Günther went into the back of him, and you saw him getting all sorts of sideways there, but managed to collect it. Stays there in 4th place. Sadly, 1 position lost there for Max, as Tom Parker makes his way through into the top 3. 6 minutes left to go. Dawkins with the new fastest lap of the race, and he is well clear of the rest of the order. 36.1 for Dawkins on the last lap. Mega stuff from Dawkins. That's comparatively with a 36.7, 36.5, 37.2, 36.7, 37.1, 36.9. He is minimum half a second quicker than the entirety of the rest of the field. Very impressive so far in this one from James Dawkins. And he'll be looking to just continue to scamper off. We'll see whether he can do just that though. Whether the rest of the drivers can reel him back in. Off we go to a new lap of this race then. These cars don't look like the easiest of cars to drive, and great to have them still out and lapping, of course, as I say, relatively retro championship, this one. There's all very close between these two, and I think that might have been even a switch around there as Tom Parker finds his way past Mike Bell. That came out of nowhere. Mike Bell was only a couple of seconds off. He was 1.8 off as we went on to the last lap, and now 2.8 off, so a bit of time lost there for Mike on the previous lap, and a position lost as well. Tom Parker through into second place. As we say, they're called Formula Blue because they've got those blue pipes around the engine because they are water-cooled engines on these karts. And they do sound great. If you could hear them over my dulcet tones over the airways, they sound brilliant, these karts. Proper screamers, these old retro karts, as they should be. And they do sound brilliant, especially at a circuit such as this here at Clay Pigeon. So much history here at Clay Pigeon. Plenty of famous drivers finding their feet down here in the southwest of England. But the leader is off. Dawkins now nearly 3.5 seconds clear as he's popped in a 35.9 on the last lap. I thought maybe as we settled into pace he might just start to get reeled in, but absolutely not. That's not happening. Couldn't be further from the truth, that one, John. Chase Dawkins, 35.9, and that is now 7/10 quicker than anyone else out there on the circuit at the moment. He's surely going to go over 4 seconds clear of the rest of the field on that previous lap. What a lap. As not quite new personal best for the chasing drivers, 36.3, 36.7 for Parker and Bell respectively, but that last lap wasn't Dawkins' fastest and it was still a 36.10, so still gained a few tenths on those chasing drivers. Parker's still a little bit faster than Bell as well, despite them both setting personal best. Seems as though Parker extended the gap in second as well, so we saw that change around a lap or two ago. I don't think there's going to be a re-attack though, sadly, from Mike Bell. And that gap then back to Max Günther, around 1.5 seconds at the moment. So there they go. There is then Günther, who he actually might be getting caught really by Phil Waters as they come across the line. Phil gains a little bit on the last lap, about 1.5 on Max Günther on that previous lap. So there's 6 tenths in it between those two now as we head on to lap number 9. As we said earlier, a lot more laps ticking through here today at Clay Pigeon, given the fact that it's such a shorter lap. These guys lapping, as we said, at 35, 36, so on a good few minute heat race, you get a good number of laps in, don't you? You can't complain about how many laps you're getting through today. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the heats, 10 minutes plus 1 lap for those finals later on today. Points well and truly weighted in that direction as well. For all the classes except Pro Kart, 24 heats for a win in the 24 points for a win in the heat, 100 points for the win in the final. In the Pro Kart, 60 points for a heat win and 180 points for a final win. So slightly different point system, but both very, very heavily weighted towards the finals. Saying that won't be the case here in Formula Blue because they're an invitational championship. They're not usually part of the UK Kart Series. It just so happens that they've been with us, thankfully, for both Wilton Mill and Clay Pigeon. It's been great to have them on board with us. But like we say, they run their own championship. Their point system will be different. How they sort out their grids is different, and that is why I don't have them on my screen ready for the race start. It does make it a bit of a challenge, but hey, like I say, best job in the world. Best job in the world. No complaints. Danny Elson's doing a nice job in this one. Your only junior racer in this one. 7th position at the moment for Danny. And he's actually well clear, I've just spotted as well. He's 9.5 seconds clear, so nearly 10 seconds clear of Nigel Vickery now in 8th place. He is chasing down Jeff Ellis. It was half a second he got out of Jeff. Oh, contact! Big bit of contact on off into the wall down at Billy's blind. That was so lucky the kart didn't go over there. That was Max Günther and Phil Waters there. Contact and off to the barriers they went. A real shame, but honestly, I am so glad that that driver didn't flip. That was very close there as they went up onto 2 wheels with that bit of contact. Oh, thank goodness. We can breathe a sigh of release. Günther and Waters seemingly all okay, but out of the race for sure, or at least dropping down the order quite decisively there. We saw Phil Waters have been closing. We knew that move was coming soon enough. As they crossed the line, there was a 10th between them. Moved down into Billy's blind. Contact, and off they both went to the scenery. Well, that's positions gained for all the drivers behind them. So Jeff Ellis jumps into 4th. Danny Elson, your only junior, now jumps into the top 5. So this will be a great first race of the day from 11th on the grid, as he has to be, given he's a junior, up into 5th by the checkered flag. Very nice job from Danny. As the rest of the drivers now watch from the scenery, sadly, for both Max and Phil. I did think they'd probably be out, and they are. That was quite a sizable bit of contact. I just hope they're both back with us for heat number 2 and 3 in the final after the lunch break. And again, I'm thankful that they're both standing up beside the car and seemingly all fine. Well, timer has hit 0 now, so James Dawkins, next time he comes through, will see the final lap board. And it will be the last few metres of this race here for our Formula Blues. And one more heat before the lunch break, and that will be our Honda R200s to finish it off before we go to a little bit of a breather at this rather warm day here at Clay Pigeon. We wouldn't have it any different though. On we go then. There was the 22, just as I say that, a flying beast tries to attack me here in the van. Dawkins is closing up to a couple of back markers, isn't he, on the 22, so I think you've got to be hoping he doesn't really catch them. Not that it matters, he's 8.2 seconds clear here on the final lap, so Dawkins could just nurse this one round the final corner and take the spoils for himself. Here he comes on the 22. James Dawkins will win the first heat of the day in Formula Blues. Very, very impressively so as well, I must say. Absolute domination for the first time today, really, there from James Dawkins. We've had some impressive races from some drivers so far today, but that was domination from James Dawkins. 9 seconds clear almost by the time they got to the checkered. Tom Parker finishes second then, and he did scamper off almost 2 seconds clear of White Bell by the time they got to the checkered flag. Bell was third, and then of course it all reshuffled near the end there. Jeff Ellis up into fourth, Danny Elson to 5th place, and then we wait for these three to come round. So this ended up being a battle for 6th here. Who gets the sharp end of it? I think it will be Nigel Vickery. It is. Vickery 6th. Oh, it changes at the flag. Endicott gets Ron Sean on the line. Still one of my favourite names there, Ron. It might be Ron Sean. Ron Sean. Either way, Ron. Big up yourself. But sadly, Ron lost the position there, right on the line. Hannah kept it pinned. It almost looked as though Ron lifted off there at the line. Either way, Hannah got it right on the checkered flag. Up to 7th goes Hannah. Ron settles for 8th. Then we had Mark Ellis, 9th. Then Max Gunter, 10th. Phil Waters, 11th. Shame there for Gunter and Waters out of the race with that dramatic bit of contact. Well, there we go then. Formula Blues, their first race of the day, done and dusted. And like I said, one more race only before we go to the lunch break. It's our Honda R200s who are up next for their first heat of the day. After this. Yeah. I did. Sorry, you guys are chatting. And they're not out yet, so it's cool. They're not out yet. Well then, I know we've not really been going for too long so far today, but we are almost going into the lunch break. One more race to go before said lunch break, and it is our Honda R200s. Their slightly smaller brothers and sisters have already been out and treated us to some great action here at Clay Pigeon in the GX 200s. But the slightly faster, slightly bigger R200s about to head out on circuit. We've got 7 drivers in the field for this one, and it's a certain JJ Allen who takes pole position. Jake Barnett alongside him on the front row, with Maddie Horsball and Jack Clark on the second row. Row 3 has Hanny Findlater and William Hassack, and then it is Alfie Facer who rounds out the grid here in Honda R200s. It seems as though a little bit of a hold-up. I think that will be due to those carts that were stuck. As there you go, my point's immediately proven there, courtesy of our fantastic camera ops. They're catching all the action, and there indeed is the 36 sadly finding their way back to safety. So that's the cause of the slight hold-up, but again, like we say, that contact could have ended a lot worse. They're down at Billy's Blind, so I'm very glad to see both of them up on their feet immediately, and seemingly not too much damage. Hopefully able to get back out ready for Heat 2 of the Formula Blues after the lunch break. And speaking of which, well, we've got a couple of moments. Might as well just have a little look at the schedule for today. Like we say, all first round of heats then almost done and dusted, and then I believe it's into about a 45-minute lunch break. We'll be back at around 12:50. We're pretty much on schedule at the moment, to be fair, despite this little hold-up, so fair play to everyone behind the scenes at UK Kart Series. getting through things thick and fast. So yeah, if all continues on to plan as it should be back at about 12:50. Stream will be back about 12:45, ready for the second round of heats. Then we basically do it all again. So our 6 groups: Mighty and Coma, group number 1; Pro Kart Junior, group number 2; Honda Cadets, group number 3; Pro Kart Senior, group number 4; Formula Blue, group number 5; and Honda R200, group number 6. So we'll go through all their second round of heats, then all their third round of heats, and then all their finals. So it's going to be bumper this afternoon. Make sure you stick with us for all of it, and of course make sure you're subscribed to the Stretton Events channel to not miss any of the rest of the UK Kart Series rounds this season, and of course plenty of other racing here on the channel for you all to enjoy as well. And like we say, we've got all the Heat 2s, all the Heat 3s, and all the finals this afternoon. All those Heat 2s and Heat 3s, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. All those finals, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So it's going to be probably about, what's that, 2 hours and 40 minutes total racing time this afternoon. So plenty coming at you on your screen. So make sure that you stick with us. And speaking of the following rounds of the UK Kart Series, of course, great to be here today at Clay Pigeon. But sadly for myself, this is my last round here at the UK Kart Series. I'm not doing any commentary for the rest of the season. You're in safe hands with a good few names joining you for the last 4 rounds. It'll be round 6 up at Rowra on the 9th of August, round 7 over at Llandow in Wales on the 13th of September, then round 8 back up to Fullbeck on the 11th of October, and then Shenington to finalise it all. We go back there on the 1st of November. That's round number 9 to end the season. Of course, we'll think about that when we get to it. We're still here in the midst of summer, in the sunshine here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Where else would you rather be? I don't know. But here we go then. I think... So is this the only rolling start we've had today? Oh, of course we did. Thank you. I've already been told I'm wrong and to stop talking because I'm a complete moron. R200's go to a rolling start again, of course. And we go for the final race before the lunch break then. I've got 7 on my sheet. There are 7 out there I can see. 4 on the left-hand side of your screen, 3 on the right. And we go racing here in the Honda R200s. Off we go down to the first couple of corners. And already, drivers trying to make up a couple of cheeky moves there. Through to 2nd place was one of our lady racers there. I think that was Maddie Horseball finding her way through on Jake Barnett there down through Billy's blind. And already under a bit of pressure for Jake again. Jake looking up the inside, down into the hairpin. Was a little bit half-hearted there and doesn't get the move done, and actually really just benefits JJ Allen in the lead of the race. He gains a bit more fresh air between himself and Maddie. And after lap 1, we'll have to see what his gap is looking like. Through we go. Under the gantries, you see the bugs flying around the cameras in his walk, and he's coasting here at Clay, and the bugs are thoroughly enjoying the racing action. Well, Maddie is indeed into 2nd place. And that gap is half a second after lap number 1. 39.3 for your race leader, 39.7 for Maddie, 39.9 for Jake in 3rd. And he sends Jake the wider line there down into the hairpin, but Jake will try the up and under to the apex, and he's got it, you know. Fair play, Jake. That was lovely. Really nice move there from Jake Barnett. He gets it done. Down at the hairpin and holds on through the horseshoe as well. So they're back to as they were from the grid. Maddie back into 3rd place, Jake back into 2nd. Now, how has that battling affected the times? It was half a second as they went onto the 2nd lap. Onto lap 3, it's almost 9/10 of a second. That's not a huge amount lost, to be fair. 39 dead from Jake Barnett, whilst making an opportunistic move as well. Fair play to Jake. Let's watch and wait how this gap changes through the rest of this one. Hallie Finlater also there, closing down this group of 2nd and 3rd. It's not that far back to William Hossack as well. Sadly, Jack Clark and Alfie Facer have dropped a little bit off of the leaders at the moment, about 2 seconds back. Those two are at the moment, but they're having a lovely race themselves as well. You can see those two nose to tail as they head into the final corner. Through top bend they go, and on to another lap of the race. New fastest lap though from JJ Allen, at least on my live timing. It tells me it's a track record for JJ Allen. 38.5. Great lap there from him. 38.8 for Barnett, 38.9 for Maddie Horseball. So I thought maybe as we settle into it, maybe Jake and Maddie could work together, find a bit more time. It's not looking like that at the moment. Lovely lap from JJ Allen. He's off to the races in the lead. He's by himself. He's pushing a hole through the air all on his own, but that doesn't matter. He's continuing to find amazing time. On to lap number 5 he goes. How will the gap change? Another 3/10 game there for JJ Allen. No one can stop JJ Allen at the moment. very, very impressive. Finlayter still doing her best to close up to these top three, and actually might find she's under a bit more pressure from William Hassack soon enough. Look at those two in the background. Still have a great race. That's Jack Clark and Alfie Facer. The switch back from Alfie Facer there through the horses. You don't see that very often. They are having a proper ding-dong battle for 6th place. This is great. Here we go. This is Finlayter and Hassack. As we thought, might be more the case that Hallie has to start looking back rather than forward, and that is indeed what is now playing out on our screens. Hassack all over the back now of the 22 as they head over to top end once more. And Hassack get a move done though. He's got time on his side. 4 minutes still left to go in this race. We're only just about hitting half race distance. Look at those two in the background. They're still absolutely going at it. Clark and Facer. Across the line they went. Still only a 1/10.5 between those two. Fantastic squabbling. As JJ Allen's got even faster. And he is consistently on ultimate pace in this race. 38.454 was his fastest lap from 2 laps ago. Last lap, 38.489. So 300ths off of that time. Mighty impressive from JJ Allen. As here is Finlayter still trying to hold on to 4th place. She's done it for the moment. Another lap ticked off, another lap she's kept ahead. Surely it's a case of when, not if here, that Hassack goes for the move. Bit of time lost down the start-finish straight, to be honest. The Finlayter's gained a bit of a gap back there. As well as my car in the background. Hello. Hello, car. JJ Allen, what a race it's been from him so far. To be fair, as they've settled in, Barnett and Horseball have found good pace here. Barnett getting ahead of Horseball, of course, earlier on in this one, has now extended that gap to almost 1.6 seconds. But now they're into fresh air. Barnett is almost keeping on to JJ Allen's pace, but not enough to close up the gap, as here is Hassack once again onto the rear bumper of Hallie Finlayter, but Hallie continues to keep him behind, keeps William at arm's length. Down into Billy's blind once more then, and again it just seems as though Hallie is a bit more confident through top bend, because every time they go into top bend, William is absolutely on the rear bumper of Hallie, but by the time they get down to Billy's blind, there's a cart length or two between them. Hallie clearly carrying the speed better, but William is really fast through the S's, down through the horseshoe, and here we go, through the horseshoe, gets the up and under, and does get the place. Nicely done from William Hassack, who said it was surely a case of when rather than if, and there it is. Hassack through into 4th place then. But like we said, Finlayter's really quick down this part of the circuit. Will she think about a move into T1? Yes, she will. Almost on the inside. Not quite able to be late enough on the brakes, but it does just scare Hassack a little bit there. Goes a bit wide through Billy's blind, but is able to keep it on the black stuff. Cut back in. Retake the position. Retake the position on circuit. And keeps the place. Well done. Up to 4th place goes Hassack. But again, those gaps at the sharp end all opening up now. 2.3 between 1st and 2nd. A further 2.3 between 2nd and 3rd. And then it's a further 3.5. Now back to this squabble of 4th and 5th. And I think we will now start to see William Hassack just extending that gap a little bit more in 4th place. Finding that bit of time over Hallie Finlayter. Now Alfie Facer and Jack Clark switched around a couple of laps ago, and that gap has been monumentally obliterated. I don't know how. Alfie Facer's finding great pace now that he's been released. 39.4 on the last lap versus a 41 dead for Jack Clark. So clearly, it was just Jack Clark doing a very good job at keeping Facer behind, but now that Facer's gone through, has the ultimate pace to scamper off. And really, could have been on for, in terms of his overall pace, he should have been up and battling for 3rd, 4th place, really, in this race. So Alfie will be hoping for maybe a bit of a better start to heat number 2 and heat number 3, and he might be able to get more stuck in higher up positions in future heats. But for the moment, given that early squabbling between himself and Jack Clark, that's just held him back. It's just going to mean this race kind of gone away from him a little bit at this point. We keep our eyes here on Hassack and Finlayter, because to give Hallie her dues, William has not scampered off as I thought maybe he would here on getting ahead. He's keeping Hallie at arm's length to the point where she can't re-overtake or go for another attempt at an attack to get back through to P4. but nonetheless, she's sticking with it. Keeping on the coattails. Go on to the penultimate lap of the race. 10 seconds to go as JJ Allen crosses the timing beam, and we will have 2 more laps of the race to go. 3 seconds now between Allen and Barnett, but again, the gap between Allen and Barnett not opening up as quickly as it is between Barnett and Horspool. 3 seconds now between first and second, 3.7 now between second and third, and then a further 4 now back to Hossack in 4th place. Still only half a second between Hossack and Finn later. As on to the final lap now goes JJ Allen. He sees that last lap board, and only 815 metres more for maximum points here from Clay Pigeon so far for JJ Allen. Pole position in qualifying, and I think he has got to be my best shout for a perfect day here at Clay Pigeon today. We say that, Aaron Alexander was mightily impressive, wasn't he, in the British Pro Kart? Won by quite some margin. But here in Honda R200s, JJ Allen is always impressive. He's won many finals already this season. I'm sure he's going to want to add Clay Pigeon final to that list as well. Round the final corner comes JJ Allen. He will win the first heat of the day here in Honda R200. Sees the checkered flag first, and there is the number 10 across the line in P1. And a good, what is that going to be? 3.1 seconds ahead of Jake Barnett in second place. There is Maddie Horspool. Finishes in third, rounds out the top 3. William Hossack, as we saw, gets ahead of Harry Finlater, gets 4th place for himself. Finlater has to settle for 5th. Here comes Alfie Facer in 6th with some great pace after getting past Jack Clark, and can definitely get stuck in with those few drivers ahead. The likes of Finlater, Hossack and Horspool might just struggle to find the pace of the 2 leaders. But either way, a bit of a better start. Might be able to get stuck in a bit more. And here comes Jack Clark round the final corner as well. Finalises our order of 7 drivers. Jack Clark across the line, finishes in 7th place. Well, there we go then. JJ Allen taking the early spoils there in Honda R200 action ahead of Jake Barnett, Maddie Horspool, William Hossack, Harry Finlater, Alfie Facer and Jack Clark. And that brings us to the end of our first round of heats and brings us to the lunch break already. Going through these races thick and fast, and what a morning of action it has been from Clay Pigeon Raceway here already. Very exciting circuit, and UK Kart Series always produces good racing across all the 6 heats we've had so far. It has been brilliant. Make sure you join us for the rest of today's action. We'll of course be back in about 45 minutes time for the 2nd round of heats, 3rd round of heats, and those all important finals. We're going to go to a lunch break for about 40 minutes or so, 30 minutes or so. We'll be back at about 12:45, 12:50, where racing will continue. We shall see you then.
came out at near the end.
Maybe there's something after that, and maybe it is the electric one. Those supposed to be like rapid over.
Good, aren't they?
Hello everyone, welcome back then to the UK Kart Series here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Lunch break is done and dusted then, and we are about set to crack on with some more racing this afternoon. Lots more racing still to come for you all. Second and third round of heats, and of course those all-important finals to finish off the day as well. Heat number 2, this is then for Mighty Bambinos and Bambino Coma. Oliver Reynolds and Max West on the front row of the grid for this one, with Ray Furdy and Reggie Love on row 2. Jonah Curtis and Harry Foley on row 3, with Thomas Wilford, Theo Abraham, Cruz Rogers and Maya Rossiter rounding out the 10 for our Mighty Bambinos. And then we've got 3 Coma C50s, Jax Wilmington, Archie Rice and Eddie Zimbler. Well then, drivers look to the flag, it's up in the air, down it goes, and we're off and racing once again for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here for our Mighties and Coma Bambinos. Off we go down to the first couple of corners. Reynolds has the inside line. Max West trying to hold it around the outside. There's a bit of contact behind. One driver goes round, I think, just behind there. That was Reggie Love in 4th, battling with another driver. I think potentially Jonah Curtis, that was, trying to get the inside line. Whoever it was, I think, has carried on. There has been one driver dropped to the back of the order, but we'll see whether that was the likes of Jonah, maybe another one of our Mighties, or maybe that's just one of our Comas with a slightly slower start further in the background. We shall wait and see after lap number 1. As they head through up to top bend for the first time in this race, it is still Oliver Reynolds leading the way. Of course, I missed a bit of this battle in the first heat today, where we were trying to get audio settings sorted, but we did in the end. And it was a great battle right through to the checkered flag. Reynolds and West treated us all the way through that one, and looks as though we might just have the same again in this one. Reynolds ahead now as we head through onto lap number 2, and Ray Furdy, just like we saw in heat number 1, looking to go with them. However, for once in my life, I was right on that first lap of racing. Jonah Curtis did go for a bit of a spin down at Billy's blind. Saw him trying to get the up and under on Reggie Love, wasn't it, on the 13. But sadly, as Reggie closed the corner off, bit of contact. I think that's when karts make a bit of contact, often the driver behind in lower power, lighter karts like these, when you hit on the front corner, very difficult to then catch it. So clearly a bit of a half spin for Jonah. He's lost a bit of time, about 6 seconds overall that he's lost on that little half spin down at Billy's blind, but he's back in the race. Here's another move at Billy's blind, and this one works a bit better. Through to the lead goes Max West. Nicely done there at Billy's blind. Late on the brakes, up the inside. Not able to get any sort of switch back there was Reynolds, and he settles back into second place. Ray Furdy, Racing Rafe as he's known online, getting stuck in as well. He looking for the move as well. He is up the inside. Nicely done from Ray Furdy there. A little bit of aggression from Reynolds, trying to find his way back through to the lead on Max West. Has meant that he's lost a little bit of time out of the corner, and thus he's lost the position as well. Very cheeky from Ray Furdy there to grab that one, but was very much on the cards. Opportunity opened up and he went for it. Nice to see there from Rafe. On to lap number 4 we now go. And let's see if Rafe can actually start to size up a move for the lead. Well, as soon as I say that, he's not going to be able to, because Reynolds gets the up and under. We'll go side by side. There's a bit of contact almost off the road. There goes Ray Furdy. Aggressive to the inside there from Reynolds. Didn't leave Rafe much room on the exit. But they both managed to keep it on the black stuff and rejoin the action. But Rafe has lost the place. Back to 3rd he goes. And now Oliver Reynolds restarts his charge to try and take back the place from Max West. That will be easier said than done, though. But if there's anyone that can do it, I have a sneaking suspicion it might just be Mr. Oliver Reynolds. Through we go, down to the start-finish straight once more. Let's see how that gap continues to close in. Ever so slightly faster still on that previous lap from Max West. Kind of understandably so, given the fact that Ollie Reynolds made that move down through the S's on the previous lap. And despite that fact, we're still within a 10th of Max West's lap. We might just see Reynolds start to claw this lead gap back in. And we're still not at half race distance in this first race of the afternoon. That's like one of the first times I've said that, and that's actually been correct We were racing into the afternoon in the R200s, but ignore that. Max West leading in this one still. Reynolds still second. It is Ray Furdy still with the fastest lap of the race so far in third place, a 47.4. Impressive time from Rafe. Both of the leaders have been on their own for this lap, though surely it'll change, and it has. By only 0.003 of a second, Oliver Reynolds has gone quicker than that time previously set by Ray Furdy. And on the last lap, he was just less than 0.2 quicker than Max West, and you can see visually how much that gap has closed. So Reynolds on to the rear bumper of Max West once again, and as we predicted in heat number 1, this battle will surely continue through all of the heats and the final today. Wide is going to go West, will open the door for Reynolds, nicely read there from Oliver, and he didn't even need another corner to make the move stick. Gets it on the exit, chops across the nose of Max West, and back to the lead goes Oliver Reynolds. Nice exit from Max though, they'll run side by side down the front straight. This could be exciting, and of course, a bit of trading blows between these two could just invite Mr. Verdi back into this squabble as well. On to lap number 7 we now go, and it is Ray Furdy behind who gets the fastest lap back. 47.401 for Ray. And he's finding some great pace, isn't he, out there on his mighty Bambino kart. Back in the Comas, we're very close to the lead in that as well. Half a second between Eddie Zimmerman and Jax Wilmington at the moment. We can't possibly take our eyes off of this squabble at the sharp end of the Mighties. This is brilliant stuff here as Reynolds tries to hold on, and he does this time through the horseshoe. Keeps West behind for the moment, and Rafe has well and truly joined this battle. A scratch what I just said. West is up the inside into top bend. Somehow he got that exit out of the horseshoe, and he gets the lead. Brilliant stuff between these two, and Rafe is on the scene. This is now a three-way battle for the race lead, and Reynolds will start having to think about the number 20 behind him, as well as the 32 ahead. Tries the up and under down through Billy's blind. It's not going to work this time, Ollie. He'll have to rethink that one as they head down into the hairpin. West opens the door as late as he dares, and he does keep Reynolds behind, but Reynolds loves that up and under, and then sets himself up for the up and under here into the horseshoe. Can he get it again? He'll force his way back to the inside, and he can. Lovely stuff from Reynolds, but West holds the inside line. There's a bit of contact. He jumps over the inside curb, and somehow they give each other just enough room to carry on in this one. Very, very close. This is brilliant, and they're catching up to a couple of back markers as well. This is only heat number 2, and we're nearly going 3 wide for the lead of the race here as we head on to lap number 9. It will be West that leads us onto it. Reynolds up the inside. Verdi's up the inside as well as they close up to a couple of back markers. Oh, this could get close down into the S's. 2 of them scamper through, and I think West is through on the exit as well. He is. Reggie Love is there in a bit of no man's land just behind them in 4th place. He's got 1.5 seconds back to Harry Foley in 5th, and a further 3.5 forward. So these 3 still squabbling for the lead. It is now Reynolds who finds his way back to the sharp end. Verdi now back into 2nd place, and West down into 3rd, I think for the first time in this race, if I'm not mistaken. Through the final corner come our 3 drivers then. Less than a minute left to go on the clock now. And our 2 leaders in Comas are only a few seconds ahead of this battle. They only just came through the timing beam before our 3 leaders. So I think the next 2 drivers that our 3 leaders in Mighties will catch are our 2 leaders in Coma Bambinos. This could make it interesting, as it is still only 3/10. There they are, down into the hairpin. That was Jax Wilmington and Eddie Zimbler. They've switched around a lap or so ago, as there we switch to 2nd. Nice move there from Max West. He's back through on Ray Furdy, and back into 2nd place goes Max. And like we were saying, Jax Wilmington has got the move done on Eddie Zimbler over the last couple of laps, so that switched around for the lead in Comas as well. Ooh, 10 seconds on the clock. This is going to be very close here as to whether we go onto the last lap or the penultimate lap. It's just going to be really, I can't call it. To the line we go, 2, 1, 0. No board out, but it does say last lap. They haven't seen the board though. They have not seen the board. The last lap board has just gone out. None of our 3 leaders saw it, so they might go round again, but officially this is the last lap. Sadly, West and Verdi won't probably know that. They would have seen the timer ticking down, but they didn't see the board, so they will likely assume this is the penultimate lap. Will that mean that Max doesn't go for it here? Is he even close enough to make a move? I'm not so sure. Down through the horseshoe we go for the final time. Verdi's still in touching distance, but I think it's gone. It might have to be another third place here for Rafe as they head through, out of the horseshoe, through the right-hander, and up into top end for the final time. Needs a nice run off of here. Does Max? He'll try the up and under to slingshot his way down the front straight, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They'll run to the checkered flag, and it will be Oliver Reynolds who sees the checkered flag and wins. They might be a bit like, hold on a second, we have not seen the last lap board, but they'll see on the stream where the confusion lies after that one. Either way, Reynolds wins ahead of West and Verdi. Nice squabble between all three of those. We saw a good bit of battling between the three of those in heat number 1, but that really came alive there in heat number 2, didn't it? Brilliant stuff between all of those three. Treated us to some great racing. You got to remember as well, our Bambino classes, that the drivers are sort of 6, 7, 8 years of age in those classes, so very young drivers there, treating us to awesome action. So it was then Oliver Reynolds from Max Rest and Rafe Verdi, your top 3. Then Reggie Love, Harry Foley, Theo Abraham, Thomas Wilford, then followed by Cruz Rogers, Jonah Curtis, and Maya Rossiter, the last of your Bambino, Might E Bambino, sorry. Then the Bambino Comas, tripping over my words already. Jax Wilmington took the win in that one by just less than 0.3 of a second, ahead of Eddie Zembler and Archie Rice. Those were your 3 there in Comas. Well, there we go then. Another race under our belt already. Our first of 6, second round of heats completed, and we'll be straight on to another one. Up next, it is, of course, our British Pro Kart Championship. Well, I'm getting plaudits from my producer, but I got the race wrong, so I'm not that good. It's the Junior Pro Karts. I was almost there. Almost there. What a race we had in the first one of the day anyway here in the juniors. Ashton Horspool will take him out. I mean, he's been impressive throughout the season, but that first race of the morning, fantastic. He was off to the races. Pardon the pun, everyone here is off to the races, but you get what I mean. He was off and away. Brilliant race from Horspool, and he'll be looking for more of that here from the front row of the grid. Louis Comer joins him on said front row with Peter Webster and Lorenzo Martin on row 2. Horspool and Martin, lovely race. Martin having to settle for 4th in that first one. That's where he starts for this one. Sebastian Thompson, Thomas Stevens are on row 3. They're following Matthew Plant and Harry Pennington on row 4. Then Mia Duffel and Finley Worthy round out the top 10 on row 5. They're followed by Joseph East and Tyler Goodser, Carter Lundy and Emma Falconer, then Callan Falconer and Jamie Robotham, Nicole Allardyce, Jensen Smith and Isaac Hobbs rounds out the order. 2 DNFs. Sadly, from heat number 1, that being Jensen Smith and Isaac Hobbs on the back row of the grid. And of course, Jamie Robotham, Nicole Allardyce all having issues as well. Nicole off in the wall down at the hairpin on the first lap of the race. She'll be hoping for a better start to this one than she had in heat number 1. Let's see if that does play out for her though. Flag's going to be risen aloft. There it is, and it drops now. Off we go for racing here once again in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship. We've seen how impressive Ian Bagger, your champion for 2025, has been from the juniors up in the seniors this year. And let's see who will take the spoils in 2026 in this championship. Ashton Horspool leads us off the start. I do believe he's still there in the lead of the race as we head down into the hairpin for the first time. How reshuffling though in behind them. Lorenzo Martin, I think, starting to get stuck in now as well as we all reshuffle just behind. That's Louis Comer on the 58 it is. So Comer's down to 3rd. I think he's lost out to a certain Lorenzo Martin. So I think it's Horspool and Martin up to the sharp end immediately. Didn't take much time, did it, for Lorenzo? Let's just wait and see. They come across the line. It is... Hold on a second. It is Lorenzo Martin. There we go. It all updates. I got myself confused there. Timing wouldn't update. It is Martin in 2nd place. So first lap, he's gained the 2 that he lost at the end of heat number 1, as I can see a marshal running down, which must mean that someone's off down at Billy's Blind, sadly. Yeah, there was. Yeah, a couple of drivers off at Billy's Blind. One of those is the number 8 of Isaac Hobbs, so oh dear. Hobbs rejoins the action. We had the likes of Robotham, Smith and the 2 Falconers around him, and I saw there were a couple of other drivers getting their way back into things after that T1, as there's yellow flag. Ah, it's a Battenberg. So for a full course yellow, Battenberg flag is out. So it is basically, effectively, safety car conditions if you watch any other motorsport. Just that Ashton Horspool, the driver who's in the lead of the race, acts as the safety car, basically. It's the easiest way I can sort of explain it. So Horspool will act as a safety car now, will lead the drivers round. And we'll have to wait for the green flag to come back out then. So clearly that incident down at Billy's Blind was relatively sizable. We saw people running down to assist in the background, and couple of drivers rejoining the action, but what I can imagine is there's been a bit of a sizable hit on the barrier down there, likely to the point where a marshal needs to jump in and fix said barrier. Thus, we need that Battenberg flag out, get everyone nice and slow, so all the marshals can do their job as safely as possible. And then, once it's all sorted, we'll go back to green flag conditions. I haven't seen the extent of the damage down at Billy's Blind. We'll wait and see. I can't see the the Battenberg flag being waved there through the final corner. Are we back to green? We are indeed. Right then, under the gantry we go, back to green flag conditions. Horseball leads us down to T1. Will anyone go for a move? More defence than attack there from the H-player. Peter Webster in 4th place. Looking to keep Thompson and Stevens behind. A couple of drivers trying the side-by-side through the S's. That often ends poorly, but it's been all right this time. They all get through, down to the hairpin once again. Late on the brakes there. Double overtake in the mid-pack. That was lovely from whoever that was. I couldn't quite see the numbers well enough, but a lovely move in the mid-pack there. Gains 2 positions for 1. Down at the hairpin. Lovely stuff. It's still Horseball and Martin out at the sharp end. Comer, Webster, Thompson, the chasing drivers behind. It is Comer and Webster sort of going with them now. Horseball and Martin, can they stick with them like we saw in heat number 1? Because it only took that little bit of battling. Martin made that mistake, dropped back behind them and couldn't get back through over the last couple of laps. Side by side there, that's the 23 of Thomas Stevens going up the inside. And off-piste goes to 4. Thompson's over the grass, and he's going to lose a lot of places from that one. Yeah, the whole group gets past. 5 drivers through there on Sebastian Thompson. A shame there for the 4, as round goes the 18 behind. Nicole Allardyce, that is. She does not like the hairpin. She was off in heat number 1 at the hairpin, and she's been turned around again down at the hairpin in heat number 2. A shame there for Nicole. And she drops to the back of the order once again, after working so hard to get up from the back of the order at the start of this race. She has all of that work undone, and to the back she goes once more. A shame there for Nicole. A real shame. Look at these 4 though, they're scampering off. There's a change for the lead. Lorenzo Martin is through. Martin is through to the lead. Horseball's down into 2nd place. And now Comer and Webster are trying to find a way past as well. It is still that way round. Louis or Lewis, sorry. I'm getting your first name and last name wrong today, Mr. 58. You have to let me know. Drop me a message at Rattus Media on Instagram. Tell me how I pronounce your name, please. Louis or Lewis. I'm going to go with Louis Comer. I hope that's right, Louis. Peter Webster in 4, still with them in this leading group. And like we say, they have really started to gap the rest of the field now. Thomas Stevens and Harry Pennington in a proper scrap with each other. That, of course, helped with the off-track moment for Sebastian Thompson as they were squabbling hard. And that has opened up now. It's a 1.5 second gap between 4th and 5th place. So really, needs to be battling in the top 4 or a lot more working together in that group behind for that gap to reclose. But already we are well and truly through half race distance in this one. Of course, unlike a red flag, where the time is halted, under Battenberg conditions it continues to tick down at the same rate. So you lose that race time, you lose those opportunities, and that means that Ashton Horseball has less time to find a way through. He was looking feisty down into Billy's Blind, but it hasn't worked out this time. Has to settle back in, does Ashton Horseball. Of course, it's been 1 victory so far today for Ashton. Lorenzo Martin won't be happy with that 4th place in the first race. Definitely should have been a top 2 from his overall pace. And looking at the championship, Horseball's leading the championship going into today. Sebastian Thompson 2nd, Matthew Plant 3rd, Lorenzo Martin 4th. So this has been a real standout round here for Lorenzo Martin. His best finish, I'm just going to double check because my eyes aren't good enough to see my screen, is a 3rd place. He's got a 3rd place in 2 finals, round 1 and round 4, 3rd place, but he's just lost the lead down at the hairpin. Through goes Horseball, and trying to get through as well was the number 58 there in 3rd place, Louis Comer. Sadly, door closes well and truly there in Louis' face, and I'll have to rethink that one. But either way, we do switch around at the front again. Horseball back to the lead. Your championship leader is back into the sharp end of this race. He comes into today's battle 18 points in the lead ahead of Sebastian Thompson, who of course we saw only a few moments ago turning his British Pro Kart into a lawnmower there through the S's, dropping down the order and losing a few points. So in terms of finals, Horseball won the final at round 4, Horseball ran the final at round 3, Thompson won the final at round 2, and Plant won the final at round 1. So Ashton Horseball very much on a charge here in the British Pro Kart Championship. He has been very impressive. He's continuing to extend his championship lead. Through the final corner we go then. Horspool trying to extend a bit of a gap now, it seems. He's done a brilliant job, hasn't he? Back to the sharp end he goes, and now already looking to extend that leading gap. As behind them, they've stayed as they were this whole race, but Peter Webster has just got the fastest lap of the race. Doesn't matter though, driver ahead's going to go for a move. Louis Coma, sorry Louis, I can only apologise. Back up the inside goes Louis, into second place. He tried that, of course, a couple of laps ago, and it didn't work. But this time, it has worked flawlessly from Louis. Up to second place he goes. So once again, Lorenzo Martin finds himself shuffled down to fourth place as we go on to the penultimate lap. He's pointing at his engine. Is he maybe trying to pass on? Something's not quite right here, guys. And maybe that's why we're seeing him lose pace, because not only has he been overtaken by Coma and Webster, he's not being able to hold on. He is dropping back from these leading three now. Clearly, Lorenzo Martin is nursing an issue here. The timer has hit 0, luckily, for Lorenzo. And they've got enough time over Pennington and Stevens where they should be able to hold on to this. Sebastian Thompson's got back through on Mia Duffel on the last lap, so he's back into P7, as we say, second in the championship, so he needs as many points as he can get. Final lap board is seen by Ashton Horspool. I think this could be a perfect day on for Ashton Horspool here. He's on for another win as the squabble for second starts to materialise now as well. Louis Coma and Peter Webster, close as you like it. Second and third, down into the horseshoe. Well, sorry, the hairpin first, then into the horseshoe will go. And look at that, Horspool is off. He's got a couple of kart lengths. He's got nothing to worry about, has he, in the lead of this race? Very impressive stuff from Horspool, and he is going to make it 2 from 2. Round the final corner comes Ashton Horspool. Second win of the day for Ashton. Fantastic stuff from him. And he takes the victory in race number 2. Brilliant work there from Ashton Horspool. And again, a very similar race to what we saw there in heat number 1. Ding-dong battle throughout between Horspool and Lorenzo Martin. And then late on, third and fourth get past Lorenzo, drop him to fourth place, and he struggles to hold on to the coattails. A weird copy of that first race of the day. Sadly for Ashton, that means yet again he has to settle for a fourth place. Shame there for him. Still some good points, but I know he'll be wanting more. But there we go then. Let's run you through the finalised order then. Horspool from Coma, Webster, Martin, Pennington, Stevens, Thompson, East, Smith, Worthy, your top 10. And they were followed by Duffel. Then I've lost myself on my list. Plant, then Lundy, Hobbs, Falconer, Allardyce, Robotham, and Goodsir. Your 19 drivers in that one. Sadly, only 18 making it to the checkered flag. Tyler Goodsir not making it to the end in that one, sadly. But there we go then. Second race of the day done for our junior pro karters. And it'll be the next race up. It will be our Honda Cadets. They head back out in a couple of moments. Right then, onto the track we go then. Our Honda Cadets re-emerge out of pit lane. And on we go for another race here today. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Dino Rowlands on pole position here for heat number 2. Ahead of Archie Loveridge. Joins him on the front row yet again. Bradley Sutton, lovely race from Bradley in heat number 1. Let's see how he does for heat number 2. But Alistair Saunders alongside him on that second row. Zach Service and Archie Rutter on row 3, with Ollie Knox and Oscar Wills on row 4. Chase Wilmington and Callum Bradford round out the top 10. They're followed by Francesca Cridge, Connor Sturdy, Alfie Muller, Leo Belendran, and Joey Coma. Another Coma rounding out the grid. I'll try and get your name right, Joey. As we head on round to the grid once again. Another standing start here in the Hondas. And of course, I almost forgot, but I've just seen Mr. Allen to die in the live chat. Yeah, we don't have a timing tower, sadly, on the left-hand side of your screen today, guys. Some issues with the timing behind the scenes, but I will try and keep you up to date as to where everyone is as best I can through the airwaves, as I have got timing on my screen. Of course, you can find that over on Alpha Timing as well, if you want a side-by-side picture of the live screen, the live stream, and the live timing as well. Down to the first couple of corners we go then. Loveridge on the outside line, and Bradley Sutton might just force his way through. No, it's not Bradley Sutton. 53 has dropped to 4th. It's the 58 of Alistair Saunders who is through into 2nd place. Lovely start from Saunders, and he holds the inside line down into the hairpin. If he can keep it on the exit, which he can, goes nice and wide, and actually Bradley Sutton's now getting involved as well. The teammate of Archie Loveridge getting properly stuck in. Well, this is not what we expected from this start of the race. Loveridge down to 3rd place. And I thought if anyone was going to get ahead, it would be Bradley Sutton. But no, what a start from Alistair Saunders. So Rowlands leads us on to heat number 2. To lap number 2, sorry. Saunders is into 2nd place. Loveridge 3rd. Sutton 4th. Rutter 5th. Then we've got Zach Service, Ollie Knox and Oscar Wills as well. Down through to the hairpin once again. And still, Dino trying to build that bit of a gap in the lead. He's really being helped here by Alistair Saunders. Saunders continues to keep Loveridge behind. Very impressive. We know how speedy Loveridge is in a Honda Cadet kart. And he's not a stranger to race wins, is he, Archie? So to keep ahead of him on pace alone is mightily impressive here from Alistair Saunders. He had a good race in heat number 1, but the lofty heights of 2nd place were never on the cards, and he is scampering off. He's actually chasing down your race leader now, Dino Rowlands. That gap was 4/10 as we headed on to lap number 3. It is nowhere near 4/10 now as they head through the horseshoe. A little bit wide, though, for Alistair Saunders. Has lost him a little bit of the exit speed. But he's kept Loveridge behind, and that is absolutely crucial. So a new lap we go then. Gap has indeed halved, and it is Alistair Saunders with the fastest lap of the race. Despite that little wide moment through the horseshoe, he's still taken the fastest lap of the race. Really impressive so far in this one from Saunders, and could he be on for a move for the lead here? Well, as soon as he catches, well, which is now, he needs to go for it because he knows he's got Archie Loveridge hot on his heels. And here you go, Loveridge is straight up the inside. Oh, door nearly closed there by Saunders. He had enough to do it, though. He had the right to that corner still, and Archie Loveridge knew it. Hence, he backed out of that one as soon as he realised that move was not going to work out for him. Through the final corner they go again, then up through top bend, down the start-finish straight, and on to a new lap we go. Rowlands, I was about to say he's dealt with the pressure right. He hasn't been under too much pressure yet in this one. He's sort of been keeping the drivers behind at arm's length. But he hasn't taken this opportunity quite like he needed to get ahead, get a second or two clear, and then really be able to control the race from the sharp end. He's still got these 4 drivers hot on his heels. Saunders, Loveridge, Sutton, and Service. And it is now Zach Service on that lovely purple kart there at the back of this train of 5, who's just got the fastest lap, 40.169 for Zach. And he is your Wessex champion here from Clay Pigeon. So clearly knows this circuit very well, does Zach. It's good to have him join us here for round number 5 of the UK Kart Series at Clay Pigeon. Here might be the move for 2nd place, though. Archie Loveridge has got it. Up the inside there, into the S's. Finally gets enough of an overlap to command the corner and force Saunders wide. He does. Up to 2nd goes, and Saunders is going to slip back here. Up the inside now goes Bradley Sutton, and through goes Zach Service as well, but he'll be on the outside line for the horseshoe. Back up the inside goes Saunders, so he's managed to stop that negative momentum. 2 places lost for Saunders there. I think this battle's going to be great here between Sutton, Saunders and Service. The Triple S battle for 3rd place now between these 3. But I do think now Loveridge might just try and close up to the back of Rowlands here. I think he has a good chance to do it as well. We've just clocked over half race distance in this one. As back up the inside goes Alistair Saunders. Nice stuff from Alistair. He has really turned up the whip gear for heat number 2. It has been mightily impressive. And now defending, though, from Bradley Sutton. Those 2 need to work together. There's still plenty of time in this race for them to close back up to our top 2. They need to work together here. If they scrap over 3rd now, that will be all that she wrote for this race for these 3 drivers. They need to down those weapons for a moment and just try to close back up to our race leaders. Archie Rutter now trying to go with this leading group as well. He's there in that orange and black car in the background as Sutton's back up the inside. What a move from Zach Service. Up and under on both of them. That is moving the day so far from Zach Service. Read that beautifully as they both went 2 deep into the corner. Got the up and under on both of them. 2 for the price of 1 for Zach Service, and he's in to 3rd place. Lovely move there from Zach. So he's got the fastest lap, and he's now got a place on the effective podium. Of course, no trophies for this one. We have to wait for the finals for that later on. But still, points for third place. Very impressive from Zach at the moment. Now, Loveridge has not been closing this gap. It's extended. It's gone up from half a second to 3/4 of a second between Rowlands and Loveridge. Loveridge cannot match the pace here of Dino Rowlands in the lead. And he actually is now moving away from the pack. It's been the opposite of what I would have thought. I would have thought when it was Saunders leading the train from second, that was Rowlands' opportunity to scamper off. And then once Loveridge got back to the sharp end, it would all close up back up again. But it was the opposite. Saunders seemed to have the pace to really challenge Rowlands, but now that he's dropped back and Loveridge is leading the train, that gap opening up. Like we say, 3/4 of a second as they headed on to lap number 9. As we go on to lap number 10 now, how will the gap have changed? Across the line they go. It's up to a second. It's up to a second now between Rowlands and Loveridge. Dino is motoring in this race, impressively so, and now Archie Loveridge actually under a bit of pressure here from Zach Service. So a minute and a half left to go in this race then. So plenty of time here for Zach Service to spoil the party somewhat. As Rowlands looks to get a win on the board here from heat number 2 and make it 2 from 2 so far today. Nice exit out the final corner there from Zach Service. Can't transition it into a move down at Billy's blind this time, but he will try on the exit. Does get the up and under. Lovely move from Zach Service, and he's into second place. He really enjoys that overtake down through Billy's blind, doesn't he? Sets it up on the entry to get it on the exit, because you've got to get that overlap perfect to command the corner going through the S's, because going through there side by side is never ideal. Often ends in contact, and if not contact, a lot of time lost for both of you. You can command the corner, get the move done prior to that S's, gain all that time, then down through into the hairpin again. That's what we saw, what we've seen there from Zach Service. He's into second place now, Loveridge down to third, and they've now got Bradley Sutton going with them as well. 30 seconds left to go on the clock as they start the next lap, and back up the inside goes Loveridge. He goes to the move at the start of the corner, and Sutton follows through as well. So after getting that move into second, only a lap ago at the same corner, Service down from second to fourth now, and actually having to do his best to keep Alistair Saunders behind him now is Zach Service. And Archie Rutter still with them as well. A bit of a gap then back to Ollie Knox, who then has only a little bit of time now back to Chase Wilmington, Oscar Wills and Callum Bradford. Of course, we saw Chase's younger brother Jax out earlier on in the Bambinos. But now his older brother out here in the Honda Cadets. Last lap board is seen by Dino Rowlands. Here's the squad we want to watch for second place though. Sutton's all over the back of his teammate in Loveridge. Up the inside, tries Zach Service, or bold to try and make it 2x2 through there, Zach. He's managed to back out of it just in time there. He's lost a bit of exit speed though and might be under pressure. He was under pressure there from Saunders, but Saunders couldn't turn it into an overtaking opportunity. And they continue on as they were. I'm not sure it'll change now through to the checkered flag as they all open up a little bit of gaps. Final corner, you can get a move done, but it's a tricky one to get sorted. And I think Zach Service will just about hang on to that ahead of Alistair Saunders. So the line goes Dino Rowlands, though. Second win of the day for Dino Rowlands. 2 from 2 out of 2 possible victories from Dino. Very impressively done. And Archie Loveridge, once again, has to settle for second place. He had to battle for that one, though, didn't he? My goodness. With Sutton and Service. Awesome racing from those two throughout that one. Loveridge just about got the better of them, but it certainly wasn't a simple one. So then Dino Rowlands wins in heat number 2 for Honda Cadets. With Archie Loveridge second, Bradley Sutton rounding out the top 3, just as they were in heat number 1, but a very different heat there in comparison to heat number 1. Zach Service and Alistair Saunders round out the top 5. They're followed by Archie Rutter, Ollie Knox, Chase Wilmington, Oscar Wills, Callum Bradford, Francesca Cridge, Connor Sturdy, Alfie Muller, Leo Belengen and Joey Comer. That is us done and dusted then. I almost went on to our junior pro karts because I thought that was next, but it's not. It's, of course, our senior pro karts are up next. The junior heat 2 was very exciting. Let's hope for more of the same in the seniors. Right then, senior pro karts heading out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. Yet again, Aaron Alexander starting on pole position. And what a conversion it was in heat number 1 earlier on for Aaron Alexander. One of the most dominant performances we've seen so far today, if not the most dominant performance that we've seen so far today, winning by a good few seconds did Aaron. Managed it from the front, never looked back. Alfie King, teammate, second place in heat number 1. That starts him on the front row in heat number 2. Going to have a better look and make sure they're both FSR. I think they are. I think they are. Teammates there on the front row. Ironbagger, your junior champion in 2025, lines up on row 2 again with Paul Scaife alongside him. Daniel Katasinski and Clayton Ravenscroft are on row 3. With Daruv Rao and James Drabble on row 4. Aaron Lord and Alfie Wiltshire finalise the top 10. They're followed by Bradley Rowe and Alfie Wilkes. And it's Riley Bow and Oscar Buckley, Mick Lord and Bo Harbour, then John Monday and Ethan Taylor, then Steve Nichols and Carl Ruddock round out the top 20. They are then followed by Charlie Brooks, Conor McCarthy, Peter Sharp, Ronnie Rowe, Jack DeBobbin, Archie Cotton, Gavin Pike, Rodney Taylor, Max Mannion, Kenny McAllister, Adam Saunders, Jay Shepherd, and Andrea Baharu Mastita. Your only DNF from race number 1, sadly for Andrea, was stuck in the barriers down at Billy's Blind for quite some time in that first heat, so he'll be hoping for a bit of a better start and better end to this one. Both were pretty much the same, sadly, in heat number 1 for him, so hopefully a bit of a longer race in this one as well. 33 drivers taking to the grid once more here for 8 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, and we are off here at Clay Pigeon. Not a great start there from Aaron Alexander. Aaron Alexander held up at the start, dropped down to 4th. We've got one driver on the grass in the background, so 3 wide to the exit. What happened there on the race start for Aaron Alexander? He just didn't seem to go. Down to 4th place then goes Aaron Alexander. Oh dear, big change at the sharp end. Paul Scaife is into the lead of the race. So Alfie King loses out, drops to 2nd, I think, in all of that. It's Clayton Ravenscroft who's gone with him, and it is Ravenscroft. It's the 3 FSR teammates all battling for 2nd now, as Ravenscroft tried the inside. It became the outside, and thus became 4th place for him, losing out to Aaron Alexander. So back to 3rd place goes Aaron Alexander, and it is already sizing up the move for P2. Up the inside into Billy's Blind, late on the brakes, and through he goes on Alfie King. Well, whatever was the causation of the issue there at the race start for Aaron Alexander, doesn't seem like that's carried on as he makes the move already. Up into the lead of the race he goes, down at the hairpin. Goes too deep though. Paul Scaife is back through. Nice up and under from Paul there as he retakes the lead once again. Maybe we will see a bit more of a battle for the lead in this one. Of course, Aaron never looked back after his race start in race number 1. Drove away with it and said thank you very much to everyone else. Down to the first corner we go then. Aaron Alexander takes the lead, back away from Paul Scaife. Then Scaife might lose 2nd now as Clayton Ravenscroft forces his way through. Nicely done there. Clayton threads the needle up through the S's. And once again, it's an FSR top 2. Big move up the inside for Alfie Wiltshire, and round he goes. It was aggressive from Wiltshire, too aggressive, and he's off to the scenery on the exit. And sadly, Scaife is caught up in that as well. So the driver who was in the lead through the first lap or 2 loses out. Was he able to chop back in and not lose out too many? Let's see as he crosses the timing screen as to where he drops down to. Paul Scaife's got a contact warning from that. I don't know how. Where does he rejoin? 11th place, sadly, for Scaife, as there's a move from Ironbagger. Into 3rd place goes Ironbagger. Nice move. Alfie King shuffled down to 4th place, so it was momentarily the 3 teammates in the top 3, but now one drops down into 4th as Bagger's through, and actually might be under a bit more pressure now is Alfie King, as Katazinski's trying to find a way through. But as we always see in British Pro Kart racing, you try and go for a move, it doesn't work, you lose 1, 2 or 3 places. That's always what happens. You can't go for a half-hearted move in the British Pro Kart Championship because you'll just drop back into the pack. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to send it, lick the stamp and send it, and that's why I love the racing here in the British Pro Kart Championship. And there's another move, the 27 this time, and Katasinski gets it done. An almost carbon copy of the move we saw from Bagger only a lap ago. And sadly for Alfie King, he is dropping down the order. There's a couple of other drivers side by side behind him. That'll be Drabwell and Rowe going side by side as well. Rowe, I think it is trying to make up the place. There's no nope. Someone else dives up the inside now. It was the 22 of Alfie Wilkes, that went a little bit wide. I think Rowe has actually now got back through, courtesy of that slightly wide moment for Alfie. So a position gained, straight into a position lost for Alfie Wilkes. As we say, what we come to expect here from British Pro Kart Championship Racing. But the top two have now scampered off. Look at them go. Aaron Alexander and Clayton Ravenscroft are off at the sharp end. Half a second between the two of them, and then a further 2 seconds back to Ian Bagger. Bagger's extended about half a second now here over Katasinski. Side by side on the exit. That is the 22 of Alfie Wilkes. Under pressure now. So Riley Bones got past him, as we saw. Oscar Buckley and Paul Scaife now getting stuck back in as well. As there is Paul Scaife making back up those places he sadly lost down at the hairpin a few laps ago, to no fault of his own. He's back into the top 10. He's got that move done on Oscar Buckley. As we look back ahead, Alfie King still heading up this battle. He's lost the pace to Katasinski, as we saw. Oh dear, someone's off down at Biddy's blind. Oh dear, who's that? The number 90 it is. Max Mannion, who's off from 20th place. That was for Max. Contact between himself and another driver clearly, and he's off to the scenery, sadly, down at T1 and 2. And that'll be pretty much a lap down, I think, by the time he's able to rejoin the action. We do look back to said action, though, and it is the UK plate of Bradley Rowe, now the one hounding the rear bumper of Alfie King. Second place in heat number 1 for Alfie King. Oh dear, who's off? Off and almost to the barriers there for one of our drivers. That was who was rejoining, wasn't it? Of course, I think that was Max Mannion rejoining. I think just moving out wide and making sure the drivers weren't held up by him at all. So you can see there from Max, and he did. Whether that was a causation of it or not, either way, they have switched around. Bradley Rowe is through on Alfie King as we now head on to lap number 9 of this race. So yeah, Rowe's into 5th place then. Now leads this train of drivers. King behind, then Drabwell on the 5, Bowen on the 52, Wilkes on the 22, and then a little bit of a gap then back to the 48 and the 18. That's Scaife and Buckley. Paul Scaife still there in the top 10, and right behind this leading battle of cars from 5th place backers. Oh dear, 13 has gone for a rotation. Who is that? That's further down the order. Oh, that's Andrea Baharu Bastita. Again, another driver who has one particular corner they're not so happy with this weekend. It's Biddy's blind, sadly, for Andrea. DNF down there in heat number 1, and it's another spin down there in heat number 2. A shame for Andrea. Didn't see how that one happened. Either way, they've rejoined, but a lot of time lost. Well, Alexander and Ravenscroft now 2.8 seconds clear of Bagger in 3rd place. But Bagger and Katasinski have cleared off. Half a second between the two of them. You can see them now on the brakes into the hairpin. As there's still blue flags, we have still got Max Mannion in somewhere in this battle. He did a good job of moving over there. I'm sure he'll continue to do that through this one. Bradley Rowe leading this charge now in 5th place. With King and Drabwell behind him. Sort of starting to drop. The likes of Bowen Wilkes as well. Scaife and Buckley, as you say, closing up, making this a big, long train now. See Scaife there in the orange cart. Closing right back up to the back of all these drivers. I'm pretty sure I'm right in that. There through they go, the 22. It is, oh, that's Alfie Wilkes, sorry, it's Scaife just behind him. So they go down into the heavy braking zone. Just a minute now left to go on the clock in this second heat of the day for the British Pro Kart Championship. But again, Aaron Alexander looking to hook up another fantastic race. Ravenscroft has kept him much more in check in this race, and just as I say that, he puts in a new fastest lap of the race, beats Aaron Alexander's time by 6 thousandths. Not a huge margin, I think it's fair to say, there for Ravenscroft. And again, that's why the gap has stayed just under a second. Ravenscroft can't find that much time over Alexander. Alexander can keep it at arm's length. Yet again, a brilliant race around Alexander from pole position. But Ravenscroft, a much better one of this one. He was right involved in the middle of the scrappers. There is Scaife making moves. The number 48, he's up the inside of Wilkes. Oh dear, 2 drivers off. The 51 is off and round, along with the 10. So that was Gavin Pike and Daruv Rout battling for 25th, making contact, and off piste they go. Well, just as we said that Ravenscroft had got the fastest lap, Aaron Alexander gets it straight back. Who would have thunk it? A 38.849, now the ultimate pace courtesy of Aaron Alexander. And the timer has now hit 0, so next time that Aaron comes through, he will see the final lap board and will again extend his championship lead get maximum points on the board from today's action so far. Here it is. Last lap board is out. Aaron Alexander sees it. That gap's closed. No, it hasn't. Ignore me. I thought that definitely close, but it had opened up by about another half a tenth of a second, back up to 9/10 now between Aaron Alexander and Clay and Ravenscroft. Not that either of them are really thinking about that now. Race is pretty much done. It's just keeping it on the road and bringing it home to the checkered flag. Then we saw Paul Scaife make up one move on Alfie Wilkes. He's trying to find a way through on Riley Bowen in the background there. You saw Riley heavily defending there down into the hairpin. Let's see if Paul Scaife can get a cheeky place. So here comes Aaron Alexander. 2 wins from 2 here at Clay Pigeon so far. Brilliant day for Aaron Alexander. He is just amazing behind the wheel of a British Pro Kart. No one can seem to beat him. Ravenscroft finishes second. A much better race from him, just over a second back from your race winner. And Iron Bagger, yet again, another brilliant race. He clearly likes it around here at Clay Pigeon. 4 seconds off the race leader in P3. Nicely done from Iron Bagger, with Daniel Katasinski and Bradley Rowe rounding out the top 5. He's followed by Alfie King, James Stradwell, Riley Bowen, Paul Scaife and Alfie Wilkes. So Paul Scaife did not get that extra position on the last lap. Bowen kept him behind in his aggressive defence. Fair play to Riley. Holds on to P8. So outside of the top 10 then, Oscar Buckley, Aaron Lord and Mick Lord line astern there, 12th and 13th. They're followed by Carl Ruddock, Beau Harbour, Peter Sharp, John Monday, Ethan Taylor, Conor McCarthy, Alfie Wiltshire, Jay Shepherd, Archie Cotton, Jack Doug Bobbin, Ronnie Rowe, Steve Nichols, Charlie Brooks, Rodney Taylor, Gavin Pike, Andrea Baharu Mastita, then Kenny McAllister, Adam Saunders, Daru Rout and Max Mannion. 33 drivers from that race. Another very exciting race in the senior pro karts there. Plenty more races still left to come though. Which one's up next? It's our Formula Blues out next for their second heat of the day. Right then, Formula Blues heading out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. And I think, okay, thumbs up, we're ready. We're ready to go down on the start-finish straight. So soon enough we'll be seeing our retro karts heading back out onto the circuit. And I just realised I've got up their grid for absolutely no reason, haven't I? Because I don't have the grid on here. So then, Formula Blues out in a couple of moments. Who was our race winner from heat number 1? Oh, Dog Watch. Dog Watch is back here at Clay Pigeon, and that is a very cute pooch, I must say. Dog Watch, the dogs are enjoying the action here at Clay Pigeon. I'm sure the people are as well, just as much. And that poor dog, honestly, it's really warm. That dog needs to go inside a bit of air conditioning, I think, soon. And he's a black lab as well, so he's going to be insulating a lot of that heat, isn't he, poor little pooch? So hopefully they've got a lot of water and maybe a little dogachino or something, puppuccino ready for him at some point. Anyway, let's chatter about the dogs. Let's look back to the karts as they do head out onto the circuit once more. Our Formula Blues fire back into life, and they leave a little bit of a smoke screen over the circuit as they head back out onto the track here at Clay Pigeon. So looking back then to our earlier heats, it was James Dawkins who took the win in heat number 1 in impressive fashion as well, almost 9 seconds clear by the checkered flag. So I said Aaron Alexander was one of, if not the most dominant drive so far today in heat number 1. Well, James Dawkins, I think, definitely gives him a run for his money there with a 9-second victory over Tom Parker. Mike Bell had a nice start to the race, but just slipped down into P3 by the checkered flag. Parker was able to get him, and then Mike didn't really have much of an answer to that pace in the second part of the race. So let's see what they do in the start of this one. And as I say, I've got no grid, so I can't tell you who is where, but we'll do our best as they cross the line then. Off we go to a race start once more. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock here for our Formula Blues. And off we go, racing once again. Down into the first corner. Whoa, that's a massive wobble for Tom Parker. Kart switched one way, then the other, then back the other way again. How did he hold that one? That was mightily impressive from Tom Parker, but he has held it. And he's already pressing on in this race. Look at him go. He's off as, oh dear, someone's already parked up. Someone's already out of the race here in the Formula Blues. I mean, not a Nothing we're not used to saying in these Formula Blues. They're temperamental at the best of times. I'm always amazed when we get every single kart finishing the race. Sadly, I don't think that's going to happen in this one, as already someone parked up out the side. I'll let you know who that is as they come across the line. Who drops down the order? Who hasn't made it through? It is Max Günther. It is Max Günther who is out of the race on the number 13. Bit of a shame there. Max, of course, DNF'd in heat number 1 in the last sort of few laps or so, really, didn't he? Contact down at Biddy's blind with, oh, that's going to test my memory, Jeff Ellis, I think it was? I don't remember. Anyway, it was with someone else, and they both went out of the race in heat number 1. It was less than ideal, and sadly, it looks as though Max Günther is going to make it 2 DNFs from 2. That's a real shame there for Max. Real shame. And he hasn't come around again, which leads me to believe he is stuck wherever he is out there on the black stuff. Parker still leads, though. 1.4 seconds in the lead. And look at this. Early dominant race here from Tom Parker. Impressive stuff. And, of course, he was dominant last time out, wasn't he, as well? That's all. Good battle further down the order, this is. Side by side. The 6. And look at that cheeky dive to the inside. Cheeky stuff from the 36 there. That was great. As the 19's off on the exit. That's Hannah Endicott off and wide. It was Phil Waters with that absolute send into the horseshoe there, up and over the inside curve to get 2 places. And he made it stick, didn't he? Great stuff from Phil. He's up to 7th place courtesy of that. Danny Elson has gone through with him into 8th. Ron Sean down to 9th. Hannah Endicott, sadly, with that spin, down into P10. And the last of the runners at the moment, because, of course, we already lost Max Günther earlier on in this race. As, yeah, sadly, that little cheeky move up the inside. Hannah just went a little bit wide there through the horseshoe, touched the grass, and as soon as she was on the grass, lost the traction, around she went. Did well to get it restarted nice and quickly, though. Did lose about 7 or 8 seconds, though, to those drivers ahead, so that's going to be a challenging one to catch back up again later on in this one. Well, for the first time in this race, Tom Parker does not have the fastest lap. James Dawkins has just stolen it away. Dawkins has gone half a second quicker than Tom Parker, and Parker is a further 3/10 quicker than Mike Bell in 3rd place. So Dawkins and Parker well and truly quicker than Mike Bell, and there you go, proven by the overtake on your screens. Dawkins up the inside at the horseshoe and through into 2nd place. Nice move from him, gets it done succinctly, quickly, and doesn't lose himself too much time. That's crucial. What's the gap looking like? 1.5 seconds now between Parker and Dawkins. So let's see, how will this gap between our 2 leaders change now that Dawkins has been released into 2nd place? Like we said, he has that ultimate pace over Parker at the moment. They sort of were trading times in heat number 1. They were sort of trading those times, weren't they, in the first heat? Let's see if that carries on here in heat number 2. Or can Dawkins find some ultimate pace consistently? Across the line they go, but he has at the moment 36.2. His first lap not stuck behind Mike Bell, and he goes fastest by a considerable margin. 6/10 quicker than Tom Parker in the lead of the race on the last lap. Parker put in a time 1,000th off of his personal best, the 2nd fastest time of the race so far, but still Dawkins smashes that time out of the water. Of course, we'll keep an eye on those two. There's battles up and down the order, though. This is Phil Waters and Danny Elson, so our only junior Pro Kart driver there on the 24, piling the pressure on to Phil Waters for 6th place overall. And don't forget, of course, because Danny is a junior, he has to start every race from the back. He has to. It's in the rules. It's in the Formula rules. He must start at the back. So him pressing through the order is always the most impressive because he's always been at the back of the order. But we look back to the leaders and look at that. It was another fastest lap of the race for Dawkins on the previous lap, and he's closed that 1.5 second gap. So effectively nothing now. They're nose to tail as they come through top bend, and on to a new lap we go. Will it be in Biddy's blind? He's closing in, isn't he? Looks for the inside line, but it's not going to happen this time. Will he try and set up the up and under? He tries to get the inside line into the S's, and he has. Nicely done there from James Dawkins. He had to have Tom Parker bail out of that one. Parker could have tried to hang it around the outside there, but I think Tom knew there might have been a bit of contact, and there's no point in throwing away at least a 2nd place, courtesy of doing something silly like that. Parker backs out of it, allows for Dawkins to make the move, and through into the lead goes James. Impressive stuff from James Dawkins then. Well, we thought that Tom Parker would be scampering off, courtesy of that early race lead. But James Dawkins, your victor in heat number 1, is back into the lead in heat number 2. And it was Parker who was, I've clicked Honda Cadets, that's not going to help, is it? Formula Blues. It was Tom Parker who was the sort of closest challenger in that first heat earlier on in terms of pace. But again, like we said, there were trading times. Dawkins was always that little bit faster. And that just meant that he was able to keep a nice lead by the checkered flag. As we said, it was about 9 seconds by the time they got to the checkered flag. Decently commanding race victory from James in that first time of asking. And of course had to work a bit harder for this one to get his way back to the sharp end, but he's done just that. And now that he is back in the lead, 1.2 seconds clear already. That was only after 1 lap of being ahead of Tom Parker. He is finding that much overall pace. It has been amazing to see James Dawkins here at Clay Pigeon today. He is absolutely on it round this short and sharp lap here at Clay Pigeon. Battles going on up and down the order though as we continue to enjoy. I think this is it is on the number 6, Ron Sean on the number 6, Hannah Endicott on the 19, and Mark Ellis is with them on the 43 as well. So I think Mark's lost 2 places in all of this. I think he's dropped down as, oh, he goes wide in the background there. Bit of a wobble there for Mark Ellis. As they go through onto another lap, this is Hannah Endicott trying to go round the outside on Ron Sean. It's not going to work. As she'll get the up and under though, into the S's. She can't quite get alongside though. Ron hangs it round the outside. And they'll stay as they were, down into the hairpin. Gets a nice exit though, does Hannah Endicott. She'll try and brake late as she can, down into the hairpin. Will that be move completed for Hannah as they go through to corner exit? I can see there on the exit it is. So Endicott's made the move work then, up into 8 she goes. Ron Sean is down into 9th. Or Ron Sean. I still don't know Ron, I'm very sorry. Mark Ellis there in 10th place, looking to re-attack there on Ron. So those two have been having a good battle throughout today's proceedings. Of course, Hannah with that little spin earlier on in the race, courtesy of the absolute dive bomb from Phil Waters that we saw. It was a great move, lovely move. Spooked Hannah a little bit off onto the grass she went. But a nice couple of moves there to get her way back up the order and a few more points gained for her championship charge. But there is the 22. James Dawkins, another very commanding race here in the Formula Blues. 2.8 seconds clear here as we head through the penultimate lap of this race. Just so into the last couple of quarters we go then. Dawkins knew as soon as he got ahead of Parker there was no looking back from there. He's absolutely hooked up in this car around this circuit. No one can touch him. He is half a second clear in terms of overall race pace. Lap on lap, 36.2. Fastest lap of the race versus 36.7 for Parker, 36.8 for Jeff Ellis, 36.9 for Danny Elson. They are the only drivers in the 36 so far today, and fair play. One of the 4 is one of our juniors. Impressive times, but Dawkins half a second clear in terms of overall pace on the rest of the order. Brilliant stuff. And as those two continue battling onto the final lap, Ron Sean and Mark Ellis, we watch and wait for James Dawkins to come through. He will see the checkered flag first, and Dawkins wins again here in Formula Blue. James Dawkins, another driver to make it 2 from 2 here today at Clay Pigeon so far. And James Dawkins yet again takes the spoils. Tom Parker finishes just behind him in 2nd place. I mean, I'd say just behind him, almost 3 seconds behind him by the time they got to the checkered flag. And yet again, just like race 1, it is Mike Bell, who finalises the top 3. Jeff Ellis in 4th, Nigel Vickery 5th, Phil Waters 6th, Danny Elson 7th, Hannah Endicott in 8th, Ron Sean in 9th, Mark Ellis in 10th, and Max Günther there. Not on the track. So that's not ideal for Max, is it? 2 DNS so far today for Max, and I can see him. Hello to our camera. I can see him. He just walked past our streaming van, and he wasn't looking very much of a happy bunny, understandably so. 2 DNS from the racing action so far today for Max. He'll be hoping for things to go a little bit better later on in heat number 3. And that it won't be too long until we get there, so he's not got a long time to get himself rehydrated and ready for another race. Speaking of another race, drivers heading into the pits then. The last of our second round of heat about to begin, and that's of course heat number 2 for our Honda R200s. Right then, our last of the second round of heats. Honda R200s out onto the circuit, and yet again, I sound like I was about to say I sound like a broken clock. That doesn't make any sense, does it? JJ Allen, another driver with very dominant performances so far today, and yet again he starts on pole position for this one. Jake Barnett alongside him on the front row, Matty Horsball and William Hossack on row 2. They had a good little ding-dong battle in race number 1. Hallie Finlater, Alfie Facer, Jack Clark rounds out the grid. Sorry, it was Hallie Finlater and William Hossack, wasn't it, that had a good ding-dong battle in heat number 1. Horsball went off with Barnett and Allen, but Allen cleared off for the rest of the field. Let's see if he does it again then. Heat 2 begins as they come under the gantry and down into Billy's blind for the first time. Inside line for Allen, but round goes the 14 behind them. What a shame. Already spinning off down at T1 goes Jack Clark. That is a real shame for Jack. Of course, him and Alfie Facer had a brilliant battle in the first race of the day. Alfie will be wanting more from this one, though, because we saw his pace. He should have been further up the order. Sadly for Jack, though, it'll be a lonely race from here on out after that spin. Still 7.5 minutes on the clock. Of course, we've only just kicked this one off. JJ Allen leads us through to the end of lap number 1, and it is Jake Barnett in second, Horsball in third, Hossack 4th, Finlater 5th, Facer 6th, Clark 7th. So no moves made on that first lap of the race. They are as they were off the race start. Down into the hairpin we go then for the second time in this one already. JJ Allen trying to break away. Top 3, just as we saw in heat number 1, have split off from the following 3. Allen, Barnett and Horsball, then a bit of a gap, then Hossack, Finlater and Facer. Good to see Alfie now getting stuck in. As we said, he had the pace in heat 1 to beat Finlater and Hossack. He was sort of on quite similar pace to Matty Horsball by the end of the race as the drivers sort of settled in to their pace around this Clay Pigeon Raceway. And again, we're seeing that, aren't we, already in this one. JJ Allen starting to pull a bit of a lead, 38.8, fastest lap off of lap number 2. And the only one in the 38s, 39.1 for Barnett, 39.1 for Horsball, 39.9 for Hossack, 39.8 for Finlater, 39.7 for Facer. So Facer already sort of proving that ultimate pace a little bit better than the 2 in front of him as he's trying to make a move stick here on Hallie Finlater. Doesn't work on the initial part there of the horseshoe, and again doesn't work on the secondary part either. I thought he had a good enough exit there to hang it around the outside, but no. Finlater does chop back across and holds on to 5th place for now. That's given a bit of breathing room actually to William Hossack more than anything. You can see there just how wobbly the drivers are on the brakes down into Billy's blind. Of course, that track temperature is going to be pretty warm out there today, so you might find drivers running quite low tyre pressures because those will build up through the race, and it'll be really difficult, I think, today finding those right windows for the tyre pressures, and it will change throughout the day as well, so it makes it even more challenging for the parents and mechanics and whatnot on the sidelines, trying to make sure the car is ready and raring to go for each of these races. I think we can assume they're not going to need those wet tyres out there today, though. Looking very nice here on a July day at Clay Pigeon. Where else would you want to be? Allen now leads, to be fair, still by only just over 4/10. Jake Barnett doing a lovely job in this race so far. By this point, 2 minutes or so into the race, Barnett was definitely a second back from JJ Allen. So much more impressive in this one from all the drivers near the sharp end. Allen still with that fastest lap of the race, though, 38.6 for JJ, 38.8 now for Barnett, 38.9 for Horsball. So all those 3 dropping down into the 38s. And actually, it seems as though the pace has flipped in our chasing pack of 3. Hossack and Finlater now that little bit faster than Alfie Facer. As here are your top 2 continuing on then. Barnett a little bit wide there, down through Billy's blind. A little bit of wobble, a little bit of tyre squeal that you would have heard will have lost a bit of time there down through Billy's blind, but on the previous lap, he set the new fastest lap of the race. Sadly for him, though, it was only 8 thousandths quicker than JJ Allen on the same lap. So, despite fastest lap of the race, it doesn't actually mean a whole lot, sadly, for Jake. Under the gantry we go yet again then. Less than 4 tenths once again. Yet again, Barnett has gained a bit more time back. It's down through Billy's blind once again. There is the 22, of course, for Halley Finnator. They just kind of stayed as they were near the end of the race, these chasing drivers. Hasak ahead of Finnator, ahead of Facer. Because Facer was well back from those two in the first race. More squabbling with Jack Clark, who again, after his spin on the first lap, has got back into pace and is only a couple of tenths off the laps of the drivers in this group ahead. We look back to our race leaders. Has the gap closed again? Oh, ever so slightly. Couple of hundredths yet again. Barnett is locked in this race, isn't he? He's doing a great job. And we've only just ticked over half race distance. 3.5 minutes still left to go on the clock. There's time here for Barnett. Barnett has time on his side. Could he be the one to stop JJ Allen's perfect day at the moment? Pole position. Heat number 1 victory, and it's wide at the horseshoe for JJ Allen, and he knows it. He knows it. Looks over the shoulder. And we're nose to tail for the race lead. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, round the final corner. Still 3 minutes left to go as we head on to lap number 9. There's a lot of hand gestures going on here from JJ Allen. I don't know what he's not too happy about. But he's carrying on, and it seems like he's got the pace anyway. I don't think there's any issues with his cart underneath him. It's clearly something to do with what happened there down at the horseshoe on the previous lap, but obviously can't be frustrated at Barnett, because Barnett wasn't close enough to have affected Allen with anything, so I don't really know. Anyway, he stopped gesticulating and they're carrying on. And Barnett could really bring the heat here to JJ Allen. But the back horseball in a bit of no man's land in 3rd place. She's got about 2.5 seconds back to William Hossack, who he himself then has a second back to Halley Finnator. And she then has a 2.5 back to Alfie Facer. So gaps have all opened up a little bit, apart from this one, the most important one on the circuit, the battle for the lead. 2 minutes left to go in this race, and less than 2 tenths of a second now separating Allen and Barnett. But of course, we always say it's one thing catching the race lead, it's a whole other thing getting past. How will Jake Barnett decide to let this one play out? Will he grab the first possible opportunity? Will he settle in, wait for the final lap? Is that too late though? Is that too late? JJ Allen with a lot of experience here at the sharp end of a Honda R200 race here in the UK Kart Series. Maybe actually not quite so not quite so experienced actually having to defend said lead of the race. So look down to the R200s. Yeah, it's sort of in between these two for final victories. Of course, Archie Loveridge joined us in the R200s at round number 1. No, he didn't. I've written down the wrong results there, so ignore me there. But round 2, JJ Allen. Round 3, Jake Barnett. Round 4, JJ Allen. So you see they've been chopping and changing in terms of the final victories. And it is Jensen Charity who leads the championship. Of course, sadly, Jensen not with us here today. JJ Allen, 2nd in the championship. Jake Barnett, 3rd in the championship. And these two have been nose to tail, 1st and 2nd in both Heat 1 and Heat number 2. But can Barnett get a little bit more? Can Barnett get a little bit more points from this race if he can get past JJ Allen? It'll be easier said than done though, and as they have sort of settled into this one being close together, Barnett's never really looked like he's there, able to grab an opportunity when it presents itself. He's just a couple of tenths off, and that just means he can't make an opportunity work when JJ Allen makes a mistake, which to be fair to JJ Allen, he's not made many of them in this one, has he? And he has now got the fastest lap of the race back as well. That has helped with him extending that gap a little bit more once more. 38.601 for JJ Allen. 38. Oh, there's a butterfly in the comms box. Oh, he's back out. Bye-bye. Jake Barnett on a 38.609. So 8 thousandths in it between their two fastest times in this race. That just shows how untouchable these two have been. They are well and truly off and clear in terms of overall pace comparatively to the rest of the field. And amazing to see how close these two have been throughout this race. And Barnett making sure Allen can't scamper off. But here we go then. Final lap board is out. Drive and see it, and on to the final 815 metres of this race we go then. 2 tenths between our top two as we head on to the last lap. I'm not sure that's quite close enough here for Jake Barnett, sadly. Check over the shoulder though from Alan, and he feels it is. Defends down into the hairpin, and this could be the opportunity then for Barnett. Goes for the up and under. He won't get the chop across here into the boot, but can he get the up and under here? Through the horseshoe we go. Not going to happen. Not going to happen, and JJ Allen's got it. It'll need to be a cheeky move into the final corner here. Will he go for the up and under? No. Can't get the exit, and I think Allen's got this one. Run to the line we go, and JJ Allen does hold on and is victorious then in heat number 2. The number 10 takes his second win of the day. He really had to work hard for that one though, didn't he? A lot harder than heat number 1, where he could rest on his laurels, scamper off into the sunset and go, thank you very much everyone, that was a lovely race. This one, Barnett kept him on his toes, didn't he? But Barnett just not quite able to find a way past. Well, there we go then. Honda R200, second heat of the day. Much more exciting one than heat number 1, I have got to say. As Alan, as we say, kept on his toes, but does ultimately take the victory ahead of Jake Barnett. Maddie Horspool, another third place for her. Should be happy with that one. Followed by William Hossack, Hallie Finlater, Alfie Facer, and Jack Clark rounding out the order there. Shame for Alfie. I thought he could get more stuck in there, but I can tell from his driving that clearly he is relatively new to racing in Honda R200s, but he's finding his feet really well. He's got great pace. He just needs to find that confidence to go for overtakes, and I'm sure he'll find that through the rest of today's action. Well, there we go then. Second round of heats. Done and dusted. I can't believe how quickly we're flying through the schedule already here at K Pigeon. Well, no time for waiting around. We're straight on and in to our third round of heats, and it's back to our Bambinos yet again. The Bambino Comas and Mighty Bambinos are out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. same between Reynolds and Verdi, so not too much really to worry about that then. And it's 3 seconds now back to Max West. He gained a 10th on the last lap to Rafe Verdi, so he's got 1.9 to find to catch Rafe. Then it's a further 1.1 from Rafe to Reynolds. Down into, that was the hairpin. We cut away back to the start-finish line, and there are our comas coming across the line. It is still Zimbler in the race lead then. 1.6 seconds between them, but Jax Wilmington has found half a second on that final lap. So the battle for the lead in comas still very much on. But we've got to look back to these mighties. Awesome squabbling between all of these drivers up and down the order in this one. Verdi's closed in by a 1/10 and Max West has closed in by almost 4/10 on that last lap. New fastest lap of the race for Max West. He has had a fire lit underneath him, hasn't he, Max? And he's closed that gap to the race leader to 2.6 seconds. So after what was looking like to us here in the comms box, a race-ending accident has turned into at least a top 3 finish yet again from Max West. Unbelievable stuff. Can he catch the race leaders, though? That is the question. As those are our comas. New quickest lap of the race from the comas, a 51.7 from Jax Wilmington, and he's closed that gap by 1.4 seconds on the last lap. That's ridiculous from Jax Wilmington. He is surely going to get the race lead on this next lap. No question in my mind that he'll be getting that with the amount of time he closed in on that last lap. So again, Zimbler seems to have really good race starts, but once they settle into pace, Jax just seems to have the ultimate pace over him, hand over fist. Down through the hairpin and into the horseshoe once more. There's a blue flag out. I think that will be for Archie Rice, I would have thought. Now third place in the comas as our leaders in the mighties now close up. As there are our comas. They're about to come across the line. I'm not sure they have changed around, you know. To the line they go. Is it Zimbler or Wilmington ahead? It is Wilmington on the green cart. So Wilmington does indeed get through. And back to the lead he goes. So with only 45 seconds to go, the lead changes in Coma Bambinos. And Jax Wilmington, if he can keep it there, has just sorted himself out with 3 wins so far today in Coma Bambinos. Fair play to Jax Wilmington. Very impressive performance. And looking back to those mighties, less than 30 seconds on the clock now. So this time around, I think we'll go on to the penultimate lap of the race. And look how much Max West has closed up to Rafe Verdi now. I think there's not enough time here for either of them to challenge Oliver Reynolds. But Max West could get back into a second place. After all that has happened in this race, he could be back into P2. There go the leaders in comas onto the final lap. 3.5 tenths between those two. And then here come our leaders. No, it's not onto the penultimate lap. It is the final lap of the race. That was very close in terms of timing there. Up and under goes Max West. He'll grab the inside line, and he will grab second place. Aggressive from Max West. Lovely move there from Max, as he finds his way through to second place on the final lap after dropping to 7th after that bit of contact down at the hairpin, down at Billy's blind, sorry it was, wasn't it? Earlier on in this race, he's done a mighty fine job of getting his way back into P2, impressively so. Oh no! Is that Jax Wilmington? Oh sorry, yeah, Jax Wilmington. Is that him with issues? Oh no, that's our leader, Oliver Reynolds, getting past, isn't it? Of course. So it's a switch around between the leaders in Mighty and Coma Bambinos, but Reynolds will go to the line. And Reynolds takes the spoils in heat number 3 of the Mighty Bambinos. 3 wins from 3 there from Oliver Reynolds. He was really kept on his toes early on there by Max West. A bit of contact though, as Max tried to take the lead away. He did a mighty good job to hold that spin though. That was amazing to see there from Max West. And he fought his way back through to 7th place. Take a bow, Max. That was a great race from you there to P2. And Rafe Verdi with another 3rd place on the board for himself as well. Theo Abraham and Reggie Love the top 5. They were then followed by Harry Foley, Jonah Curtis, Cruz Rogers, and Thomas Wilford, your 9 drivers there in Mighty Bambinos. And then Jax Wilmington with another victory in the comas. He was followed by Eddie Zimbler and Archie Rice. Surely that will then confirm Reynolds as your pole sitter in Mighty Bambinos and Wilmington as your pole sitter in Coma Bambinos for the final later on this afternoon with 3 wins from 3. Very well done to those three very young drivers out there. Don't forget, Bambino drivers, all of those that were out there, between 6 and sort of 8 years of age, all of those. So amazing to see such young racers treating us to such epic battles. We've still got a few more heats left to come, though, before we get to those all-important finals. It's Junior Pro Karts up next for their third heat. Right then, heat number 3 for the British Junior Pro Kart Championship. Here they go, out onto the circuit, and yet again Ashton Horsball will lead us through onto it. Apologies if at any point you didn't hear my voice. Probably made for the best part of the stream, but I'm back. Sorry about that. Probably my fault in the comments box here. My sincerest apologies. But Junior Pro Karts onto the circuit then. Horsball on pole position. Louis Coma on that front row of the grid with him. Peter Webster and Lorenzo Martin on row number 2. Yet again, Lorenzo Martin with a great race in second, dropping to 4th by the checkered flag. He didn't look too happy at the end of that race, so hopefully he's fixed whatever issues he felt he had in that heat number 2. Harry Pennington and Thomas Stevens are on row 3, with Sebastian Thompson and Joseph East on row 4. Row 5 is Jensen Smith and Finley Worthy. They round out the top 10. They're followed by Mia Duffel and Matthew Plant, Carter Lundy and Isaac Hobbs, then Emma Falconer and Callan Falconer, Nicole Allardyce, Jamie Robotham and Tyler Goodsir. 19 karts on the grid for this race. As we look on to the race start. Thank you all so much for joining us here on the live stream. Of course, I've not said hello to you all yet. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'll try and look through some of your comments in a couple of moments' time. Either way, we're off for a race start here, and Horsball's lost the lead. Horsball's lost the lead down into the first couple of corners, and immediately we change around. Well, interesting. This could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons for this race as Louis Coma takes to the front. Oh, that's a big off into the barriers on the left-hand side of your shot. Driver's right. Clearly a bit of contact there, and there is a bit of an exit curb there. So I might have just gotten stuck, fired off to the barrier. They did lucky there to, they did well, sorry, to keep themselves inside of the 4 corners of the kart and not come barreling out of it. Thankfully, they stay as they were. They're stuck in the barrier, and they're going to be pretty much out of this race. But they stayed in the car, and they're seemingly all okay, which is, of course, the best thing. On to a new lap we go then. Coma leads the race. Horsball second, as yeah, Battenberg flag is out. I think we saw that one coming. So again, if you missed the one earlier on, effectively acts as a safety car conditions, really. Louis Coma will be our safety kart. He'll lead the train at a nice relaxed speed as our marshals jump into action and fix that barrier. It was quite a sizable hit into the barrier there on the outside of the corner, wasn't it? But thankfully, it looks as though the driver's actually rejoined action and I think hasn't dropped a lap down. Oh no, I can see Joseph East hasn't come across the timing line, so it must have been him off in the wall. Sadly for Joseph. And given the fact he hasn't crossed the timing beam again, leads me to believe his car is behind that barrier and out of the race. Right, green flag is waving here at Clay Pigeon once again, and Horsball isn't going to wait around. Immediately goes for it down into Biddy's blind, and through follows Peter Webster. Nicely read there from Peter, saw exactly what Ashton was looking to set up, and followed him straight through. Nose to tail as we head through the S's for the second time in this race now, well, under full green flag conditions anyway. And more squabbles, more positions trying to be made in these early, scrappy moments of the race. Up the inside goes Lorenzo Martin. So that shuffles Louis Coma down to 4th place now. So from first at the green flag restart to 4th by the time they come through under the gantry yet again. A shame there for Louis. It was a lovely start in the initial phase, but sadly on the restart has not gone quite so well. So once again, Ashton Horsball moves his way to the sharp end of the order. 3/10 clear already then of Peter Webster, but Webster's looking to go with him. Martin and Coma then working together behind, and then Sebastian Thompson heads up the next battle pack there in 5th place. Thompson under pressure though, up the inside, trying to make the move stick there. The 16, that is a Finley Worthy, now gets the inside through the right-hander, was the outside at the horseshoe. Now inside into the final corner, they all check up and a big wobble there. Almost off piece there goes Sebastian Thompson. That was a close moment for him. Making sure they all checked up under brakes there into top bend. That bit of front to rear contact, just saw him lose the back end, but he caught it nicely, but that's lost him a lot of places. He's gone down to 10th in all of that as Sebastian Thompson. So it's Worthy to 5th, Pennington to 6th, who've got a contact warning and all of that. Smith to 7th, Plant to 8th, Stevens to 9th, and Thompson to 10th place. And he's then got Carter Lundy with him as well. That's basically this entire battle pack now that you can see on your screens. And so into the final quarter they go yet again. Top 4 breaking away as we saw in race number 1. Horsfall, Webster, Martin, Coma. But this doesn't look like it's going to settle down at any point so far in this race. The 87, that was a Jensen Smith making moves. So he's passed Pennington on the last lap. I think they're still going side by side, potentially. Now Pennington and Plant getting stuck in. Plant's made up a move. He's made up a position then. As these two continuing to go side by side. Just about enough room given there between the 23 and the 87. So yeah, this is Jensen Smith continuing to slip backwards. Now Thomas Stevens trying to find a way past. Head on to another lap of the race then. It does all change around. Pennington to 6th, Plant to 7th, Smith down into 8th place, but he did keep Stevens behind, thankfully for him. Oh, I thought I was about to say not for much longer as Stevens looked up the inside there, out of Billy's blind, into the S's, but not enough of a run to make it work. Not able to be aggressive enough to steal the position through the S's. It's a very challenging corner to get a move done at the best of times. Yeah, backs out a bit for now, thinks better of it. Still just over 3 minutes left to go in this race. The British Junior Pro Karts continue to press on. Horsfall still commanding this one from the front. But again, just like we've seen in the previous 2 races, he is in a commanding position, but he can't relax, can he? He cannot relax out at the sharp end. He's never ever more than a few tenths clear of the drivers behind. And Louis Coma, in 4th place, now takes the fastest lap of the race. 39 dead for Louis. So the driver at the back of this train of 4, actually your fastest out of anyone. 39.075. Let's see what he can do there from 4th place. Can he transition? Can he transition that ultimate pace into positions gained? Easier said than done. Well, Lorenzo Martin has found a bit of pace later on in this race. Personal best from all of the top 3. Horsfall, Webster and Martin, all personal best on the last lap, all a 39.1. Still not challenging that fastest lap of the race of Louis Coma on the last lap, but he was 3/10 almost off of his own best time on that last lap around. Keeping himself in touching distance of those top 3 just ahead of him, but like I say, not able to transition that pace into overtakes just yet. Through the final corner comes the leaders once again. Less than 2 minutes now left to go on the clock in this one. And it looks as though Lorenzo Martin might just be sizing up a move here on Peter Webster. You've seen him sort of thinking about it for the last few laps, and now he is closer than ever. And I think Webster knows it. Moves out for a moment there from the slipstream. As that gaggle behind, still very interesting, isn't it? Matthew Plant now the one leading it. I think he was side by side with Harry Pennington there as they headed down into the hairpin. I think Plant's held onto it though, as it's all chaos down in that group behind. Just over 1 minute left to go in this race. Then a couple more laps to run through in this one. Still no moves being made though in this leading battle. We've got lots of excited people in the live chat. Luke saying, "Come on, Matthew, this is what I'm here for." I assume you're talking about Mr. Matthew Plant, would be my assumption. He's our highest placed Matthew. Is he our only Matthew? Yes, he is. So Matt currently 9th place, actually, sadly. He's lost 4 on that last lap. We said earlier he was leading that next train from 5th back. Well, Pennington, Worthy, Thompson and Stevens have all gotten through on that last lap. I said it was chaos back there, and my goodness was it at the end of that previous lap. Plant down to 9th, sadly. So despite your love in the live chat there, Luke, it hasn't helped. He's dropped back. But I'm sure he's got a minute or so to do some more, see if he can get back through. I see you said as well, do you have any way of checking if a driver has a problem with a car? I've got no idea, mate. I have as much information as you. So I'm afraid not. Yes, Matthew is my mum's friend's son. Oh, very lovely. Well, thank you for joining us, Luke. And thank you for supporting one of the drivers out in the field. I'm sure Matthew thoroughly appreciating your support. And let's see if he can make up a couple of those positions he's lost. Well, speaking of making up positions, position gain for Lorenzo Martin. He's into second place on the penultimate lap. And we now head on to the last lap of this race. 815 more metres to sort things out. As we go on to it, I'm afraid I have to inform you, Luke, Matt has not made back up any of those places. He starts the final lap in 9th place. But we keep our eyes firmly locked on these top 4. Will Lorenzo Martin actually finish a race in second place? It might just happen in this one. Through the final sector they go then. And of course he's been in second for the majority of the 2 races prior, but then just dropped to 4th late on. It's been the opposite in this one. He's been in 3rd and 4th all race. He gets 2nd in the dying moments, but it is Ashton Horsbull who yet again is victorious in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship here from Clay Pigeon. 3 wins from 3 from Horsbull. What a dominant performance from him today. And that is definitely giving him pole position in the final later on today. Only 2 drivers actually dropped down into the 38th, the dying moment of that race. A 38.979 for Lorenzo Martin and a 38.944 for Louis Comer. So fastest lap for Comer on the last lap of the race. Impressive stuff. See what they do in the next one. Right then, Horsbull, Martin, Wesley, your top 3. Comer, Pennington, your top 5. Then followed by Worthy, Stevens, Plant. So Matt did gain 1 place on that final lap, up to P8 on the last lap. Jensen Smith and Sebastian Thompson behind him round out the top 10. They were followed by Nicole Allardyce. Better race from Nicole. Good to see that for her. Tyler Goodser in 12th. Then Mia Duffel, Carter Lundy, Callum Falconer, Jamie Rowbottom, Isaac Hobbs, Emma Falconer, and Joseph East. Sadly, Joseph not making it through that first lap of proceedings. Well, there we go then. British Junior Pro Kart Championship. Their heats are done and dusted. Only their finals still left to come. Plenty more races still left to come for us, though. It will be heat number 3 for our Honda Cadet 200s up next. Well then, Honda Cadet 200s. Their final heat of the day then. It will be Dino Rowlands, who lines up on pole position with Archie Loveridge alongside him. Then Sutton, Service, Saunders, Rutter, Knox, Wilmington, Wills, Bradford, Cridge, Sturdy, Mullet, Belendran and Comer. We're off and racing then. Heat number 3 begins. It's a good start from Rowlands. Loveridge pulls alongside as we head down to the first couple of corners, but of course has that the outside line, but he gets the inside line back. Lovely from Archie Loveridge, and Bradley Sutton's trying to go through as well. Side by side through the S's. How have they given each other enough room there? I do not know. But they've managed to survive it. There's a cheeky move there from Alistair Saunders as well, down into the hairpin. He's up to 4th place. Lovely move from Saunders. So he gets through now on Zach's service. What a start to this race then. Rowlands leads. Loveridge 2nd. Sutton 3rd. And that is how these top 3 have been throughout the entirety of today so far. But if you just looked at the results, it wouldn't quite tell you the full story. Loveridge into the race lead then, courtesy of that beautiful move down at Middy's Blind, the first time of asking. And really for the first time today in commanding fashion, Loveridge takes the lead. But look at that. Loveridge is defending. He is defending. This could make this the most amazing heat number 3 if he keeps doing that. Up and under tries Rowlands. He'll look to get the inside line here at the horseshoe. It's not going to work. Sutton going with them as well. And even that slight bit of defending there down into the hairpin has allowed for the drivers to close back up. And Loveridge is defending again up into top bend. So I think Loveridge maybe knows here he doesn't have the ultimate pace to keep this race lead in a straight battle. So I'm just going to defend, back you all up into each other, and you can get on with it, and I'll try and break away. Nice strat from Archie. Let's see if one, if he continues to do that, and if two, it actually works. Down into the hairpin, and yes, he is defending heavily. Right, this is going to be great stuff here. Honda Cadet race is on, ladies and gentlemen, and we have got sort of 8 drivers now in this leading gaggle. And given the fact that Loveridge is defending so aggressively, it's going to mean all these drivers are backed up into each other, and this is going to create some of the most amazing action that we've seen here at Clay Pigeon so far today. Look at the drivers all in a train here as we head on to lap number 4. Will there be a move down into Vinny's blind? No, they stay as they were this time. Or there might be further back, no. Bradley Sutton trying to find his way back through on Zach Service. His Service gets shuffled almost onto the grass. Holds that well. Loses a bit of time, though. Himself is backed into Alistair Saunders. It is Alistair Saunders with the fastest lap of the race so far, 40.420. I will say, though, I don't think Loveridge defended quite as aggressively that time down into the hairpin. So maybe we're now transitioning back to the usual strat here between Loveridge and Rowlands, which is work together, clear off from everyone else, and then we'll leave the batting between the two of us for the final lap. Well, let's see if that does play out. Which strat works? Plenty of time to find out here, ladies and gentlemen. It is still top 5 in a nice little train, though. Bit of a gap now back to Archie Rutter in 6th. He's just got past Ollie Knox there, as Knox is now under a bit of pressure himself from the likes of Chase Wilmington. Loveridge, Rowlands, top 2. How many times have I said that in the UK Kart Series throughout this season? Rowlands checks over the shoulder. They're just trying to spot now how they're dropping Bradley Sutton, and they are dropping Bradley Sutton. Only half a tenth on the last lap, so nothing monstrous, nothing crazy. But at the moment, you can see now that Loveridge and Rowlands are in a truce. There's only a few laps to go. Loveridge very much felt the need to defend there down into the hairpin, and now does not. I think now is sort of, they've had a bit of maybe a little conflict between the two of them, and they've gone, okay, look, we want to be at the sharp end here, so let's just drive away. Dino, you push me, thank you very much. And that's exactly what they're doing at the moment anyway. At the moment, it's working. Not quite as well as they needed to, really. One move, and they'll be straight back into the path of Sutton and Service. Speaking of, Zach Service now with the new fastest lap of the race. What a monstrous lap that is from Service. 40.176. But if he can find a way through here on Bradley Sutton, he could be the one to close back up. But we saw how impressive Alistair Saunders was in race number 2. He's still there in 5th place, and he had that fastest lap for a brief moment there before Zach Service has stolen it away. So there's been a couple of drivers in this field today that look mightily impressive, and genuinely who, if things go right for them in a race, could take a race win. But sadly for them, if Loveridge and Rowlands continue with their truce, which they are doing at the moment, it's going to make it really difficult for any of the drivers to get involved. So they can keep themselves there in with a shout into the final moments, but unless it all really kicks off ahead of them, it's going to be tough to get any more places. 3 minutes left to go on the clock in this one. A couple of changes further back. Leo Belendrin gets a move done on Joey Comer, so that's a change for 13th place further down the order. As Loveridge still has Rowlands absolutely in his wheel tracks. Just seen Luke in the chat. Well, hello. Oh no, this is actually Dino's here as well. Come on, Dino. Oh, that's nice, Luke. I'm glad to hear that. Someone else was cheering for Dino, so now you're going to cheer for them as well because you had no one to cheer in this category. That's really cute. That's really cute. Thanks for joining us again, and thanks for being so active in the live chat as well. Great to have you with us. And Dino, he's doing a good job in this one, isn't he? But for the moment, it's not looking like 3 wins from 3. But as we've seen, Loveridge and Rowlands working together well. But I think I can say now, with 2 minutes to go, it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. There are still 5 drivers all in one camera shot here. thus meaning the working together plan hasn't worked. And I think Dino Rollins needs to pull the trigger here pretty soon. I think he needs to go for it. Get back ahead of Loveridge, put the battle on, and Dino, you know from earlier races how good your pace is and how good you are in battle. Not taking anything away from the drivers around him, but I think Dino could get this one if he goes for it. Look at this. Look at this. I've called it. Immediately defends does Loveridge with 2 minutes to go. And sadly for Rollins, he wasn't the aggressor in that and might get overtaken. No, gets the inside back into the horseshoe, and this time it's Bradley Sutton's turn to lose a place. Oh no, he's got the inside line back into the right-hander, and nothing changes. It might actually be Zach Service who loses a place, and it is. Saunders still on Service, up at top end. Service gets a nice exit though, and they will run side by side, almost under the gantry. He has got it. So Saunders is through into fourth then. So what initially looked like a loss of second, changed back around, then a loss of third, changed back around, loss of fourth, finally happened. Saunders through on Service then, as we have a minute left to go. So this is the third to last lap of the race, if my maths serves me correctly, which it doesn't often do. But look at those two. They've locked into battle now for fourth place of Saunders and Service. And they're having a lovely battle to watch, but they're going to drop themselves out of the opportunity for a race win here. Sutton still going with Rollins and Loveridge. But again, Loveridge, just, he has an older head on young shoulders, doesn't he, Loveridge? Just how he played that one out beautifully. Again, the strat worked earlier in the race. Defend, back them up into each other and cause a bit of chaos. Does it again there, and exactly the same again. We've dropped from a battle of 5 to a battle of 3. And again, he's defending down into the hairpin. And Dino sort of half defends, half attacks. He doesn't quite know what to go for because he's got Sutton right behind him as well. And there goes Bradley Sutton up the inside into the horseshoe. They might just lean on each other a little bit. But Rollins can carry the speed and he can keep the second place. But Dino's in such a difficult position here in second place to find a way through. But he's got a lovely exit, hasn't he? On to the final lap we go, and Rollins might just get the race lead here. Round the outside, it will become the inside into Minnie's blind. 3 wide, almost contact, Rollins goes deep. Sutton's up the inside. Here comes the other two behind as well. Saunders and Service are through. What a final lap. We've completely switched around the order. A total change. I can't quite believe this. Who's even into the race lead now? Is it Bradley Sutton? It is. So Sutton leads from Saunders and Service, and now it's it's Rollins from Loveridge, 4th and 5th. Well, that's all kicked off of this final lap. It's all changed with 3 wide almost into the final corner. As Service tries to hold on to 3rd, but through to the race lead, and the race win will go Bradley Sutton. He wins in heat number 3. What a race! There in Honda Cadet GX200. That was proper Honda Cadet racing, that was, wasn't it? And a total change there on the final lap. Awesome stuff. Sutton, aggressive in his moves there, and he deserved that one, I think so. Sutton wins from Alistair Saunders 2nd and Zach Service 3rd. A top 3 we were not expecting there going on to the final lap, but wow, what a race. Dino Rollins has to settle for 4th, and Loveridge, after leading pretty much the entirety of that race, drops to 5th. Archie Rutter just behind him in 6th, James Wilmington 7th, Ollie Knox 8th, Callum Bradford 9th, Connor Sturdy rounds out the top 10 in that one. He was followed by Oscar Wills, Alfie Mullett, Francesca Cridge, Leah Belendron and Joey Comer, your 15 drivers from that one. Well, there you go, like we say, proper classic Honda Cadet race that one was. Brilliant stuff to see. And we will see them back out for their final a little bit later on. Still 3 more heats to come, ladies and gentlemen. We're halfway through the 3rd round of heats. And up next, of course, we've already seen the juniors. This time, it's the seniors. The British Pro Kart Championship is up next for their 3rd heat of the day. Right then, 3rd heat of the day, straight out onto the circuit come our British Pro Kart Championship drivers. Yet again, a broken record. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I've just thought of it. I'm sounding like a broken record. Not like a broken clock. A broken clock doesn't make any noise, John. There you go. Man has brainwave live on air. Yeah, I'm sounding like a broken record, aren't I? Aaron Alexander's just crazy good in a Pro Kart. Just been amazing, Aaron Alexander has. Let's see for more of that in this one, I guess. His teammate, Clayton Ravenscroft, starts alongside him in this one, so they were close on pace in heat number 2, but Aaron just about had that edge. So when they start alongside, will it be a bit more chaotic? Let's wait and see. I think probably not. Very experienced drivers, they'll probably end up working together. Ian Bagger and Daniel Katasinski on row 2. Brandy Rowe and Alfie King are on row 3. They're followed by James Stradwell, Riley Bowen, Paul Scaife, and Alfie Wilkes rounds out the top 10. They're followed by Oscar Buckley, Aaron Lord, Mick Lord, Carl Ruddock, Bo Harbour, Peter Sharp, John Monday, Ethan Taylor, Conor McCarthy, Alfie Wiltshire, Jay Shepherd, Archie Cotton, Jack Dunbobbin, Roddy Rowe, Steve Nichols, Charlie Brooks, Rodney Taylor, Gavin Pike, Andrea Baharu-Mastita, Kenny McAllister, Adam Saunders, Daru Brout, and Max Mannion. 33 drivers taking to the start once again here for their last heat of the day. The next time we see these boys and girls out will be for their final. Well, here we go then. Heat 3 is underway, and both the two FSR teammates trying to get the jump at the start. Who will get it though? Inside line for one, and they do take the race lead away then. I think that is Aaron Alexander, it is. So Alexander takes the lead, Ravenscroft stays in second place, and somehow they all meander their way through that very tight and twisty section of corners there at the S's. Of course, the juniors, we had one off in the wall on the exit. The seniors all make it through without issue. Not saying one is better or worse, just this time the seniors have made it through. Amazing. 33, wasn't it, drivers out there on circuit? Oh, round on the exit. I spoke too soon. One driver heads off piste. They lost a bit of time, but not too much there. They should be able to rejoin and get back stuck in. Well, end of lap number 1 then. Aaron Alexander in the lead of the race. Ravenscroft second, Katazinski third. Alfie King's had a decent start, up 2 into 4th place. Bradley Rowe stays where he was in 5th. And James Dradwell up 1, Riley Bowen up 1. Iron Bagger sadly down 4 on that first lap, has not come out of that first lap well. Oscar Buckley and Aaron Lord both up 2. They round out the top 10 at the moment. Here is a huge battle back to 52 of Riley Bowen there. That is up the inside. Iron Bagger on the 40, I think it's on the outside. Oh, is that Paul Scaife? It is Paul Scaife. He's had a great second lap of the race, and that's a need to be properly stuck in with this battle. I think Bagger's dropping back still. We'll see when it's Iron Fall to. Yes, Iron Bagger is falling back. 14th place for Iron Bagger. That's a massive loss for Iron. What a shame. That's 6 more places lost. So 4 lost on the first lap, 6 lost on the second lap. That's 10 places lost in 2 laps for Iron Bagger. That's a massive shame. And looks as though they might be continuing to slip back, sadly. Iron, what an amazing Heat 2 it was for your junior British Pro Kart champion in 2025. Heat 3 not quite going their way though, sadly to see. Aaron Alexander, how many times do I have to say? Fastest lap of the race, Aaron Alexander, 39.4 on lap number 2. What's it going to be on lap number 3? It's another 39.4, but a little bit faster. Another fastest lap for your race leader. Ravenscroft and Katazinski not far off in terms of overall pace, 39.5s for both of those two. And to be fair, Bradley Rowe behind on the UK plate at 39.4, so he's within hundreds of the overall pace set by Aaron Alexander at the moment. Let's see if he can transition that ultimate pace into moves being made. Well, at the moment you can see from that lovely drone shot there over the sector number 2 of the circuit, Katazinski and Ravenscroft are absolutely nose to tail now. There was a quarter of a second between the two of them as they headed onto this lap. Well, it's not a quarter of a second now, I'll tell you that much, as that was some aggressive battling slightly further back. I think that was potentially Aaron Lord making up a place. We'll see where they come across the line. No, stays in 8th. It was Aaron. It was behind. It was Mick Lord who made up the place on Riley Bowen. So the 17 through on the 52. As it all gets a little bit closer down to the first couple of corners, that is Iron Bagger, isn't it? Yes, and just behind the squad we were just talking about. Bagger lost out 1 position on the last lap. Sorry, 2. So he got back up to 12. Drops down to 14th once again. Does Iron? Sadly for them. But a 39.2, now the fastest lap of the race from Aaron Alexander. Amazing pace from Aaron. Brilliant to see. Again, 39.3 for Ravenscroft, 39.3 for Grabwell, that is now actually. But down into a 39.1 for both Aaron Alexander and Clayton Ravenscroft. Just how that pace goes on through the race. It gets faster and faster and faster and faster for Aaron Alexander. The other drivers just can't keep up with that pace change through the race. Of course, the tyres start to settle in. I can only imagine that's why we get such difference in times. And of course, the engine heats up, the drivers get settled into the race as well. You've got to think about also, but the improvement in pace across the race is sensational for Aaron Alexander. The only one that's matching at the moment is Clayton Ravenscroft, and even he can't quite match it. He's a few hundredths to a tenth off every single lap. He's keeping him at arm's distance. Every time I've said something today, the drivers have done the exact opposite. Just as I say Ravenscroft can't match it, new fastest lap of the race from Clayton Ravenscroft. 39.0. The first time today we had a 39.0. And he closes in by just less than a tenth on Aaron Alexander on the last lap. We will keep our eyes peeled for those two. Iron Bagger makes up a place back there on Alfie Wiltshire as they headed through the S's. Nice re-overtake by Iron there, back into 13th. Unlucky for some. Well, I was staying in room number 13 last night, and it was very comfy, so it wasn't unlucky for me. Let's see. What am I talking about? 3.5 minutes left to go in this race. And gap stayed about the same. Another fastest lap though from Clayton Ravenscroft. 39 dead again, but sadly for him, Aaron Alexander's also into the 39 deads. Half a second between those two still. Katazinski there in third place as well. Bradley Rowe still very much with him as there's the 58. Was that making a move? Looking to, I can see the 48 and the 68 on my screen. 58 at the moment, so it could have been one of them. I think it was. I can't see a 58. So of course we have the 48 Paul Scaife in 9th place. The 68 sorry, Peter Sharp in 17th as well. But again, tough to work it out because there's so many karts on circuit. It's a huge battle bank. It's difficult to work out where everyone actually is on circuit. There's Paul Scaife. There's Carl Ruddock now leading the battle with 10th back. He's just got to pass Mick Lord on the last lap. So it's Ruddock, Lord, Bowen, Bagger, Wiltshire, Taylor, McCarthy, Sharp, Rowe, Monday, Harbour. That is that whole train. And it goes further down. I could keep going if you want in that train. It's so long from 10th place backwards. The top 9 have all scampers off now. It's 8 seconds back to from 1st to 10th. And then from 10 down to the last place, it's a further 10 seconds. So that just shows quite how close the battle is there from 10th place backwards. 1st to 9th is the same gap as 10th back to 33rd. Has that gap closed? It has. 38.9, new fastest lap of the race of Clayton Ravenscroft. There is a 38.9 from Aaron Alexander, but it's a 9.98 to Alexander, but a 9.05 from Ravenscroft. That gap's closing. For the first time today, someone is closing up to the back of Aaron Alexander. I can't quite believe it myself here in the commentary box. I did not think I would be uttering those words at any point today, but Ravenscroft is proving me wrong. Another fastest lap of the race from Clayton Ravenscroft. Again, another personal best around Alexander, but it's another half a tenth for Ravenscroft. Even that might not be enough. Might not be enough. There's still 3.5 tenths between them. And they're so close on pace, lap on lap on lap on lap. There might not be enough extra pace here for Ravenscroft to actually go for a move that will pay off. Because as you know here around Clay Pigeon, difficult to make those moves. You've got to be aggressive in making those moves, but you also need that overall pace difference to get the move done, because otherwise you lose that momentum off of the corner. The other driver could use that momentum better advantage and then get you at the next one. So you often drop into dicey battles here at Clay Pigeon that loses you loads of time, drops you back into the pack, more people get involved. So drivers often know who come to Clay Pigeon relatively regularly, let's not work together, let's leave it till the end of the race. Let's see what happens. 30 seconds on the clock here in the British Pro Kart Championship. They're heat number 3 here today at Clay Pigeon. And from a neutral's perspective, I hate to say it, but Clayton Ravenscroft is not close enough. And he just isn't. 15 seconds on the clock. This will be close, but I think they will just about eke out 2 more laps of this race. Do they go under the gantry with 8 seconds left to go on the clock? It is indeed 2 more laps of this one. Then, and for the first time in a number of laps, Aaron Alexander faster than Clayton Ravenscroft. Personal best from Aaron Alexander, not from Ravenscroft. He was only a 10th off. But still, that's a massive margin in the battle between these two. They're trading half a tenth every lap. So a 10th loss is massive. Massive for Clayton Ravenscroft. As they continue on here around the penultimate lap, I think Aaron Alexander has done just enough here to hold on to this one. Amazingly so as well. After what really looked like a guarantee that Ravenscroft was going to catch there after that pace we saw from him. On to the final lap we go then, and this battle behind's looking rather spicy as well. Katazinski and Rowe going side by side down into the first couple of corners. They've stayed as they were though, I think. Katazinski has kept ahead of Rowe as they head out the corner. Checks over the shoulder, does Aaron Alexander. Knows he's got enough breathing room to Ravenscroft there to not need to defend. Doesn't need to do it. Katazinski and Rowe behind, they have stayed as they were, so I don't think anything to worry about there, unless I'm totally misread the situation. We shall see when we come to the checkered flag. Aaron Alexander rounds the final corner through top end for the final time, and it will be 3 wins from 3 here today at Clay Pigeon for Aaron Alexander. Fantastic stuff from Aaron, and it's another win. Brilliant, brilliant work from Aaron Alexander. And I was right from looking behind. Katazinski did stay ahead of Bradley Rowe, so they stay as they were then.
But what a race from Clayton Ravenscroft as well. He really showed his hand in that one. I think really for the first time today, showed us what he could do there when released in second place to chase down his teammate. Of course, we saw how amazing Clayton's Ravenscroft drive was at Shellington in the wet. It was something special, that was. Clay Pigeon in the wet. Clay Pigeon in the wet. We're here at Clay Pigeon. Shellington in the wet. But here at Clay Pigeon the dry, I wasn't sure if Ravenscroft quite had the answer, but he showed us that he did there, didn't he? So Alexander wins and Ravenscroft and Kaczynski, your top three there in heat number 3 for the British Pro Kart Championship. Behind them, Bradley Rowe, James Stradwell, Alfred King, Oscar Buckley, followed by Aaron Lord, Paul Scaife, Carl Ruddock, Mick Lord, Riley Bowen, Ian Bagger, 13th in that one. He'll be gutted about that one, I'm sure. He was followed by Ethan Taylor, Conor McCarthy, Alfie Wiltshire, Peter Sharp, Ronnie Rowe, Bo Harbour, Alfie Wilkes, John Monday, Charlie Brooks, Daru Routs, Max Mannion. Good run through from him. I know he started in last place, courtesy of the DNF from heat number 2. He was followed by Steve Nichols, Archie Cotton, Rodney Taylor, Gavin Pike, Jay Shepherd, Kenny McAllister, Jack Dunbobbin, Andrea Baharu Mastita, and Adam Saunders. All of them seemingly making it to the checkered flag in that one, so that's a positive at least. Well, there we go then. Third heat done for your British Pro Kart Championship. 2 more heats still left to come. Yes, I am correct in saying that. It's our Formula Blues who are heading out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. Well then, soon enough, we will see our retro karts heading back out onto the circuit in a couple of moments' time. Great to have the Formula Blues with us again here today. It's always exciting when we see them racing out on the black stuff, and like we say, just good to have them out on the black stuff as it is. Some people love these karts so much that they want to continue them on, which is what we want to see. And brilliant to have them along with us again here today at the UK Kart Series. Like we said, we had them out last time at Wilton Mill, and they treated us to some really exciting battling back at round number 4 of the UK Kart Series. Well, for round number 5, they're back out again. But again, I can't tell you what the grid looks like because I don't know. I don't have it on my screens. I can't tell you. But there is a grid, and they are heading out onto the circuit now. So let's go then. Last heat of the day here for our Formula Blues. After this, it'll be a Honda R200s, and then we will be going straight into the finals. 10-minute plus 1 lap finals coming up very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all as excited as I am for that. 2 more heats have to come though, and it's Formula Blues going first. Right then, rolling start once again for our Formula Blues. Of course, that's what I was caught out by earlier. Thinking our Honda R200s was our fast rolling. No, of course, R200s and Blues rolling starts here today at Clay Pigeon. The Union flag drops again here for the UK Kart Series. And off we go for the Formula Blues. Great to have them as a guest once more here at Clay Pigeon. And they scream round the first couple of corners. It's the number 13 who's taken to the start. Well, that is Max Gunter. Good to see Max back out in this one after 2 DNFs so far today, due to various different issues. I think the first one was a DNF courtesy of contact. I think the second one was just a mechanical, but I don't know. It could have been contact as well. Either way, 2 DNFs, less than ideal for Max. But this one, he started up near the sharp end, and this one, he leads after lap number 1. So a little bit happier, I think he'll be, at least after lap 1 of this one. Let's see. Let's hope he actually makes it to the checkered flag anyway. Bill Waters is second. Jeff Ellis third, or not for much longer. Up the inside goes Tom Parker. He's been impressive today, hasn't he, Tom? Second place in both Heat 1 and 2. And look at the battle pack behind. Oh, one driver was having a proper show of it there through the S's. Bucking Bronco there through the S's, and they managed to make it through somehow. Wow. Well, that would have woken them up at least. On to lap number 2. Blimey. Right, so Gunter, Waters, Ellis, Parker. That's your top 4 that have broken away there. Hannah Endicott is on her own in 5th place here, coming through your shot now. And then it is James Dawkins. No, that was James Dawkins on his own. Yep, okay, I thought as much. Dawkins is the one on his own in 5th. He is your victor from both Heat 1 and Heat 2 earlier on today, and he is quickly looking to hunt down the top 4. And he's got the fastest lap as well, hasn't he, James Dawkins? Who would have guessed that one? Not me. 37 dead for James, 37-0 for 7. And that is 2/10 faster than Parker, 6/10 faster than Gunther and Waters, and 7/10 faster than Ellis. So he's got a good bit of time on all the 4 drivers ahead, and look how much he's closed up on that last lap alone. 7/10 he closed up, did Dawkins, onto the back of this pack of 4. And like we've said already a couple of times today, it's surely when, not if, that Dawkins finds his way through. Now, I believe it's all random grids in the Formula Blues, so you get sort of out of the 3 heats, a front start, a middle start, and a back start. Of course, for this one, Gunther, this must have been his front start for him to be up there at the lofty heights so early on. But for the likes of Dawkins, a much more rearward start in this one. He's already got 2 wins. See if he can get the win in this one. He's already up into 4th place then. Gets past the 42 of Jeff Ellis, but gets sort of balked at the final corner. And now look at this run from Tom Parker. Up the inside on the 36, and through follows James Dawkins as well. Nicely done from those 2. Of course, it's sort of been, I was going to say working together, but not really. They've just sort of been the 2 at the sharp end. Oh, back up the inside goes Jeff Ellis. Aggressive from Ellis. He's up the inside at the hairpin, and he's through. So in the space of a few corners, sadly, Phil Waters is going to drop from 2nd to 5th in all of that. And he goes wide at the horseshoe to boot as well. Sadly loses a bit more time, and actually now slipping back into the clutches potentially of Mike Bell on the 4, who's been quick so far today, and also Danny Elson, your only junior, don't forget, here in Formula Blues, and he has been sensationally fast. Change for 2nd place. Through goes the 22 of James Dawkins. It was Tom Parker trying to make the move on Gunther. Didn't quite work out. Chuck Parker offline, up and under went Dawkins, said thank you very much, I'll take 2nd place, and now he wants the lead. Looks to the outside, into the horseshoe, maybe throws Gunther off his line slightly there, but Gunther's able to get the power down the exit and keeps the lead. Into top bend we go then. Still over 4 minutes left to go in this race. Look at that exit from Dawkins. He's going to have the outside line, but of course that becomes the inside line down into Binny's blind, and he has the lead of the race. Parker will follow, sorry, not Parker. Yes, it is Parker. What am I talking about? Tom Parker follows him through, and so does Jeff Ellis. Impressive battling there between those drivers, and Ellis follows through. So from 1st to 4th in only a couple of corners there, sadly, for Max Gunther. After leading from the start, he's got a bit more work to do now in the 2nd half of this race, of which we have just ticked down into. 36.6, still the ultimate pace from this race so far, courtesy of James Dawkins. It was 8 thousandths the gap as he came across the line to take the lead away from Max Gunther. After 1 lap in the lead, it is 3/4 of a second that James Dawkins has in the lead. That's ridiculous, isn't it? That's just ridiculous. James Dawkins, his pace. Oh, who's off piece left? Wait, who's gone off there? Is that James Dawkins? I think that's James Dawkins, you know, your race leader. He's out. He's out. The 22 is out of the race. My first commentator's curse of the day, and I'm so sorry, James. The cannon was facing in your direction. Bang! Off it goes, and he's out of the race. Just as I was singing his praises about how amazing he's been all day, he's been the star of the field all day here in the Formula Blues. He has been brilliant, hasn't he, James? But sadly, his heat number 3 goes on no longer. To the grass and out goes James Dawkins. We will not see him anymore. What a shame. I think he should still be okay. Oh, actually, maybe not, because I was going to say he should still be all right to take the... oh, this battle's looking cheeky, isn't it? Sorry, attention taken away by these 2. This is Waters, Bell and Elton going at it now for 4th place, it is. As they're really not that far away from the 3 leaders as well. There they are, coming through to start a new lap of the race. This is the closest race we've seen so far today here in the Formula Blues. This has been brilliant. And like we thought, James Dawkins, I mean, given his pace and given what he's shown us in the first 2 heats, we thought he'd get in the lead and drive off into the sunset, which is what he was going to do. But the car did not want to go on any longer. And I'm honestly surprised that's one of the bigger mechanical issues we've seen so far today in terms of how much it affects the day's proceedings. That's big up the inside there. Wow, that's Waters trying to get his way back through on Bell. These 2 have been in a ding-dong battle, and here comes Elson up the inside now into top bend, and he gets it done under brakes. Nice job from the only junior. Through he goes, he taps the helmet. I don't think Waters is going to listen to you, mate. Round the outside, which will become the inside, but Waters can't get enough power down, has to settle back in. But as I was saying, yeah, these older generation of karts, you would expect them to find themselves having more mechanical issues through the race, and I'm surprised that that's been our sort of biggest one so far today here. the driver you would have expected to take the win here from his rearward start, getting through to the lead in basically 4.5, 5 minutes. Kart gives up the ghost, and James Dawkins is gone. Well, this leaves the door open to Tom Parker. As I was saying, I was thinking James Dawkins might still be good for pole, given he's got 2 wins and then, of course, a DNF. Issue for him, the driver who's taken the lead from him now is Tom Parker. And Tom Parker is the driver who's got 2 second places so far in the first 2 heats. So he might be on for a win and 2 seconds. I think that will give him pole over 2 seconds of the DNF. This might just throw the cat amongst the pigeons and might create an even more exciting final for us later on this afternoon. Well, all thumbs up from me here in the commentary box. It's going to make it more exciting for us. And it's going to be an epic final, to say the least, I think, here in the Formula Blues later on. 30 seconds on the clock here in our Formula Blue heat number 3. Parker now 8.5 tenths clear of Jeff Ellis. Max Günther a further 2 seconds back, and a further just under a second, really, 6, 7 tenths. Oh, I finally said it. I said the thing I promised I wouldn't say. Max Günther just ahead of Mike Bell. Of course, Bell, Elson and Waters were going at it hammer and tong, weren't they, for a good couple of laps, and that might have taken away the opportunity here to get past Max Günther. Here they are on your screen now. Günther with a little bit of a gap back to Bell and Elson, but not a whole lot. It took Bell and Elson a couple of laps to get past Phil Waters. That's held them up momentarily, and look at that, timer hit 0, so it is last lap board out for Parker and Ellis. Here's the battle we want to watch though. Up the inside goes the number 4. Mike Bell's made the move, up and under, we'll try the 13 though. There's nearly contact between the two of them. That was mightily close there for the 13 there, Max Günther, as now your junior Formula Blue driver, Danny Elson, he's trying to find his way through. So here comes your leader, round, I think that's Ron Shawn, isn't it? Yeah, Ron's having some issues. Oh no, it might be Mark Ellis, actually, on the 43, sorry. Ron Shawn is out of the race. He's gone on the last lap, it seems, sadly. And through to the final corner, and to the checkered flag comes Tom Parker. He wins for the first time here today at Clay Pigeon. 2 second places and a first for Tom Parker. Helped there by James Dawkins' DNF. But either way, I won't take anything away from you, Tom. You've won heat number 3, and I think you've put yourself on pole position courtesy of all of that. So fair play to you, Tom. Good race there in heat number 3. Second place goes to Jeff Ellis. Good race for him. And Mike Bell gets 3rd from Max Günther there on the last lap. Good racing between those two. And fair play to Max. He couldn't keep Mike behind, but he did keep Danny Elson behind. Elson has to settle for 5th place, but again, to remind you, he's the only junior. He has to start from the back. And every time he's got up to sort of 5th or 6th place. Amazing, Danny Elson. He's been great today. Look forward to seeing what he does in the final as well. Phil Waters behind in 6th, Nigel Vickery 7th, Hannah Endicott 8th, Mark Ellis 9th, and then sadly, I don't think Ron Shawn or James Dawkins made it to the checkered flag. We know James didn't make it. We saw him go out in dramatic style. But Ron didn't come through to cock a lap at the end there, so I think he also didn't finish. Sadly for him, as well, another butterfly job to come in the comments box. Bye. We're on Nature Watch and Kart Watch and Dog Watch here today. Lots of watching. I hope you're thoroughly enjoying watching the racing action from wherever you are across the world. There is, sadly, Mr. James Dawkins getting his cart up onto the kart stand and back to safety in the paddock, and hopefully whatever went wrong there for kart number 22, they can get fixed and ready for the Formula Blue final later on this afternoon. Speaking of finals, there's only one more heat to go before we get to the finals. Up next is heat number 3 for our Honda R200s. Well then, this is it, ladies and gentlemen, as we clear that kart from the circuit. Not too long until our last heat of the day heads out on circuit. And after this one, we'll have all the grids set for those all-important finals this afternoon, and we'll get straight into them. We've got 6 coming at you thick and fast this afternoon, all 10 minutes plus 1 lap. I hope you're all as excited as I am. Stick with us for the rest of this afternoon. We'll have the Honda R200 heat coming up in a couple of moments' time, and then we'll be straight on to all of those finals. Stick with us. Right then. Last heat of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this one underway and racing. R200s it is. Back out. And a rolling start again in the R200s. JJ Allen lines up on pole yet again with Jake Barnett alongside him. Good race between those two in heat number 2. Let's hope for more of that in this one. Matty Horspool and William Hossack are on row 2. For Halley Finlater, Alfie Facer and Jack Clark rounding out the order. 7 drivers in this one yet again. Hello Bam Bam in the chat, hello. You did miss Chase and Jacks, but they'll be out for their finals soon enough. Off we go. Oh, no, we are getting waved round again. Yes, we are. They've all stayed in 2x2 formation. That's our first false start of the day. Well, there you go then. We've just seen as well, Luke in the chat saying, oh, so where will Dino start in the final? I don't actually know off working it out, but I think I can tell you if I go back into my Alpha timing page. I think that should have updated by now. Let's see if I reload it. Go to the final. It has. I can tell you, if you're still listening, it's pole position for Dino Rowlands in the final later on this afternoon. And that'll be our 3rd final of the meeting. So there you go. If you're still listening, Pokey Luke, there's your answer. Your mic has gotten a bit quieter as well, so because when I mute it, I have to put it back, and I don't really know where I had it before. So sorry. Just let me know if I'm too loud, too quiet. Let me know in the live chat. We'll get it sorted down here our end. Apologies either way. Right then. On we go. 2x2 start of the drone. Here we go. Last heat of the racing action. And down into Billy's mind already. JJ Allen with a nice start, as you would have expected. Chops straight across and holds onto the race lead ahead of Barnett, Horspool, Finlater, Facer, and Clark. Down into the hairpin for the first time in this one. Of course, it was Jake Barnett who really brought the heat, pardon the pun, in heat number 2. But actually, Jake's under a bit of pressure here on this first lap. Matty Horspool is straight on his case. See if she can find a cheeky position early on in this one. We shall wait and see. Of course, Allen fastest off that first lap. Barnett's now sort of starting to settle into it a little bit more. And now he's close straight back up to the rear bumper of JJ Allen. Well, let's see. Will there be an early overtake opportunity here for Jake Barnett? And if there is, does he go for it? I mean, he was pretty close there down into the hairpin. Will Jake Barnett decide, go for it early, let's get us all involved in this, or scamper off with JJ and leave it until late? But we've seen how that plays out already. If JJ can just get that bit of a gap later on, the race is his. So it is always a bit of a gamble as the driver in second place agreeing to work together, because you still have the work to do, and you are taking away time that you could be using to make that move. It's a difficult one. Difficult to work out, especially with young drivers like these. All these drivers are sort of around 9, 10, 11 years old here in the... oh, sorry, no. I was thinking of Honda Cadet, Honda R200s. They're a little bit older. I think 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13 in the R200s. It's sort of like it acts as sort of a crossover class, because we always say that going from cadet classes into junior classes is the toughest transition of any racing driver's career. I think a lot of us agree it's a tougher transition than going from karts into cars. Even though totally different machinery, the jump from, say, a Honda Cadet into a junior Rotax is the most ridiculous switch up. It's almost like you've gone from riding a bike to having a swim. They are that different in terms of how the karts drive and what you need to do to get good lap times out the car, and then of course what you need to do to make moves as well and get up the order. Totally different between a Cadet 4-stroke engine, a lot of carrying the speed, a lot of working together and slipstreaming, junior Rotax, direct power, a lot more scrappy, a lot less working together, as you all know from watching junior Rotax racing. So you can see why we've introduced this Honda R200 class as sort of a bit of a stopgap. The drivers get that bit of extra power, but still on a chassis and an engine that they know relatively well and that they know how to drive and how to race. So they can learn to race with that bit of extra power before they then move over into a junior class, and they really do get a lot of extra power when they move over to that. So it's a nice bit of a stopgap for drivers just looking to continue to build up that confidence and press on through the motorsport ladder. And it's great to see so much talent on show as well in this class. And just like we saw in heat number 2, Jake Barnett is keeping JJ Allen on his toes, isn't he? Really so. even from the last time you looked at the order, you can see how much of a gap has opened up now. Back to Horspool, then back to Finlater, then back to Facer, then back to Clark. Just like we saw in heat number 2, those gaps opening up between all of those drivers, all just slightly off of each other's pace, really. The only two really close on pace are these top two, Allen and Barnett. Ultimate pace, 38.721 for Allen, 38.743 for Barnett. Then we look further down, 39.9, 38.9, 39.3, 39.5, 39.8. So all the drivers behind, Horspool, Finlater, Facer, Clark, all about 3 or 4 tenths difference in terms of their lap time dropping down, and they're as they should be in terms of position on circuit, correlating with their pace in one lap, overall pace. So it makes sense. But Allen and Barnett, very close. Barnett now a little bit slower than Allen. New fastest lap of the race from JJ Allen, 38.704. Very impressive from JJ Allen. On to a new lap we go then. As we say, Allen had got that immediate pace on the last lap, and look at that. Jake Barnett matches it. An identical lap time there for Jake Barnett. A 38.704 now has been set by both the number 10 and the number 38. Amazing. Let's look at this. Oh, is it going to start to kick off? I hope so. I hope so. Let's wait and see. Jake Barnett there in second place. He's starting to size up JJ Allen now, isn't he? Which we didn't really get to see in heat number 2 earlier on. He was close and close enough, but never quite able to go for a move. Or he did, sorry, and then threw himself off and was able to fight his way back through, I should say, sorry. But when he was right on the tail of JJ Allen, he wasn't ever quite close to go for a move, and when he did, of course, slight issues. So let's see. Let's see what they do in this one then. And Barnett is all over the back of JJ Allen, isn't he? He likes that cut back across, but it doesn't work. It does not work through that corner. I can tell you from experience. I've raced it a number of times myself. And the cut back out of the hairpin doesn't work. Cut back through the horseshoe, that works. So I think Barnett's better to not scupper his line so much through the hairpin. Leave it for the horseshoe and see if he can get a cheeky up and under. Or down here at Billy's blind. Uses his speed out the final corner nicely, but can't turn that in to an overtaking opportunity once he does get down to Billy's blind. They continue on. You can see the gap back to Horspool and Finlater there, just growing lap on lap. Horspool 3 seconds off the race lead, Finlater 6 seconds off the race lead, Facer 9 seconds off the race lead, and Clark 13 seconds off the race lead. So 3 or 4 seconds separating each of those drivers out there on the black stuff. And still our closest battle, this top 2. If we were going to have a close battle anywhere, I think we'd probably choose the top 2, wouldn't we? 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock. That's again good to have you all along with us here on the live stream. Thank you for taking time out of your busy Sunday to enjoy the racing action here from Clay Pigeon. Make sure you subscribe to the Stretton Events channel for all of the future rounds. 4 more still left to go after this one, so plenty to be sorted out in terms of championship permutations, and that's really why I've not gone into them so much today, because so much could change. So much could change by the time we get to the end of the season, and sadly I won't be joining you for any of them. I know, a real shame. I'd love to be involved with the UK Car Series because it is some of the best racing on British soil. But sadly, not going to happen for me this year. But I wish you all the best of luck as you continue on racing into the final few rounds, and hopefully I get to see you more often in 2027 as well. Leaders continuing on then. It is still 35 seconds on the timing screen, so this will be the 3rd to last lap of the race. I think there will be 2 more after this one. But Barnett again, he has the fastest lap now. He has beaten that lap from JJ Allen, 38.618 for Barnett now versus a 38.663 for Allen. But on this lap, I don't think he's been any faster. Last lap he was a little bit slower. This lap he's a little bit slower again, and the gap opens up to 1/4 of a second. The biggest it's been in the last, well, at least sort of 4 minutes, 5 minutes of this race. And the worst possible time, really, sadly, for Jake Barnett when he needs it most. The timer has now hit 0, and opportunities beginning to dwindle here for Jake Barnett as he's trying to close back up here through the penultimate lap. Can he get close enough to try and think about some manoeuvres onto the final lap of this race. Well, the time is now. We find out whether he can. Down into Billy's blind, and no, doesn't think about it there, does Jake? Can he set it up? He's just lost a kart length or so there, down through the first couple of corners. Checks over the shoulder and defends, crucially, does JJ Allen. Only a half defence there, really. Sort of pulled over to the inside to show he was happy to defend, but then knew wasn't close enough, was Jake. Pulled back over and used the ideal line. Drone shot through this final lap then, as Barnett looks to re-attack, but he can't. Into top end they go. JJ Allen holds the speed. They'll have a run to the line, but it should be enough. JJ Allen makes it 3 wins from 3 here at Clay Pigeon. And Honda R200 class is the JJ Allen class so far today here at Clay Pigeon. What a win. Yet again, only by a tenth this time between Allen and Barnett. Barnett is there and thereabouts. Has the fastest lap as well. Just needs to work out where he can go for a move. That's going to be crucial in the final that will cap off the day's racing later on this afternoon. So JJ Allen wins again then a Honda R200, as we say, only just over a tenth clear of Jake Barnett this time. He was followed by Matty Horsball, round out the top 3 in that one. Behind them are Halley Finlater, Alfie Facer, and there is Jack Clark across the line. He finalises the 6 drivers then there in our Honda R200s. Well, there we go. All of the heats are done and dusted. We have had 18 heats so far here today, ladies and gentlemen. It has been mightily exciting, but we now move from those 8-minute plus 1 lap heats to 10-minute plus 1 lap finals, and this is where points mean prizes, and of course where a lot more points are on offer as well. Plenty to talk about in terms of the championship, plenty to talk about in terms of today. Who will take home those trophies as Alan Lord scarily walks towards the camera? We'll go to the next race. It's the Bambinos for their final. Right, we're back. Finals about to get underway then. Our Bambino classes will head out onto the circuit first. It will be our Might E's and our Comas out onto the black stuff here at Clay Pigeon for the first of our finals, but also for them for the final time today. Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened, young drivers. It's been a great day of racing here today at Clay Pigeon. I'm sure lots learnt. That's always the crucial thing, of course, of any Bambino racing, is that you're learning lots at every race round. And that's why you see a lot of these drivers that I'll jump across different comms and different series and things. You'll see them, all of them. Like, wow, you guys are properly getting stuck in. But that is how you get faster as a young driver like these. Don't forget, 6, 7, 8 years of age, all of these drivers. Amazing to see their racecraft. And like we say, the only way you can really get better as a Bambino is under race conditions. Of course, you need that time on your own, on a track, getting up to speed, learning how to drive a kart. Once you're up to a good level of pace and you can sort of be a couple of seconds, few seconds off the race leaders, you need to start getting involved in racing, because you won't be able to learn that racecraft and you won't find that ultimate pace without battling with other drivers on circuit, learning from them as well. And of course, when you're at that age, you're learning so much every day anyway. Every day is a school day. I mean, it is for me at age 26. But every day is really a school day for the drivers this young. And they're learning so much. Their brains constantly evolving and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Much smarter than me here at the commentary box, all these young guys and girls. But either way, always getting better, and it's been great to see their improvement throughout today. Right then, shall I run you through a grid? I'm getting too held up with my amazement by all these Bambino drivers. Oliver Reynolds and Max West on the front row. Watch out for those two. This is going to be good. Ray Birdie and Reggie Love are on row 2. With Harry Foley and Theo Abraham on row 3. Jonah Curtis and Thomas Wilford row 4. Cruz Rogers and Ryan Ross to round out the top 10 and all of the Mighty drivers. And it's Jax Wilmington, Eddie Zimbler and Archie Rice. Your 3 for the Comas. And we're off and racing here at Clay Pigeon. Your first final of round number 5 of the UK Kart Series is underway. And we're 2 by 2 down into the first corner already. Reynolds and West already going at it, but it has, for the first time of asking, gone to Oliver Reynolds. So the first time in this race, he is the one that takes the spoils. He can now command the rest of this race from the sharp end. Max West has got it work to do. Rafe Birdie there in third. Who's going with them? I think that was Reggie Love actually going with them. As Reggie battling with Rafe Birdie, I think it is. It is the 13 of Reggie Love, yes. So Reggie's going with them. And so Rafe Birdie's gotten through on Reggie, so it's a change for third on this first lap. I say that, actually, Rafe should have been in third, so I don't know what's happened there. I think they've just crossed, they've gone past each other before the checkered flag line, but it doesn't matter on this because it's a standing start. So jump start only happens if you jump start when the flag drops, if you overtake someone before the checkered flag, it's not a problem. You just got a better start than them. The opposite of a rolling start, where if you get to the checkered flag before the person who you were alongside of on the row, if you were 7th and they were 6th, that wouldn't work because you'd be on the row behind. If you were 8th and they were 7th and you crossed the line before them, you get a penalty. But not here in the standing starts. And it was a great start from Oliver Reynolds. Immediately, he's got one hand gripped on this race, doesn't he? He is commanding this one for the sharp end, and him and Max are off. Off into the sunset they go. We had Rafe Verdi joining them in that front group for a lot of the racing so far today, but sadly for Rafe, has not been able to join in on this one. Rafe, after that start, squabbling with Reggie Love, has dropped into that pack with Reggie, and now Theo Abraham going with them as well. Harry Foley and Thomas Wilford is battling behind. That is for 6th place between those two. As there they go. Bit of a squabble for 4th ahead then. Theo Abraham still trying to find a way through on Reggie Love. Lovely squabbling between those two as we're side by side for the race lead yet again. Just like we saw in that Honda R200 final though, that up and under out of the hairpin does not work. And Max West has found that out that time. So West still applying the pressure, but not able to find a way past. Right, across the line we go then. On to lap number 4 of this race, and West is faster. Max West, the faster of the two drivers at the sharp end. He was about 3/4 of a tenth quicker on that last lap. I know it's not huge margins, but either way, could just lay down the thoughts for the rest of this one. Let's wait and see. There is Verdi trying to clear off in 3rd place now, with Reggie Love and Theo Abraham still battling over 4th place. That hasn't stopped since the start of this race. As they're in behind, we've got Harry Foley all on his own, and then Thomas Wilford, Jonah Curtis and Cruz Rogers battling very nicely over 7th place in the mighty Bambinos. And looking back onto the Comas as well, Zimbler is leading in the Comas ahead of Jax Wilmington and Archie Rice. That's kind of what we've seen in all of the heats so far today though. Eddie does fantastically well in the first half, but then it all changes later on. Look at this though. Move for the lead in mighty Bambinos. And Max West is through. Aggressive stuff down at Billy's blind, and he's made it work. Reynolds pulls out from the slipstream, but can't get the move down at the hairpin. Well, the marshal had his hands on his head. He can't believe what's going on in front of him. I think he's probably just a bit too hot, but I'm going to take that as he's loving the racing action, as are we. West is through, but for how long? Let's wait and see. Of course, thankfully for them, they've gained that big gap in the opening couple of laps of this race. So despite them losing a bit of time there batting, as they now go side by side again, they're not dropping into the clutches of the likes of Rafe, Reggie and Theo. And Reggie and Theo themselves have been having some great battling over the last few laps, and still Reggie Love staying ahead of Theo Abraham. This has been a very impressive defensive drive so far from Reggie Love, but saying that, they're still on pace with Rafe Verdi ahead. They're still there with the 3rd place man. As there go the two leaders down into the hairpin once again. Reynolds has got the switchback and he's got it done. Amazing from Reynolds. We don't often see that. How many times have I said today you can't do a move there? Well, Oliver Reynolds proves me wrong, doesn't he? Lovely move there from Ollie Reynolds. And back into the lead he goes. So that lasted, what, 2 laps was that for Max West? And once again, sadly for him, drops back into 2nd place. Rafe Verdi still under a bit of pressure there in 3rd place, isn't it? Reggie Love, Theo Abraham still there with him. It does seem as though Reggie's able to turn his attention a bit more ahead now to Rafe Verdi than Theo Abraham behind, as he has had to do for the opening part of this race. As it was nearly a carbon copy of the last, that wasn't it? Just the drivers the other way around that time. But Oliver Reynolds able to chop back across this time. I think Oliver Reynolds was only able to do that move because of how Max West takes that corner. If he held the outside line there and carried the speed, he would have got that place back. 100%, I'd bet my life savings on it. But because he cut back across, he had to slot back in behind, lost that time, lost the position again. Well, West still has the fastest lap so far in this race, and on the last lap he was 1.5 tenths quicker than Reynolds. This is a great squabble between these two. I don't know which way this is going to go, ladies and gentlemen. as they now catch up to Archie Rice, this is. So third place in the Coma Bambinos at the moment is Archie. The top two, Zimbler and Wilmington in the Bambino Comas, there was 900s between them as they went on to that last lap. Maybe this is the point of where that momentum swings back the other way now between Zimbler and Wilmington, and maybe Wilmington takes the lead of the race here with just less than 4 minutes left to go. Looked as though Reynolds got past Rice a little bit easier than West did there, but only a little bit lost. Will be a bit of time lost though, sadly, and as predicted, Wilmington is through on Zimbler, so a change at the sharp end in Coma Bambinos. And again, I don't understand how this is happening. Zimbler gets ahead and stays ahead for the first half of the race. Wilmington then overtakes and goes half a second quicker. Where does that pace suddenly come from? I don't know. I don't understand it. Either way, he's back in the lead in the Coma Bambinos. And Archie Rice suddenly being overtaken by a few of our mighty Bambinos as he drops back into the pack. And here, speaking of mighty Bambinos, are your top two once again. Through into sector number 3. 3 minutes left to go, so that bit of time lost for Max West, it won't have hampered him too much. We've still got a decent bit of time left in this race for him to do something about it. Under the gantry we go once again. These carts, they look so slow on that drone shot as the drivers all try and pick their way through. This is on Eddie Zimbler this time, second place in the Bambino Comas. Like I was saying, on the drone cows, because you're so high up, you don't have that feeling of speed beside the circuit. They look so slow. You've got to remember, these drivers are 6, 7, 8 years old driving these karts. They're mighty quick for drivers of that age. They're still quicker or on pace to sort of karts you would drive in a rental session with your mates. They're not that far off them. So you've got to give your plaudits to these young drivers. They are mightily impressive. Hacking around these UK circuits so impressively well and consistently getting better and hopefully having great fun as well. That's the main thing. You're getting faster as a driver and you're having a great time as well, because not only are these drivers learning how to drive a kart fast and learning racecraft and things, they're also learning how to be a decent human being and meeting all these new people from all walks of life, from all areas of the UK and further beyond as well. Getting stuck in, meeting friends, making memories, just lovely stuff when you're karting at this kind of age. But also, there's great battles that go out on circuit, and that's exactly what we're continuing to be treated to here in our mighties. West still absolutely on the tail of Oliver Reynolds. We've seen he's got a move done early on in this race. He can do it. Max knows he can get this move done, but can he get close enough here? And can he get a move done that could stop a cheeky rear overtake from Oliver Reynolds? That's going to be easier said than done. Up through top bend we go yet again. Nose to tail then. It was a couple of tenths. It's going to be way less than that as they come across the line. It's less than a tenth of a second. But he doesn't go for it, but he will do late on. Nicely done there from Max West. Saw Reynolds go that little bit wide and was able to change his line to grab the inside and grab the place. But is it too early from Max West? He's going to have to defend, and he does. Defends down into the hairpin now. He'll let the up and under for the 77 happen, but he will, this time, hold the inside line. Keep himself locked line astern, but the up and under from Reynolds, he loves that move. He gets the up and under, but he'll be on the outside line here. He squeezes the 32 of Max West to the apex, but it's not going to be enough. To the final corner then comes Max. Oh, he'll chop across. That might hamper you there, Max. Reynolds is going to get the run. Okay, he'll be on the inside, which turns to the outside, but he might have enough of a run here to get it done, and he does. Oh, what a shame there for Max West. He was just overcautious there on his defence on corner exit. He should have just carried the speed as best as possible and worried about the defence further down. But again, these are Bambino drivers, ladies and gentlemen. He's learning every single lap. And what a move it was for Max to get into the lead in the first place. We've seen that happen a couple of times now for Max. He gets through, but then he's overcautious on his defence, loses a bit of momentum, and in these cars, of course, they're so low powered, they're such young drivers, that momentum is massive. So to get that pace back again takes a few corners, and you lose that momentum and you lose that pace again. So, Max, this is it. Final lap is about to begin here, and it is Reynolds versus West for the spoils here in Mighty Bambino. Looking at the Cobras, don't think we need to worry about them. 3 seconds it is between Wilmington and Zimbler as they head through onto their final lap of the race. But here we go then. A tenth and a half here between Oliver Reynolds and Max West as they start the last 815 metres of this one and their last lap of the day. Surely Reynolds will hold that inside line. Of course he does. Down into the hairpin. He bails out of it as late as he can. And thankfully for him, West follows him on the same line, which won't give him the opportunity here. He'll try the up and under into the horseshoe, but he's too far back, is Max West. Final opportunity is the final corner. Can he hang it round? Does he go inside? Does he go outside? Reynolds holds the inside line. It'll have to be a cutback here from Max West and getting the power down. It'll be side by side to the line. This is going to be oh so close. Will it be West? Will it be Reynolds? It's just going to be Oliver Reynolds with the inside line. He gets it with 18 thousandths of a second. What a race there between Reynolds and West, and it does go the way of Oliver Reynolds. Lovely squabble between those two. They've treated us throughout today's proceedings. We thought that was going to carry on in the final, and my goodness, it did. Great racing between those two, and a lovely attempt there from Max West, trying to get the up and under at the final corner. Pulls alongside, but of course then he is on the outside line, all the way up until the line. Oliver Reynolds simply able to take that shorter distance to the line, and that's why he got the race victory there. They both had a very similar race. Max is actually probably a little bit better out of the corner. Reynolds, shortest line, gets the win, gets a maximum points and a big trophy for his mantelpiece. Max West and Rafe Birdie join Oliver on the podium there. Second place for Max and third for Rafe. Sadly, just outside of the podium, 1/10 off of a trophy today, sadly, was Reggie Love in P4. Great race from him in the final, though. He should be very happy with his performance. Theo Abraham, another good performance from him today. They're finishing out in the top 5. Proper in that squabble with Birdie, Love, and, of course, himself. Outside of the top 5, it was Harry Foley, Jonah Curtis, Cruz Rogers, and Thomas Wilford. And then your 3 in the Bambino comas. Jax Wilmington takes the victory by 1.5 seconds, so Eddie Zimbler did close back in there in the last couple of laps, but has to settle for second that time. And Archie Rice, your third and final finisher there from our Coma Bambinos. Well, there we go then. 1 of 6 finals already done. It's the first of our Pro Kart Championships heading out next. It'll be the juniors out first for their final. Right then, straight out onto the circuit come our British Junior Pro Kart Championship. What a day it's been for Ashton Horspool. Simply sublime from Horspool. He has been untouchable, has Ashton. Very impressively so, and he lines up on pole for this one. Of course he does. Louis Coma is alongside him on the front row, with Peter Webster and Lorenzo Martin on row 2. Harry Pennington and Thomas Stevens are on row 3. With Sebastian Thompson and Freddie Worthy on row 4. Row 5 has Matthew Plant and Mia Duffel. Row 6, Jensen Smith and Joseph East. Row 7, Carter Lundy and Tyler Goodser. Row 8, Nicole Allardyce and Callum Falconer. Row 9, Emma Falconer and JB Robotham. And rounding out the grid of 19 drivers is Isaac Hobbs. Sadly, I think that's courtesy of a DNF from Isaac. And Bam Bam in the chat saying, yes, go Jax. Jax Wilmington, top lad, great win. Indeed. Lovely race from Jax there in that one. Sorry we couldn't show you too much of the comas. The Mighties were just so exciting we could not take our eyes off that leading battle. But it was great in the comas as well. Getting the lead about midway through there did Jax, didn't he? And Eddie was keeping him straight on the straight and narrow. But Jack was able to deal with the pressure and a good win for a Wilmington. Let's see if Chase can do the same later on in his final. Right then. We're about ready to go. 2 by 2 on the grid. They watch the Union Jack. It drops, and we're off and racing here in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship. Horspool's lost the lead. He'll look for the inside line, but he can't get it. Louis Coma is into the lead of the race, ladies and gentlemen. A lovely start there from Louis, and he steals it away. Looks as though Martin's lost third. I think Peter Webster might have been the one to dive through and take away third place there. We'll double check that as they come through. More drivers. Look at that, 5 drivers there, all the same team, all making contact with each other down to the hairpin. Oh dear, not how they wanted to start this race, but we continue to press on. They go on through this first lap then. Lovely drone shots of the circuit as always as we head on through. End of lap number 1. Right, let's call them through then. It is definitely Coma in the lead. Horspool second. Martin has stayed third, sorry. No, so Peter Webster did get ahead. I was right. But since they've changed around later on in the lap, there's a cheeky move there from Sebastian Thompson. Back up into the top 5 goes Sebastian Thompson through on Finley Worthy. So it's Coma, Horspool, Martin, Webster. Your top 4 group breaking away again, just like we've seen in so many races already today. Those 4 clearing off into their own little group. Of course, don't forget 10 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for all these finals. So A little bit longer to get moves done, but a little bit longer for things to go wrong as well. It only takes one mistake, one little scuffle with another driver, and things go totally wrong. So let's hope we don't have too much of that across these finals. But Lorenzo Martin, your fastest driver out there on circuit at the moment, might be a carbon copy move there through the first couple of corners. It is. Of what happened between Thompson and Worthy on the previous, that happens again, just the other way around. Here's the move. Up the inside goes Lorenzo Martin, down into the hairpin. Nicely done there from Lorenzo Martin. As oh no, that's not so nicely done. Someone's off in the wall. That is Billy's blind, isn't it? Yes, that is Billy's blind. Just out from our commentary position here in the van. But sadly, one driver not carrying on. We'll see who that is. They cross the line to end at lap number 3. Who doesn't make their way round? They're still trying to get them back out, and it's Battenberg flag. Battenberg, oh, is it? I can see a yellow into turn 1. Yes, there it is. Battenberg flag out of turn 1. So all line astern. Threw me off there because the person was waving. I think they must have had a static Battenberg and a waving yellow. I think that's what threw me off there, just to make sure people were slowing down into that first corner, considering that's where the incident was. Sadly, it looks as though it's Emma Falconer who is in the wall down at T1, down through Billy's blind. Emma seemingly out of the race, or at least even if she does get out of the barrier and rejoin, she's going to be a lap down. That's effectively race over in a 10-minute final, isn't it, sadly? So Battenberg flag out again. Is it only the juniors that we've seen Battenbergs out so far today? I know we've had 2 with them. It might be all 3 that we've had so far today with the junior pro karts. Either way, they've been some aggressive racing. It's been awesome to watch. Do we go back to green? Yes, we do. Green flag waves here at Clay Pigeon yet again. And the restart, Louis Comer starts it and he defends. Of course he does. Round the outside, going to try Ashton Horsfall. This might lose him second place. Lorenzo Martin's up the inside and he's got it. That was aggressive from Horsfall. That was a bit of a do or die there with 7 minutes left to go. Was it worth it? I don't know. Well, he's straight back up the inside. Ignore everything I say. I'm just a city commentator. Horsfall's back through on Martin. Martin's going to lose 2 from all of that as Webster now finds his way through as well. Martin might lose out as that is Thompson trying to get his nose in as well. Thompson there, Pennington there, Worthy there as well on this restart. Of course, we hadn't really opened up huge gaps already. We're only sort of 3 minutes into the race when that Battenberg came out. We have reshuffled somewhat, and really the biggest beneficiary from all of that shenanigans on the opening lap is Louis Comer. Almost 7/10 clear he goes on that restart lap, but they settle back into how they were. Horsfall now from Webster and Martin. Will they start to press on here? Oh, interesting. Webster defends. Interesting. Of course, we saw that was where Webster had the position taken back off him from Martin. The same thing happened at the start of the race, where Martin got through on Webster, and then Webster got through on Martin, and then Martin got straight back through down the hairpin. I think Webster was trying to make sure that didn't happen again down there, but got to be a bit careful because Horsfall could quite easily scamper off from those 2. Then he's onto the back of Louis Comer. One little move, he's through to the lead, and he's off to the races. New fastest lap for Ashton Horsfall. 39.5 for Horsfall. That is 4/10 quicker than your race leader. That's ridiculous, isn't it? That's ridiculous. How's he gained that much back in one lap? That's crazy from Ashton Horsfall, but he's done it. He has done it, unbelievably so. 39.9 for Comer, 39.5 for Horsfall, 39.8 for Webster, 39.9 for Martin. So close at the sharp end here. Only the top 6 are in the 39s as well. Up to top end we go then. We're about to hit half race distance in this one, and the gap has well and truly closed, hasn't it, between your top 2. But crucially, Peter Webster's going with them. Peter Webster, new fastest lap of the race, 39.329. Half a 10th quicker than Ashton Horsfall on the last lap. Both of them quicker than Louis Comer in first place. So both of these 2 are closing up. Oh, that's a cheeky move for 5th, sorry, must be in the background. Pennington and Worthy going side by side into the braking zone. They're still side by side on the exit. Who's got the position? It's the 16. Vinny Worthy keeps it ahead of Pennington. This battle is looking cheeky though, but we can't take our eyes off the lead. It's going to happen in only a couple of moments. Let's wait and see. Top 4 scampering off then. That battle with behind. That's Worthy, Pennington, Thompson, Plant, Smith, Stevens. I think more involved in that one as well. As here we go. Up the inside goes Horsfall. We called it. We thought it might happen pretty soon, and it has. Oh, side-by-side contact between 2nd and 3rd. Off-piste goes Louis Comer, I think that was on the outside. No, it was Webster, sorry. Webster does fight his way back through to the inside then. And they do rechange back through. So, as it has been a lot today, Horsfall leads. Martin's back to 2nd. Webster's third, and Comer's back to fourth. Oh, wow. What a race this has been so far. 3.5 minutes still left to go. And with all that squabbling as well, it's not too far back to this this big battle pack, is it? So you've got first and second have scampered off, and really everyone else has closed up now, haven't they, really? So Worthy and Pennington have gone with the leading group very well and truly now. Thompson and Plant, you can see there battling. And then just behind them, Smith and Stevens going side by side as well. The 87 is going to get that one, so that'll be Smith getting that one back from Stevens as he has the outside line through the horseshoe, but will come the inside line as they head down into the final couple of corners. And how's the gap changing? Another 10.5 gain by Ashton Horsball on the last lap, courtesy of a new fastest lap of the race. 39.2 for Ashton Horsball. Impressive stuff from Ashton as he continues to extend the gap at the sharp end. Well, he's had to work for it in races so far today, but this one has been another level of working for it. Brilliant overtaking prowess from Horsball to get his way back to the sharp end, and fair play to Lorenzo Martin for doing just that as well to get his way back into second place. But crucially, Horsball has the pace here. Louis Comer dropped into fourth initially. He's back to third now, past Peter Webster. He's actually finding some good pace himself now. He did have the fastest lap momentarily, but that now goes the way of Peter Webster. I can't call it in this race. The pace continuing to ebb and flow between those drivers in the top four. Horsball, I think, has gained enough of a gap here initially that it's not going to matter that these two behind are finding a bit more pace. And even if they are finding a bit of pace, ultimately, comparatively to his pace, it's not a massive change. So I think Horsball will have enough. Lorenzo Martin seems to be the one most exposed in all of this. He's the only one out of the top four in a 39.2 on the last lap, which was his personal best lap of the race. But still, the three around him, all 39.1. And on to lap number 13 we go then. I think Lorenzo Martin heard me. New fastest lap of the race for Lorenzo Martin. The first driver in this one down into the 38s. 38.9 now for Lorenzo Martin, as he looks to charge back up to the rear bumper of Ashton Horsball. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. This is going to be close, this. As to whether it's 2 or 3 more laps of proceedings then. Horsball will lead us on to the penultimate lap of the race. And what I think, will it be? It's going to be close. Yeah, it will be. No, it won't be. No, it won't be. It'll be 3 more laps. My maths coming in clutch yet again. That B at GCSE really doing its job. RBSI contact between third place. Both of them off to the scenery. One driver back onto the racing line. Oh, the driver's trying to avoid him. That was Peter Webster facing the wrong direction there as he tried to make the move on Louis Comer. Up and over the cart he went. He did well to land back down on all 4 wheels, and that was after he just took the fastest lap of the race there, did Peter Webster. What a shame. Himself and Comer come to blows. Oh, okay, well, Comer's got the contact warning from that. I didn't quite see who was on which side there. Either way, it ended up with Webster in the middle of the circuit. Comer did well to go off onto the grass and rejoin. So Comer comes back through in third. Still 1.3 seconds ahead of Vinny Worthy in fourth, so he should be sitting all right there in third place now. But Peter Webster rejoining the action down in 10th place. He lost 10 seconds, courtesy of that incident. What a shame for Peter Webster. There he is, leading the next train of drivers. What a shame for Peter. Lofty heights of 10th sadly him in this one, as the timer has now hit 0. Horsball and Martin are about to head on to the final lap here. Lorenzo Martin's going to have to find some brilliance here to find a way through on Ashton Horsball. And really a sentence I could have said from a lot of the races so far today. This has been a proper topsy-turvy one though here in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship. Not how I thought it would play out at all, but seemingly ending in the way I thought it would play out. A 38.7 on the last lap from Lorenzo Martin. He is doing everything he can to try and find a way back up to the rear bumper here of Ashton Horsball and take away the race lead here in the dying moments, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Into the final corner we go then. Martin will try and get a good exit, but Horsball's done enough. It's a perfect day from Ashton Horsball. He wins in the final in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship. A win in all 3 of the heats and the final for Ashton Horsball. Take a bow. Ashton had to work blimmin' hard for that one as well, didn't he? Louis Comer was leading that race for a lot of it and looked as though he could have an upset victory there in the final. It wasn't meant to be. Stays in third place after that contact there with Peter Webster. What a shame. I think we'll need to see that incident back as to how that all played out. But the classic 2 into 1 doesn't go there down at the S's. We said it's a difficult one to make a move work there is down at the S's because it's such a thin piece of tarmac. To go 2x2 is dicey at the best of times, and yeah, clearly both tyres making contact there, chucked one car up and over the other, and thankfully they all stayed on all 4 wheels. Spun off into the scenery, lost a bit of time, and of course Webster losing a bit of places. These things happen though, that is motorsport. So Horspool, Martin and Comer, your top 3 there in the British Junior Pro Kart Championship final here at round number 5 of the UK Kart Series. Outside of that, Vinnie Worthy, Harry Pennington, Sebastian Thompson, then Matthew Plant, Jensen Smith, Thomas Stevens. He was followed by Peter Webster, your top 10, followed by Joseph East, then Mia Duffel, Carter Lundy, Nicole Allardyce, Isaac Hobbs, Jamie Robotham, Callan Falconer, Tyler Goodsir, and of course Emma Falconer. She did rejoin after that incident. She only finished a lap down, but of course she went that lap down courtesy of that incident. So good to see that she did make it through to the end of the race. Right then, next final coming up next, and this is one I am very excited for. The Honda Cadets are out on circuit next. Right then, straight out on circuit go our Honda Cadet GX200s. And their final, beginning momentarily, continuing on with those standing starts that we've been enjoying throughout today for a lot of our classes. And let's look at the grid then. You asked earlier in the live chat what the grid was looking like. Well, I can tell you it now. Also, lovely to see so much love in the chat. Come on, Lorenzo, do it for your mum. I assume you are his mum. Bella Martin. Hello, Bella. Thank you for joining us there. And it was a good race, wasn't it? It was a good race from Lorenzo. Couldn't quite grab it that time, but very closely fought between those two. They should both be very happy with their performances. Right then, Honda Cadet, not R200s, they're at the end of the day. GX200s out now. Dino Rowlands and Bradley Sutton are on the front row of the grid. Archie Lovebridge is on row number 2. He's joined on there by Alistair Saunders. Then it's Zach Service and Archie Rutter. They're followed by Ollie Knox and Chase Wilmington. Oscar Wills, Callum Bradford round out the top 10 on row 5. They're followed by Connor Sturdy and Francesca Cridge on row 6. Alfie Mullett, Leo Belendron and Joey Comer. 15 drivers on the grid for this race start. 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing action coming up here for our Honda Cadets. Let's see how we go for this race start then. I thought this would be quite an interesting one, this one, out of all the finals today. Let's see how it plays out. Because, of course, Dino and Archie have been mega impressive so far today. They're the only two to have taken race wins so far today. But Bradley Sutton, Alistair Saunders, Zach Service have all looked at some point today like they could win the race. They've all been super quick. They've all been battling really well as well. And they have brought the heat to those two at the sharp end, who I certainly assumed would be off on their own for all of these races. That has not been the case. It's been brilliant to watch, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it from trackside here at Clay Pigeon. I hope you've all been enjoying it wherever you are watching in the world today. And hopefully you do join us for the final rounds of the season. Off we go then. Union flag drops here at Clay Pigeon. And we're on the way in racing for 10 minutes plus 1 lap then. Down to the first couple of corners. We're side by side for the race lead. Rowlands gets it. Sutton on the outside. I think he might just lose second. No, he doesn't. He's able to chop back across. Keeps Loveridge, his teammate, behind. Oh, someone's over the grass. I think that's Ollie Knox in the background potentially, who's made a cracking start, if that is Ollie Knox, to 5th place. But a little bit off-piste there as he headed down out of the S's and continuing on through this first lap of the race. So it is Rowlands from Sutton, from Loveridge and Saunders, your top 4 that have broken away at the moment. I think it is Ollie Knox who's trying to go with them there in 5th place. If it is, like I say, absolutely amazing start from him if that is the case. And on to lap number 2 we go. It was Ollie Knox, so 2 places gained at the race start for him. Let's hold on a second. Archie Loveridge is in the lead. When did that happen? Have I missed that? What? I just saw the live timing that he was in the lead. What? Right, well, I've missed that. I hope you all saw it on the screens, because I'm clearly blind as a bat here in the commentary box. Loveridge is in the lead. When did that happen? He was in third after T1, and he's in the lead. Well, Sutton's down to third. Rollins is in second, and Loveridge now leads the race. And Saunders, well and truly going with them there in fourth place now. He is closed up to the back of your top three. There is Knox. Archie Rutter now joining him there, it seems. And Chase Wilmington going with them as well. Zach Service involved in that squabble. All still very close up near the sharp end. So Chase Wilmington, I think, is leading that next pack, isn't he, on the 96? Oh, no, I think he was involved in that squabble. It was in the 68, wasn't it? Connor Sturdy. So it was Sturdy as all coming to blows there. That's Rowlands and Sutton. Sutton trying to get the inside line there through the horseshoe. Hasn't worked this time. It is actually Archie Rutter in 6th place who's got the fastest lap of the race so far by a couple of hundredths quicker than the leaders. As they go on to lap number 4 of this one, I'm sure that will change, and it does. Dino Rowlands gets the fastest lap, but oh no, Zach Service is the one to steal it back. So Zach Service is putting some pressure onto Chase Wilmington here, and he gets the fastest lap of the race. Rowlands checks over the shoulder, working out how this race is sort of playing out here, as Ollie Knox has clearly been overtaken by Archie Rutter. He has, as Rutter then defends down into the hairpin. So nice move then. Rutter gets his way back up into the top 5, but that's now broken away into a group of 4 as well. We've got Rutter, Knox, Wilmington and Service all in that big squabble. And given they're battling as they are, they're going to be losing time to our top 4 as they are remaining line astern. Whether out of choice or not, I don't know. Either way, they are remaining line astern at the moment. And I think Dino Rowlands need to throw the plan out of the way on this one and go for it. Send it. Lick the snap and send it, Dino. Wait and see. I could be totally wrong. He could wait until the last lap, do an amazing move, win the race, and I'm an idiot. But I'm also coming from a neutral perspective where I'd love some batting at the sharp end in this top 4. Let's wait and see. For the moment, Loveridge remaining metronomic at the sharp end, hitting his markers, keeping the other drivers behind. Well, Loveridge and Rowland set identical laps on the last time around. Zach Service has still got that fastest lap though, and on the previous lap he did find a way through on Chase Wilmington ahead. We saw Rutter got through on Knox, and Wills behind them got through on Connor Sturdy as well. So a new lap then. Still right on the wheel tracks is Dino Rowlands. But again, not able to do anything with it at the moment, and he's still in that treacherous position where if he makes a move and it doesn't quite work out, Bradley Sutton's going to be coming straight by and saying thank you very much for that easy overtake. I will happily take that one. And as we've settled into this battle as well, Alistair Saunders not quite able to keep the pace of these drivers, it seems, sadly. A lovely panning shot there from what I've been told to say is the best drone pilot in the business. I was told to say that. Threatened, even, you might use that word. No, the shots are lovely. I've got to give that to Alan Tadai. Brilliant shots of Clay Pigeon there from the skies. Still, Loveridge, chill. He's chilling, isn't he? Maxim, relaxing, just chilling out there on track. Of course, he's not chilling. He's leading a train of 3 drivers at the sharp end of a Honda Cadet 200 final. He's not chilling. He's anything but chilling. But comparatively so to how this race could be playing out, he's very chill. Isn't he, at the sharp end? He doesn't need to worry. Dino Rowlands isn't going for a move. I am sort of tempting this. I want him to make the move. He's not making the move though, is he? Dino Rowlands, he's sitting behind. You can see there, no need to pull over to defend there for Archie Loveridge. Absolutely no need for it. Rowlands, no, not even seeming like he would pull out from the slipstream there, even to fake a move. They're in full work together mode still, and we have just ticked over half race distance now here in this Honda Cadet 200 final, and after this one we'll be halfway through the finals. I can't quite believe that already in the final part of the day really here, as we cap off another brilliant round of the UK Kart Series in 2026. Here's our next battle pack, still as they were then, so Service at the sharp end of this one. Service in 5th, Rutter in 6th, Knox in 7th and Wilmington in 8th. And there as they were in that group of 4. Then a decent gap now back to Oscar Wills in 9th, who then has Callum Bradford, Francesca Cridge, Connor Sturdy. That's all switched around on the previous lap. Bradford and Cridge both through on Sturdy. So we said Sturdy had made up a place a few laps ago. Sadly, that's all been undone, and he slipped back down, back out of the top 10. Has gone Connor Sturdy. He's got Leo Belenja for company as well. A couple of seconds back, and then a few seconds back from them, Joey Coma and Alfie Muller having a lovely battle of their own over 14th place. Good to see, no matter where you are in the field here in the Honda Cadets, you'll always find someone to battle with, which is what you want. As you say, these drivers are a bit older than the Bambinos we saw out earlier on, but not that much older than the Bambinos. A couple of years they're senior, but still learning lots. And great to have drivers battling with each other continuously as we press on through this race. Right then, round the final corner come our three leaders once again. They continue to ever so slightly drop Alistair Saunders every single lap. That gap is over a second now, just between Loveridge and Saunders. But Loveridge, Rowlands and Sutton still absolutely nose to tail between these three. And still, Rowlands, he's been close enough to make a move since the start of the race. He's made it, he's through, but Loveridge is back up the inside, down into the hairpin. Can Rowlands hold it round the outside? Yes, he can. Rowlands holds onto it, and up the inside now goes Bradley Sutton. Fantastic from Bradley Sutton, as he's now into second place. But it all kicks off, doesn't it? I was inviting the chaos, and it has arrived. On to lap number 12 we go now, as Dino Rowlands leads this race for the first time. Let's see if Sutton sits behind. Let's see if Loveridge gets back through on Sutton immediately. And that bit of battling has allowed for Saunders to knock on the door of this battle again, but not get stuck in. There goes Bradley Sutton up the inside. Lovely move from Sutton, and Loveridge follows him through, but not well enough. Up and under goes Dino Rowlands and Sahor, leaning on each other out the corner there as Loveridge tries to get the move done. Ain't going to work. Rowlands holds on to his second place. He stops that negative momentum. But now, for the first time today, Bradley Sutton is in the lead. On to lap number 13 we go. And there is 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this race, ladies and gentlemen. And if these four continue to chop and change, we might see that next group close in. They're 2 seconds back. You can see them there behind your shot. We got two together. That is Zach Service and Archie Rutter. Then behind them, Chase Wilmington and Ollie Knox. Wilmington now ahead of Knox. He's made that move on the previous lap of the race. Still a minute and 20. As I don't know why the Royal Mailman did a whole lap of the circuit now to leave, but there he is, heading back out. Goodbye, Mailman. He drove past our comms 1 second ago. We were like, what's he doing here? Anyway. Well, speaking of Royal Mail, who's going to lick the stamp and send it here? It's Loveridge back up the inside. He'll try and make it 2 by 2. We've seen that, and badly, in the British Junior Pro Karts earlier on. Loveridge backs out of that one and keeps himself in with a shout for the rest of this race. 50 seconds now on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We're closing in to a grandstand finish here in the Honda Cadets. This could be something special here. To the final corner we go then. Oh, it is 38 seconds. We are going to get 2 more laps of this one then. Penultimate lap of the race begins. Bradley Sutton kicks it off. I thought Dino Rowlands was setting a move there down into the first couple of corners. As through they continue on. Biddy, how did I forget the name of Biddy's Vine? I'm actually annoyed myself with that one, but there you go, into the hairpin. Rowlands goes for it up the inside. Nicely done under brakes. Doesn't give any opportunity for a re-attack there from Bradley Sutton, and what a perfect time to do it. Again, I did say Dino Rowlands is probably going to do like the best strategy ever and then just tell me to shut up at the end of the race, and he has. He's done exactly that. What a strat this has been for Dino Rowlands. 1 more lap to hold on to it for Dino. Sutton's got a nice run, but Dino knows it. Holds the inside line. Loveridge will try and dive up the inside. Can he get there? Oh, almost. They might go side by side here through the S's, and they will. Will there be enough room given? Loveridge has the outside line, but of course that becomes the inside line. Down into the hairpin. He's got it, and through follows Saunders as well. So in the space of about a lap and a half, Bradley Sutton has dropped from the lead to 4th place. As there, Saunders looked up the inside to get 2nd place away. Sutton's going to try and battle with him for the last place on the podium. But this is giving it to Dino Rowlands. He's off and clear into the final corner. Dino Rowlands is going to win in a Honda Cadet final. He sees the checkered flag first and celebrates across the line, as he should. What a race victory. And again, proved me wrong. I thought he should have been going hammer and tong with Loveridge early on, but no, he waited, he bided his time, and that strategy was perfect. Loveridge comes home in 2nd place, Alistair Saunders celebrates across the line as well with that third place finish. Well done to Alistair Saunders, a great run there. Looked to be dropping away from that top 3 fight in the mid part of the race, but with them battling, he closed back in, bided his time, and he got past Bradley Sutton there on the last lap. Well done. What a shame, though, for Bradley Sutton. Commiserations to Bradley. What could have been a race victory there turned to a 4th place at the checkered flag. A real shame there, losing a couple of places on the final lap. Zach Service, your WC Plate champion, the Wessex champion from here at Clay Pigeon earlier on in this season. He is great round this track, isn't he? And great to have him with us here for UKKS. Hopefully he does join us, but I have a sneaking suspicion he'll just be racing here at Clay. He rounds out the top 5, followed by Archie Rutter, Chase Wilmington, good race from Chase there in P7, followed by Oscar Wills, Callum Bradford, Connor Sturdy, your top 10, and followed by Leo Bellengen, Ollie Knox, Alfie Mullett, Joey Comer, and Francesca Cridge there. A lap down, though, for Francesca, sadly, so I think something's happened there in the last couple of laps, but did make it to the flag. So that's good, if nothing else. Well then, that is your Honda Cadet GX200 final done and dusted. Of course, we've already had the Junior Pro Karts. Let's get ready for the Senior Pro Karts. They're up next. Here we go then. Last race of the day for our British Pro Kart Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. A long one as always. Aaron Alexander, perfect day so far from him, but Ravenscroft was close on pace in heat number 3. Let's see what Clayton can do alongside him on the front row. Katazinski and King are on row 2. Daniel and Alfie there on 3rd and 4th, followed by Iron Bagger, Bradley Rowe, James Stradwell, Paul Scaife, Aaron Lord, Oscar Buckley. That's your top 10. Then followed by Riley Bowen, Mick Lord, Alfie Wilkes, Carl Ruddock, Alfie Wiltshire, Bo Harbour, Ethan Taylor, John Monday, Conor McCarthy, Peter Sharp, Daru Brout, Ronnie Rowe, Steve Nichols, Charlie Brooks, Archie Cotton, Jack Bobbin, Jay Shepherd, Rodney Taylor, Gavin Pike, Max Manion, Kenny McAllister, Andrea Baharu Mastita, and Adam Saunders. Your 33 karts on the grid for this one then. 10 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock once again then for the British Pro Kart Championship. There's someone up and out of the karts. I think they're discussing where they should be on the grid potentially. I think that is exactly what's happening. I think there's a bit of a discussion over where they should be, and he thinks that he should be in the grid slot ahead, and there's going to be a bit of discussion here because then I think everyone else is off where they should be behind. A bit chaos here, but we'll work it out where everyone should be, and we'll get them back out as soon as we can then. As we say, it's been a great 3 races of the day here in the heats for the British Pro Kart Championship so far. As it's the 55, and I think that's the 66, is it not? Let's see where they are. 55, Alfie Wiltshire. Maybe it's the 86 of Carl Ruddock, is it? That was behind? Yeah, it is. So yeah, slightly different. So that's where the confusion lies then. Right, okay, we see. So just a 1 grid slot change, but then might have to reshuffle others, and maybe we're missing someone as well. We've got the Salute on the grid, so we must be ready to go then. Only a brief wait, and we're off. We are off and racing then. The 2 FSR teammates lead us down to the first couple of corners. Is that Ravenscroft to the lead? Yes, it is. Ravenscroft grabs the lead at the first time of asking. It seems starting second on the grid can actually be beneficial here at Clay Pigeon. It's all 3 wide into the S's. How they all made it out of there, I don't know. One goes off piste to the grass and turns their cart into a lawnmower. Sadly, I think someone else is off down there as we have one of the fantastic marshals rushing over to assist. So 2 drivers off, I think, there through the first couple of corners on lap number 1. But overall, a pretty decent lap 1 then. But not so ideal for Aaron Alexander. Ravenscroft gets through, but when will Aaron Alexander get back through? It's not if, it is when. Will it be here? Is it now? Is it on to second lap? No, Ravenscroft defends. Up and under goes Alexander. Can he force the door open? No. Yellow flags as well. No overtaking, as we do have a driver off in the wall. That is Daruv Rout who's off in the wall. A shame for Daruv. at least a lap down now, if not out of the race. Just look at this. Ravenscroft is defending so hard, he's backing Aaron Alexander into the rest of the pack. Aaron Alexander not happy with a bit of contact made there for the drivers behind. Bradley Rowe, Daniel Katasinski there with him as well. Alfie King, James Drabwell. So many drivers in this leading six that could win this race. And of course, as we've seen already, Aaron Alexander has the pace here to scamper off into the lead if he gets the opportunity to do so. And that is the crucial caveat, if he gets the opportunity to do so. If Ravenscroft just defends hard here, pushes his teammate back into the pack, there's the opportunity that he gets shuffled backwards, and there might be someone else could get the win in this final. Look at how aggressive that's been. The third place, contact there, down into the hairpin, back up the inside goes Katasinski, and they get through. So Katasinski gets through. I think that's a few places lost there, sadly, for Bradley Rowe. Yeah, 2 places lost. So who followed through? It was Alfie King, just about kept ahead of James Drabwell. So it's 3rd to 5th for Bradley Rowe. Katasinski to 3rd, King to 2nd. Now this is really going to hamper Clayton's Ravenscroft's ability to keep in the lead here, because before he could defend hard and Aaron Alexander had to think not only about Ravenscroft ahead, but also all the drivers right behind him that were looking to gain a cheeky place as well. Now they build out such a gap because of that squabbling between Katasinski, King, Rowe and Drabwell that they can't really play that game anymore. And this is a straight fight between these two now, as Aaron Alexander has already closed back up to the back of Clayton Ravenscroft's car. Up through top end we go. Going to be the setup through here to go for something into T1, I can imagine here from Aaron Alexander. As already, what's that gap now? It will be over 1.5 seconds now between 2nd and 3rd. It is indeed up and under. We'll try Aaron Alexander. There's going to be contact. Oh, not quite. And he forces the move. Had to be aggressive there, did Aaron Alexander, and had to be super aggressive, and he was. Clayton's Ravenscroft tried to close the door there, didn't he? But Clayton not quite able to. Aaron had just about got his front left alongside Clayton's rear right. That bit of contact told Clayton, oh, I can't close the door. Had to open it up again. Through goes Aaron Alexander. Aggressive stuff, and now is the opportunity for Aaron to press on into the lead of the race. That bit of side-by-side action between those two, I think, would have lost them a little bit of time to 3rd. Gap's going to cool from 1.5 seconds to just less than 1 second. And Alfie King in 4th place now actually takes the fastest lap of the race. You see him there, following just in the wheel tracks of Daniel Katasinski. But for the first time in this race, Aaron Alexander, see him at the sharp end of the timing screen. The number 1 is back into position 1. And of course, your race victor from every single race so far today, which is just ridiculous, isn't it? Aaron Alexander. Few of the drivers across different classes have been able to do that, but Aaron's have been particularly dominant, I must say. Very, very impressive stuff. They're still continuing battles up and down the order then, as we see drivers heading down to the hairpin already. Still drivers coming through under the gantry stun new lap. Big field in this one, of course. 33 drivers total. If you've got 33 drivers on one circuit, you're always going to have good racing, and that's exactly what we're being treated to in this one. Is that Alfie King getting stuck in? It is on the number 16. I think losing a position actually there to Bradley Rowe. Of course, gained that position on Bradley about 2 or 3 laps ago, and it's reshuffled back around once again. Aaron Alexander, what's the lead looking like now? Yeah, another 600ths gained on the last lap. Again, little by little, new fastest lap of the race for Aaron Alexander, and he just slowly extends that gap, doesn't he? It's what he loves to do. He can just be consistently that tiny bit faster than all of his rivals, and that's all he needs to be. A couple of hundredths here and there every single lap consistently. So suddenly, by the checkered flag, he's 3 or 4 seconds clear. Well, we've just ticked over half race distance then in this one here for the final at round number 5 for the British Pro Kart Championship. Under the gantry we go once more. What's the gap looking like back to Katasinski? It stayed about the same. A couple of tenths lost to the race leader, and to be fair, a couple of tenths lost to Ravenscroft. So I thought maybe it could be an opportunity for a change for second place at some point if Ravenscroft can't quite get on the pace. But he has 39.053 for Ravenscroft on the last lap, 39.080 for Aaron Alexander. So both well and truly clear of the rest of the field. The next fastest driver is Bradley Rowe in 4th place on a 39.169. 39.184 for Drabwell, 39.194 for Bagger, 39.178 for Oscar Buckley down in P10. Because there you go, first into the 38s, and to be fair, it is Clayton Ravenscroft, 38.951. The marker that's now been put down by him, the first driver down into the 38s at any point in this race. 39.013 for Aaron Alexander. Oh, that's another cheeky move up the inside there from one of the FSR drivers. Good battling going on. As that is, of course, Alfie King. He's battling with Iron Bagger at the moment. They've got Bradley Rowe and Daniel Katazinski just ahead of them as Bagger got through on Drabwell on the last lap. And it was him trying to get past Alfie King on this lap. Not able to do it just yet. But will it play into his hands a little bit better later on in this race? Gap once again, or for the first time to be fair, in about 3 or 4 laps, the gap between Ravenscroft and Alexander does open. As that was a wallop there into the hairpin. And to be fair, driver apologises for it. I think fair enough, that one. That was an aggressive trying to retake the inside line. That was Carl Ruddock. This is battling with Oscar Buckley then for the last place in the top. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's battling with Mick Lord, I think it is, on the 17 for 11th place. I think they're a little bit off of the top 10. No, it wasn't. It has changed over that last lap. Buckley has lost time to Aaron Lord in P9. So it is Buckley, Ruddock, Mick Lord, Alfie Wiltshire and Riley Bowen in this scrap. And Roddy Rowe trying to go with them as well. Down into the hairpin. Battles up and down the order, still progressing. It's tough to know where to look in the British Pro Kart Championship because there's always things happening. So it's like, which battle do we choose? I don't know. As with these karts, and of course them being pro karts, always split off into great battle packs. It's very rare you find a driver such as that on their own. Very rare. And that's why so many drivers want to race here in the British Pro Kart Championship, because so many drivers involved, great racing, loads of different tracks around the country, relatively affordable when compared with other motorsport. Why would you not get involved? Brilliant. Get yourself stuck in. Go over to the UK Kart Series website if you're watching this race and going, oh, I'd like to get involved with that. Especially if you already have a Pro Kart, you race in other, say, more endurance categories. Get stuck in with Pro Kart sprint racing, and it's great fun. More moves being set up there. That was more near the bottom end of the top 10. I think Scaife and Lord, no, there's a big gap between them. It can't have been them. It must have been Bagger, Iron Bagger, Alfie King, James Drabwell, Paul Scaife and Aaron Lord in that squabble. The Bagger is through on Alfie King. So change for 5th place, and here is King under a lot of pressure now from James Drabwell, another driver who's been very impressive throughout today on the number 5. Up in the top 10 consistently throughout today. Paul Scaife going to go with them as well. Not too far then back to Aaron Lord, one of the few drivers, as we say, in a bit of no man's land. Aaron Alexander, new fastest lap of the race, 38.909 versus new personal best of Clayton Ravenscroft, 38.939. So 0.6 of a second now between your top two. Biggest gap so far in this race, and there's 30 seconds left on the clock. Bradley Rowe has stolen away the last of the podium places though. Up to 3rd place he goes. He's made the move as the UK plated driver on Daniel Katazinski, as all that looks like it was all getting a bit closer comfort down at hairpin number 1. I think it was. I think there might have been a bit of contact down there. They're having a good fun though. As Aaron Alexander is going to eke another lap out of this one. Yes, he is. Crosses the line with 7 seconds left to go. 2 more laps of this race for Aaron Alexander. Don't think that's going to affect things too much though. 28 thousandths gained again on the last lap. Aaron Alexander and Clayton Ravenscroft trading times at the sharp end, but Aaron that tiny bit faster, and we are talking hundreds and thousands, and not the yummy things that go on top of ice cream. Talking about race time here. That's the first time I've ever thought of that one. I'm going to use that one more often. It's rubbish, and that's why I like it a lot. Round the final corner comes Aaron Alexander, then on to the last lap of proceedings here at Clay Pigeon in the British Pro Kart Championship. Aaron Alexander, your championship leader, my goodness, has he been impressive throughout this season. I cannot fault Aaron Alexander at any point in this championship season. He's just been brilliant, hasn't he? Absolutely brilliant. And, well, Aaron Alexander was leading today's round by 44 points ahead of James Drabwell as he went into today's proceedings. He has then gone on to win every single race here today. And that gap at the sharp end of the championship is going to be even bigger. Heat 1 victory, Heat 2 victory, Heat 3 victory, final victory for the man, the myth, the legend, Aaron Alexander. Kart number 1 finishes in P1 yet again. Aaron Alexander takes the spoils here at Clay Pigeon in the final for the British Pro Kart Championship. Clayton's Ravenscroft, impressive from Clayton. 38.883 on the last lap, gets him the fastest lap. But you know, he won't care about the fastest lap if he got the win. Sadly, not today for Clayton. Has to settle for second place. The team will be happy, though, with that top 2. And, of course, Alfie King then down in 6th place, not far off at all. But it was Bradley Rowe on the UK plate. He was the driver to round out the podium, then your top 3 in the British Pro Kart Championship final here at round 5 of the UK Kart Series. Daniel Katasinski and Iron Bagger, top 5, good finish there for Bagger. He was followed by Alfie King, as we say. Then Drabwell, Skaith, Aaron Lord, Oscar Buckley, Carl Ruddock, Mick Lord, then Bowen, Wiltshire, Wilkes, Rowe, Taylor, Harbour, McCarthy, Nichols, Mannion, Sharp, Taylor, Pike, Brooks, Shepherd, Cotton, Saunders, Dunbobbin, Baharu, Mastita, McAllister and Rout. The last few finishes there. Of course, we had that halt for Daru Rout going off on the first lap. He did rejoin because he only finished a lap down, similarly to what we saw earlier on. Well, there you go then. The British Pro Kart Championship, that is it for today for them. Their final is done and dusted. A very exciting one. Maybe at the start didn't quite play out how we were thinking. Nearer the end, it very much did. And another great victory for Aaron Alexander. Well then, 2 more finals left to come. It's our Retro Karts up next, our Formula Blues for their final. Right then, off we go. Another final about to be under the belt. Formula Blues are going to kick off in a few moments' time. Of course, we go to 2 rolling starts now for both our Formula Blues and our Honda R200s. And again, I can't tell you the grid for this one because I don't know what it is because they do it all themselves. It's their own system, and I have no idea how they line up for this one, but we'll see, won't they, as they come across the line? How do we get this one underway? 10 minutes past 1 now. Let's go. Go for racing action. It's Bell and Parker on the front row, up and under trying. Parker's gets the inside, sorry. It was Ellis on the front row with Mike Bell. So they press on through these first couple of corners. A cheeky start from Tom Parker, but he couldn't make use of it. Got a lovely run, though, down into the hairpin, hasn't he? He'll look up the inside here, late on the brakes. Try and follow the leader through as Ellis tries it round the outside. Not going to work for either of them. Ellis can't make the outside stick. He slots back into second, and Tom Parker can't make the most of that either, as he has to stop back into 3rd place. Well, let's see if a bit more of a battle is on our hands here for the Formula Blues through this final. Of course, it has been brilliant to watch the likes of Tom Parker and James Dawkins absolutely flying. What's happened to James Dawkins? Your winner in Heat 1 and 2, who only didn't win Heat 3 because of a DNF, a mechanical DNF, has just dropped from 7th to 10th on that last lap. He's still running. He's 4.5 seconds off the leader, but he's in last place. James Dawkins, the driver who we all have expected to drive through this final to the front, is struggling, and I don't know why. Just less than 9 minutes left to go. There has been changes in this leading group, hasn't there? Tom Parker is into 2nd place. And look how much time that's lost them to your race leader and Mike Bell. They've lost 3/4 of a second there, because not only did Tom Parker make the move, Mike Bell popped in the fastest lap of the race. Very impressive from Mike Bell to eke out that race lead with a 37.3. Well, the drivers around Well, 37.8, 37.7 and 38.3. So a whole second quicker was Bell in the lead than Ellis in 4th place on that one. But all of them still in a long train for the lead. What we've got, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, all still in this leading train. And now Tom Parker, of course, has been released from sitting behind Nigel Vickery and Jeff Ellis. So Parker back through into 2nd place, and he has got the fastest lap of the race as well, 37.155, the fastest lap, and he is now catching Mike Bell. Well, he's doing his best to do it anyway, 37.155 versus a 37.306. So a couple of tenths gained. Couple of tenths gained on that last lap. Let's see if it's the same again then. Just less than 6 tenths on the last lap. It's just over 4 tenths. New fastest lap of the race from Tom Parker, but Mike Bell puts in his own personal best as well, so he is replying, is Mike. He's trying to have his hands on this elusive trophy in the final. Let's see if he can do it. Squabble still going on behind. Nigel Vickery with a defensive masterclass at the moment to try and keep Jeff Ellis behind, and he has then got Phil Waters and Danny Elson for company as well. James Dawkins is out of the race. I've just spotted. He's out of the race. After that second lap where we spotted he dropped down on lap number 1, he's pulled into the pits. He is done. What a shame for James Dawkins after being so impressive through heats 1 and 2. We said, I hope he can get whatever it was that's conked out there in heat 3 fixed and working for the final. Clearly he thought he had or hoped he had, and he hadn't. First lap, kart goes no further. Back down to P10 and out goes James Dawkins. What a shame. Well, that opens up the door after heat 1. If you had asked me, I would have put my life savings on James Dawkins winning this final, but I should never have done that because, as we know, karts are temperamental at the best of times, let alone when the kart's like 30 years old. I'm 26 and I'm pretty temperamental myself, so Formula Blues, getting them to the checkered flag is a win in and of itself, let alone whether you are in leading position. Well, Parker's going for the lead, down into Billy's blind, up and under from Mike Bell. What a move from Mike Bell. That was fantastic, wasn't it? He read Parker like a book, but Parker's going to go for it again, up the inside into the hairpin now. Up and under this time, not working for Mike Bell, and Parker has the race lead. Great battling between those two. It did seem that Parker just about had the edge in terms of overall pace. I mean, on the last lap, new fastest lap of the race from Tom Parker, 36.8 versus Mike Bell, 37.1. His personal best, 3 tenths off almost from the fastest lap of the race then. And Tom Parker, for the first time in this race, leads on the road as we are ticking on towards half race distance in this one. A few more seconds to go until it will be 5 more minutes left in this race. So now, of course, you've got half a brain for Tom Parker thinking, okay, I'm in the lead, I've got good pace, I just need to keep Mike behind me and this should be fine. Also thought of, I need to manage this to the rest of the race to make sure I get to it to actually take the victory. We've obviously already lost James Dawkins. It was, I think we can fairly say, in terms of 1 lap pace, Dawkins has been our fastest all day, but Parker has been a close second, and he now takes the lead of the race. He has the fastest lap of this race so far. If he can keep that kart going through to the end, I think he might just have the race victory, but let's wait and see. Well, we said Nigel Vickery was showing us a defensive masterclass out there on circuit. It hasn't worked forever though, sadly, for Nigel. Jeff Ellis is through. He's into 3rd place. Nigel back down to 4th. Phil Waters and Danny Elson, your only junior, don't forget, in Danny Elson. They're in 6th place. So we split off into sort of 2 groups of 3 now, haven't we? Of Jeff Ellis has closed back up to the back of Mike Bell. So clearly Parker has that pace over Mike Bell. And Ellis, that little bit faster as well now. He jumps down into the 36s, only 100th off of the fastest lap set by Tom Parker earlier on in this race. So Ellis is closing in, hand over fist here on Mike Bell. Half a second between Parker and Bell, and a further half between Bell and Ellis. Well, as they head on through this next lap of racing, you can see those gaps changing ever so slightly. Looks as though Mike Bell might have been able to turn up the wick on this last lap. It seems as though he's gained a bit of time, if nothing else. Stays the same gap to your race leader. As to be fair, Mike Bell did put in his own personal best of the race. Sadly, though, he was only 6 thousandths quicker than Jeff Ellis, and Jeff Ellis was way off his personal best of the race so far. So, despite that slight ebb and flow back the way of Bell, I don't think that's going to last too much longer. 3.5 minutes still left to go in this race. Oh dear, have we lost Hannah Endicott from this race? I've just seen she's lost Mark Ellis. What am I talking about? She's lost the place to Mark Ellis. Ellis is through to 8th, but Endicott has not come across the line. Your leader's about to do so, so we have lost Hannah Endicott from this race as well. That's a real shame. Our only lady racer out there on circuit here in the Formula Blues is out. So, as we say, Mark Ellis is gifted 8th in all of that. What a lucky boy. Still in those sort of 2 packs of 3 then. Parker, Bell and Ellis. Then Vickery, Waters and Elson. That just shows how impressive a job that Ellis has done, though. 1, getting past Nigel Vickery, but 2, scampering off from those 3 and chasing down our 2 leaders. It's been a really impressive showing so far in this one. And fair play to Mike Bell as well. He's finding personal best after personal best lap here. 36.956. I'll get my words out. And he's keeping Jeff Ellis at arm's distance because of that. But the frustrating part for him is that Tom Parker is still consistently faster and still keeping him at arm's length. Just over 2 minutes left to go in this final then, ladies and gentlemen. Still could go either way, not only in the fact of the differences in pace, but also in terms of the fact of you just don't know if they're all going to make it to the checkered flag. So there's that difficulty as well. On to lap number 14 we go now of this race. Just over 1.5 minutes on the clock. And that gap has opened up now. 3/4 of a second between Parker and Bell. And then 3/4 of a second between Bell and Ellis. This is much closer though for 4th place. Vickery, Waters and Elson all still very close together in their battle for 4th place. As you see them heading through the horseshoe now. Well, Nigel Vickery did an amazing job keeping Jeff Ellis behind. That lasted sort of 3 or 4 laps really in keeping him behind. As soon as Jeff Ellis got clear, he's scampered off, hasn't he? He's gone, what is that, over 3 seconds clear now, Nigel Vickery. But fair play to Vickery behind the wheel of the number 11. He is keeping these 2 behind, isn't he? They cannot find a way through. That's the 36 of Phil Waters. Very fitting name for a Formula Blue, being called Phil Waters. I like that a lot. How did I not notice that? They're water-cooled, and his literal name is Waters. Well, sadly, Phil can't find a way through just yet in this one. Nigel is keeping him behind, and he must be getting pretty frustrated looking at the back of that number 11. Well, under the gantry we go then. 40 seconds on the clock. It's going to be 3 more laps by only a couple of seconds, I think. What's happened to Tom Parker? What's happened to Tom Parker? He's gone. We've lost him. The leader is gone. Tom Parker is out. I was stupidly looking at my timing screen for all of that, and I did not see him. He's not come round. He's either parked it up or he's gone in the pits. Tom Parker, I can't believe it, had one hand on the trophy in this race with only seconds left to go on the clock, and he's out. So we've lost the fastest driver of this field, in my opinion, and now the second fastest of this field. And he got the fastest lap of the race on the lap before the car gave up the ghost. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. We said, I didn't want to tempt fate, but I did say it's one thing. Oh, who's that? 43. That's Mark Ellis. So Mark Ellis has had an off. Mark Ellis rejoins. I don't know where he's come from in 7th place, but he's off. He's at the back of the order, is Mark. But yeah, Tom Parker, we've lost. What a shame. Like I was saying, fastest lap of the race. On the lap before, he's gone. I don't know what's happened there then. Cart's conked out. He's out of the race. Well, it's a straight fight now between Mike Bell and Jeff Ellis. Who's going to get the win in the final here in Formula Blues? We've got 815 metres to find out. As well, who's that? 36. That's Phil Waters. Phil Waters, the cart's giving up the ghost as well. They're all falling by the wayside here. I think what we found out is 8 minutes is the sweet spot. 10 minutes is too long for a Formula Blue kart to last. 8 minutes works well. 10 is too many. What a shame. Phil Waters, in his water-cooled kart, gives up the ghost. So we've lost Parker, we've lost Ellis, we've now lost Waters. 5 drivers in it. Through the final corner we go. And Mike Bell is going to take an amazing win here in the Formula Blue final. Bell wins on the number 4. One of the best-looking karts, I've got to say, out there in the field. And he's driven it to a race victory there in the final. Well done to Mike Bell. Of course, he had to benefit from issues with drivers ahead. Both Dawkins and Parker with issues there. But Bell had to fight for that one. He was leading for a lot of that race. And then when he did get overtaken by Tom Parker. He remained true there, didn't he? Keeping the gap to less than a second until, of course, Parker's kart gave up the ghost. There's one kart trying to drag itself to the line there as one goes past. So who is that? That's Ron Sean, who gets across in 5th place. Ellis had already crossed the line in 6th, and AS Phil Waters nurses the kart home in 7th, and he does a blistering 1 minute and 21 second lap time to end the race. Clearly that kart is not happy. Not happy. But he made it to the checkered flag. Well done, Phil. That's good to see. The proper grit of the Formula Blue racers there on show. Getting it to the checkered flag. Good to see. So, Mike Bell from Jeff Ellis and Danny Elson, your top 3 in that race. Danny Elson got past Nigel Vickery there late on, and your only junior in that field gets an overall podium. Fair play to you, Danny. Great work. Nigel Vickery was 4th, Ron Sean 5th, and then it starts all our cars with issues. Ellis 6th, Waters 7th, Parker 8th, Endicott 9th, and Dawkins 10th. What a topsy-turvy race that was. I knew it was going to be a little bit chaotic, given that they are retro karts and the 10-minute race is a long one, but that really threw the cat amongst the pigeons. My goodness. Well, good to see the Formula Blues out. Great to have them with us here yet again with the UK Kart Series. But sadly to say, it's the last race of the day, guys. Honda R200 final is up next. Right then, our last final of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be sad it's over, be happy it happened. What a day of racing it's been here for round number 5 of the UK Kart Series in 2026. Thank you all so much for joining us, whether you're here at the circuit, whether you're racing, supporting, whether you're watching from around the world, wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream. Make sure you subscribe to the channel to not miss any of the future rounds of the UK Kart Series. And, of course, go and drop me a follow as well at Ratters Media on your socials. Much appreciated. Lovely to have you all in the live chat. Well done, Mike. Great driving, son. Great race, everyone. Go, Kenny. Well done, Chase. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've all thoroughly enjoyed the racing so far today. Well, off we go then, 2 by 2 to the lights, and we are racing here at Clay Pigeon once again. JJ just about able to hold that inside line there as we head on down and keeps it ahead of Jake Barnett. They came across the line with Barnett slightly ahead, but JJ Allen has managed to steal the race lead back for himself. So it is Allen from Barnett. I think that is Finlater. No, that is Horseball ahead of Finlater. So Horseball has gotten back ahead, I believe. We'll double check that as I get through to the end of this stuff, because both in pink. Very fetching, but makes it difficult for me to tell who you are across the line. So it is Allen from Barnett. It is Horseball ahead of Finlater. I thought so. I thought she had the pinker kart of the two. The Horseball 3rd, Finlater 4th, Facer 5th, and Clark 6th. Quite similar to how we've seen throughout today, really, in the Honda R200s. These 6 sort of breaking away into their little packs. Hold on a second, we should have 7. What's happened to William Hussack? Oh no! So William Hussack DNF'd in heat number 3, I think he must have done, because he's dropped a lot of points. Either that or a DSQ. I don't have enough time to look back, but something's happened there, and he's lost a load of points. So Hussack should have been starting at the back of the grid in this one, but he didn't. He didn't take to the start in this one. So hopefully he's all okay, and maybe just kart issues there at the end of the day. A real shame that we've lost one of our drivers here from the Honda R200 grid, but sorry, William, we will continue on racing without you. So JJ Allen takes the early lead then. We've seen that Jake Barnett can keep him on the straight and narrow here in 2nd place. The biggest question is going to be, can he bring the fight to JJ Allen? He's brought a very similar pace. He's kept him at the point where if JJ Allen made a mistake, Jake was there to make up the position. But Jake has never looked like he's able to really go for a move here on JJ Allen. I would love to see that in this final. I would love to see just a cheeky lick of the stamp and Jake just absolutely sending it under brakes. We shall wait and see. We shall wait and see. Of course, a 2nd place will still be a very impressive performance, as Jake has been throughout today's proceedings. But of course, he'll want that victory ahead of JJ if he can get it. So under the gantry they go yet again then. What's the lap going to change to? What's the gap between these two? It opens up a little. It was Barnett with the fastest lap. That now goes back the way of JJ Allen. So the gap that was 1.5 tenths is now at 1/4 of a second here between Allen and Barnett. Horspool and Finlater, they're still relatively close together. But a bit of a gap now being opened up between Horspool and Finlater, which is a shame that we don't have William Hassack involved in this battle as well, because he's been really good. He's been really good so far today, hasn't he, William? He's been very impressive, some good pace, and like I say, a real shame that he's not in this final with us to enjoy. But there we go. There we go. A shame, William. Hope we see you back at future rounds here for the UK Kart Series. Sadly, I won't be joining you, but I'll be watching from home, and I'll be wishing you all the best, all of you, out there for those rounds later on in the year. But for now, we focus on the last few minutes of this race. And still, these top two, JJ Allen and Jake Barnett, absolutely nose to tail. Just over 6 minutes left to go on the clock here then. And as we say, the two lady racers in Maddie Horspool and Hanny Finlater just opening up a bit of a gap between them now. It was 1.2 seconds when we headed through onto the previous lap, which was lap number 6. We now head through onto lap number 7. And how is it going to open up? Yeah, it's up to about 1.2 seconds now between the two of them. As the gap between Allen and Barnett did close. New fastest lap of the race from Jake Barnett. So a 38.593 for Barnett versus a 38.630 for JJ Allen. I think you can well and truly ignore any working together in this race. As oh, bit of contact. Oh, that was a bit cheeky there from Barnett. We knew that's the line from that corner. You go to the middle of the track, you cut back over to the left, open up the right. Jake knew he was going to be that JJ would open the door up there. There was always going to be contact. But they've changed. They've changed. Back up the inside goes JJ Allen. All the way around the outside here is trying Jake Barnett, and he's going to get shuffled onto the grass. JJ Allen, he is not letting Barnett through, whatever happens here. And Allen is back into the lead. Momentarily there, Barnett got the overlap, but hasn't taken the race lead yet. Well, I said Barnett needed to throw any working together out the window here. You guys are far clear of the rest of the field in terms of your pace. Get it done. And well, before I could even get it out of my mouth, Jake was already trying to go alongside JJ there. So clearly, that's the plan into this final race of the day. And of course, the final as well, where there's a trophy and there's a lot more points on offer as well. That's clearly the change in mentality for this race here for Jake Barnett, whether he's had a chat with mechanic, father, whatever it is at trackside. Right, what are we doing for this final? You've got to bring the heat to JJ Allen. I know we're in the final, but heat is still needed. Such terrible banter. There's only 4 minutes left of me, don't worry guys. Allen leads us on down into the final corner once again. And yeah, still about 2.5 tenths, 3 tenths between the two of them. There's still a lovely run out that final corner from Jake Barnett. Move down into T1 could work out quite well, as again, new fastest lap of the race goes the way of Jake Barnett, 38.531. So he's now got a 10th quicker than JJ Allen's fastest lap. Jake Barnett, he's on it here, and doesn't JJ know it? He defends down into the hairpin. Up and under from Barnett. As we said, that doesn't usually work out that corner, and that's really not worked that time for Jake Barnett. A lot of pace lost through the mid part of the corner. And that just gives the opportunity again for JJ Allen to be just the one commanding this race and really commanding how this battle plays out between these drivers as well. On to lap number 11 then. Double digits in terms of laps in this race so far. 3.5 minutes left to go. Gap back to Horspool in third. Now 3.7 seconds to your race leaders. And gap back to Hanny Finlater, 6.4. So there's now 2.5 seconds between Horspool and Finlater in third and fourth respectively. Jack Clark's then there in 5th place. As oh dear, looks like we've lost Alfie Facer. I think we've lost Alfie Facer. Jack Clark into 5th place. And Facer's not coming round. What a shame. So another driver we've lost from this one. One before the start of the race, and now one midway through it. Facer is out, and what a shame. Alfie's been really impressive today. Some really good pace as well. Good to see him continuing to better himself through every race, and I hope to see him back for another UK Kart Series round in the near future. Here we go then, down to the hairpin once more. This time, JJ Allen doesn't feel the need to defend. I'm not sure why. Barnett was as close as he has ever been there as they headed into the braking zone. But either way, Barnett still the one needing to find a way past. The onus is on the attacking driver. Let's see if he can make it work here. He's gotten alongside a couple of times so far in this race, but he's never quite been able to get that full overlap and really take the race lead. They're going to go side by side through the first couple of corners. That's a lovely run from Barnett, but he doesn't close the door. I think he could have been more aggressive there. It could have been dicey, yeah, 100%. But it could have given him the race lead there. And if he had the overlap to cut across and brake, if JJ Allen went in the back of him and punted him wide, that would be a penalty for JJ, in my opinion. There you go. Jake, he's being the fairer racer, which I never was. So fair play to you, Jake. But he might just lose the race win because he is being so fair in his attacking moves. Oh, warning has gone out, though, for JJ Allen. Warning with 1.5 minutes left to go. Just needs to be a little bit careful. But onwards we go. Onto the gantry yet again. This time not close enough to be thinking about a move is Jake Barnett. Oh, I tell a lie. Sorry, I don't know if I missaw that or whether that was on the... No, that's another warning. Okay, well, on my timing, both of them have got a warning. I don't really know why. One was 10 seconds after the other, so whether that was a misclick or whether they both got a warning, either way, they both need to be a little bit careful over these last couple of laps. But as I say, the onus is on Barnett. He can't find a way through just yet. He has the ultimate pace here on JJ Allen. The first time really today that we can say that over a full lap. Barnett is the faster of the two. Allen has been sublime, but again, he sends Barnett to the inside, which of course will become the outside into the braking zone. Does he chop across? No. And again, he can't quite get the up and under. JJ Allen has got that one sus, doesn't he? He's got that one sorted. Give up with that one, Jake. It doesn't work. JJ's got it sorted. Right, next opportunity's down here at the hairpin. And again, JJ sort of holds that middle line. Sort of half defence, half trying to carry as much speed as possible. And again, he just seemingly has the answers here to Jake Barnett. A little bit of contact front to rear, but nothing too crazy there between the front two as we head on through to top end once again. They'll cross the line with just less than 20 seconds left to go in this race, so it'll be 2 more laps of Clay Pigeon Raceway here for round number 5 of the UK Kart Series. Trying to the outside this time with JJ Allen. It hasn't worked. Tried to go outside and, of course, the inside down into turn 1. Not going to happen, sadly. Not going to happen. And again, JJ Allen holds that inside line down into the hairpin. There on the outside line. Needs the up and under here through the horseshoe for it to work. And again, nope, he's only going to find that on the exit. The only thing that's going to happen there if he pulls alongside is contact. So we've got to be very careful as Jake in that one. Right through the final corner for the penultimate time. It's wide for your race leader. Does he open up the door for Jake Barnett? Can Barnett get alongside? No, he's squeezed right to the edge of the track. And Barnett, the opportunity was there, but he can't get it up and under. He's going to try though. Can he get side by side? They will go side by side into the S's. Just about enough room given. And I don't think Barnett was very happy with that. Felt he needed more space, but I think all was fair in love and war there between those two, and they continue to squabble through this final lap. Barnett's not happy about it, but you've still got an opportunity to get this race win back, Barnett. Let's see what he does through into the final corner. It'll have to be an absolute send. It might just be. He's looking to the inside line. No, Allen covers it off, and to the line they go. I think it's enough of a run for JJ Allen. It is, and Jake Barnett's not happy about it. JJ Allen wins, and for me in the commentary box anyway, everything looks all right to me there. We will leave it up to much smarter people than us in the stewards' room post-race. But on track anyway, JJ Allen completes a perfect day. Victories in the heats, victory in the final. Take a bow, young JJ Allen. But Jake Barnett, you've raced so well today as well. Impressive. Fastest lap for Jake. The win just eluding him this time around. Matty Horsball will be on the podium with those two. Behind them, Paddy Finlater, Jack Clark, and Alfie Facer. Facer did get to the end of the race there. I'm not sure what happened on the timing there then, because he only finished 4/10 off the back of Jack Clark, and I watched for a good 10 or 15 seconds and he didn't come across the line. Don't know what happened there. Anyway, he did make it to the checkered flag. That's good. It was only William Hossack who didn't start the race, who of course didn't make it to the end. Can't make it to the end if you didn't start. What a shame. Well, there we go then. That was our final race of the day here at round number 5 of the UK Kart Series in 2026. And yet again, the guys behind the scenes here at UK Kart Series put on an amazing show. They run this event fantastically well, and there's plenty more where that came from. 4 more rounds to end the season, then make sure you join us for it, whether that be in person or here on the YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to not miss out on any of the future rounds. We're off to Rowra on the 9th of August, Llandau on the 13th of September, Fulbeck on the 11th of October, and Shellington on the 1st of November. Sadly, from a personal note, I won't be joining you for them, but it's going to be great. I'll be watching from home and you'll be in safe hands on the commentary. Well, from all of us here behind the scenes at the UK Kart Series and at Stretton Events, bringing you the pictures here from Clay Pigeon, thank you so much for joining us, and until next time, it's goodbye.